I'd like to call to order this meeting of the Sacramento County Board of Supervisors for September 1st, 2020. Madam Clerk, will you please call the roll and establish a quorum?
Good morning. Supervisors Frost.
Here.
Kennedy.
Here.
Natoli.
Here.
Peters.
Here.
Cerna.
Here.
And you have a quorum.
Thank you.
This meeting of the Sacramento County Board of Supervisors is cablecast live on Metro Cable 14, the local government affairs channel on the Comcast, Consolidated Communications, and AT&T U-verse cable systems. The meeting is closed caption and is webcast at sacmetrocable.tv. Today's meeting will be repeated Friday, September 4th at 6 p.m. on Channel 14. This meeting is also broadcast live on KUBU Radio on 96.5 FM. A DVD copy is available for checkout from any local library branch.
Okay, if you would please rise and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Again, I'd like to welcome everyone to this morning's Board of Supervisors hearing. In compliance with directives of the county, state, and Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, the CDC, this meeting is live streamed and closed to the public. Temporary procedures are subject to change pursuant to guidelines related to social distancing and minimizing person-to-person contact. Of course, we do welcome verbal comment at today's meeting. To do so, please dial 916-875-2500 and follow the prompts to be placed in queue for a specific agenda item or off-agenda matter. Please refer to the agenda and/or watch the meeting to follow along to determine when is the best time to call to be placed in queue to make your public comment. You may be on hold for up to an extended period of time, and your patience is greatly appreciated. When I open public comment for a specific agenda item or an off-agenda matter, the clerk staff will begin transferring you into the meeting. Each agenda item queue will remain open until the public comment period is closed for that specific item. We thank you again for your patience. We also, of course, welcome written comments on items on the agenda or off agenda. You can send your written comments by email to boardclerk@saccounty.net, and that's Sac County spelled SACCOUNTY. Your comment will be routed to the board and filed in the record. Okay, and with that, Madam Clerk, our first item, please.
Okay, for your consent matters, items 1 through 28. For item 22, you are adopting an ordinance. This is for the Community Planning Advisory Councils. Adopt an ordinance amending the Sacramento County Code Title 2, Chapter 2.30 to delete references to 4 obsolete community planning commissions and amending Chapter 2.36 related to the CPACs. You waive reading on this on August 18th. You are also adopting an ordinance for item 25. This is the Sacramento County Worker Protection, Health, and Safety Act of 2020. You waived reading on this on August 18th. And that concludes my notes for the clerk.
Okay, thank you. We'll work from my left to my right this morning, and I'll check with my colleagues to see if they wish to pull any consent items for separate consideration or vote. Looking to Supervisor Natoli, anything?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just very quickly, I want to be clear, it's on the consent calendar, but I intend to vote no on item 22, which is the ordinance changing the some of the structure for the community planning advisory councils. I objected last week in the hearing and intend to do so again today. And then secondly, would just ask a brief question on item 23 on the nexus study for the county. And I don't know, maybe Flo, you want to read that in? I'll just ask a quick question. That's all I have.
Yes, I will. Hang on, let me get there. Okay, for item 23, you're acting as the Sacramento County Water Agency. This is for a contract regarding the consultant agreement with HDR Engineering for $115,000 to prepare a nexus study and the Sacramento County Water Agency Zone 40 development fees update.
Okay, well, I see Michael Peterson just entered chambers. My question is just about, as it relates to the report coming forward to the board. It's slated within the time frame of the scope of being back to us in May of 2021. Is that schedule, in light of any delays may have occurred getting this to us, Michael, is that still the targeted date?
That's still the target date. That's good.
Okay, so we'll hope to see this in the spring.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. That's all I had. Okay. Thanks, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Supervisor Frost?
Don't go too far.
I just wanted to pull item number 25 so that I can go on record as a no vote.
Okay. Do we need to necessarily pull it to record a no vote for Supervisor Frost on item 25?
You can take a separate vote for item 22, and you can also take a separate vote for item 25, since they're both recording no votes. It'd probably be easier and a cleaner record to do that, and then you can
Okay.
do the balance.
All right, let's get through the balance of consent,
Sure.
and then we'll go back to
Thank you, sir.
22 and 25. Okay, Supervisor Peters?
Okay, well, thank you. I wanted to vote on, separately on item 25, so.
Okay.
And I don't know about anybody else, but I having trouble hearing anybody here
Yeah, so am
this
I.
morning. So if there's a way to turn up the sound, it would be
Is
very.
this better?
That, oh, yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I didn't hear anything Don
I couldn't hear
said.
Don at all, yeah.
You didn't miss anything, don't worry. I know you were thinking that anyway, so, no, I'm kidding. All right.
Okay, Supervisor Kenny?
Thank you. 23, which we've already read in. Michael? I just have a question. When was the last time a Nexus study was done?
It's supposed to be every 5 years. We're a little bit off schedule on that. But the intent of this is to ensure that we're keeping pace. There's been a lot of changes between credits and facility costs. We've had a lot of ENR holds, so now we want to make sure that we true things up. We started meeting about a year and a half ago on this, so we're really dialed in to get
Or
this
it's a
done.
little late? So,
What's
I tried to, doing the research, I tried to find the last one. Can you send me a copy?
Yeah, absolutely.
Great, thank you.
Okay, very good. I don't have anything, so why don't we do this, Madam Clerk? Why don't you read item 22, and then we'll have a separate vote on that, and then we'll move to item 25 and a separate vote on that, and then we'll do a vote on the balance of consent.
Okay. Item 22 is the Community Planning Advisory Council's adopting an ordinance amending amending the Sacramento County Code Title II, Chapter 2.30 to delete reference to 4 obsolete community planning commissions and amending Chapter 2.36 related to CPACs.
Okay, Supervisor Natoli's already indicated he's a no vote on this, so is there a motion to adopt? Okay, it's moved by Supervisor Frost. Is there a second? Second by Supervisor Peters. Please vote.
And the motion carries with Supervisor Natoli recording a no vote.
Okay, item 25, please.
Item 25 is also adopting an ordinance, the Sacramento County Worker Protection, Health, and Safety Act of 2020.
Okay. I'm going to go ahead and move the item.
Second?
Then move to
I'm sorry, what
second.
item number was it?
25.
25.
Were you going to comment?
No,
Okay.
I think it's,
All right.
I don't think I need to.
Okay, Supervisor Peters? Did you want to comment? You asked.
No, I was just making sure she had her
Okay.
chance to comment
Okay.
if that's what she wanted.
Gotcha, all right. There's a motion and a second, please vote.
And the motion carries with Supervisor Peters and Frost recording a no vote.
Okay, very good. And is there a motion on balance of consent?
So move?
Been moved by Supervisor Kennedy. Chair will second. Please vote.
Unanimous vote.
Okay, very good. All right, we're going to do things a little differently this morning. I'm aware that there is a group that has been working in coordination with our clerk of the board. And this group is representing the People's Budget of Sacramento. I have agreed as chair, exercising prerogative, to give them 15 minutes to speak off agenda on their item. We do have a hard copy here of their presentation. I'm not sure, Madam Clerk, if they were intending to present with an electronic version as well, and someone's going to advance slides for them?
Correct.
Okay.
And I'm sorry, I'm not ignoring you. I'm getting them on the line.
Okay, very good. Thank you. We'll wait to get them on the line. And just by way of background, there was some confusion several weeks ago about when this group expected to present, and I apologize for some of that confusion, but I too was confused in terms of the date that they had hoped to address the board, but wanted to make sure that we
County.
Is that the last interruption? Okay, Madam Clerk, is that it for setting up the call? Okay. So I'm going to finish my thought.
Good luck.
Yeah.
You got a caller ID?
In any event, I just wanted to make sure that the individuals that approached me to present several weeks ago understand that there was no intent on my part to silence this group or have them speak on a particular date. I was actually trying to accommodate their wishes from the start. There was some confusion about if this was a presentation on an agendized matter or if they wished to address the board as a non-agendized matter. So I'm glad that we're to this point today where we can finally give them the 15 minutes that I committed to. And I'm not sure who's on the line that wishes to address the board first, but again, I'm going to give 15 minutes to the group, and you could use that any way you wish with as many speakers as you want. But you do have 15 minutes to present. And with that, Madam Clerk, if we have our first speaker.
Hi, Ms. Koenig, this is the clerk. Are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay.
Go ahead, please.
Should I get started?
Yes.
All right, thank you so much. Good morning, Board of Supervisors. Thank you so much for providing us this space today to present our survey results and our coalition efforts to you. I'm Kula Koenig. I'm with the United Way California Capital Region, also a member of the People's Budget Sacramento. I'm here with my colleagues PJ Andrew and Felisa Concepcion, who are also going to be presenting with me. Next slide, please. We have the opportunity today to courageously rise to thoughtfully respond to multiple crises at hand, including COVID-19, the economic recession, and systemic racism in ways that meet the needs of our communities. Today, we want to discuss the People's Budget, our coalition and our framework, the actual budget results, reimagining public safety, and the needs of the people. Next slide, please. Slide of the logos, thank you. We want to uplift that normally, had we been invited into this space physically, the entire chamber would be full. Because while there are only 3 of us presenting, we represent a very broad coalition with dozens of folks involved in this work of the community budget. So we're appreciative of everyone who lent their time, energy, and expertise developing a budget, many of whom are volunteers that are doing this in addition to their jobs and family obligations. We're here because we want a more socially just Sacramento. So there are dozens that have contributed to the survey and that are watching on TV and our live streams. Next slide, please, on our framework. So there are 6 principles that actually guide our budget work. These are always important, and even more so during a fiscal crisis. It is our hope that the county will adopt a similar framework in its future budget process. Of course, we only have 15 minutes, so I'm only going to talk about the first 2, values and communication. Next slide. We want to lead with values, and the process matters. So no matter how much the politics of it kind of takes us off course, continuing to stick with values is the most important part of this participatory budgeting. The first thing is transparency. So always err on the side of oversharing and being overly transparent. The second one is equity. Now we hear this term a lot, but what equity means is keeping in mind those in the community that are already behind, especially as a result of generations of gross institutional racism. We want to make sure that changes to services and revenues will not disproportionately impact them and perpetuate inequities. So there are systemic analyses like equity impact assessments that you as a board can use moving forward in your budgetary processes. For example, evaluating what recreation centers should close. Closing a rec center in Land Park will have a different impact on the community than closing the one in my North Highlands community. Next slide, please. Communication is also so important. We cannot communicate enough. If we are transparent, we communicate. We remind ourselves of how many constituencies and audiences we have. We thought about you as elected officials, the community, businesses, county employees. So a people's budget includes various stakeholders within the community. We also have to reach people where they are, even during a crisis. We need virtual town halls, we need easily digestible fact sheets and public hearings. And we need to be clear. People are a lot more sophisticated than they're given credit for. Again, just as we did with the people's budget, we hope the county follows a similar process of communication. We want to work with you on this. Next slide, please. So with that, I will transfer to my colleague PJ to talk about the actual budget results.
Next slide. Our goal was to engage the public and get a representative sample by having as many people as possible taking the survey to remove any potential bias. This included reaching out not only through organizations, but through social media and sharing to ensure as wide a reach as possible. And while we plan to continue soliciting survey responses through a variety of organizations and methods of reaching out, in just the first 2 weeks of the survey starting, August 10th, we received over 2,000 unique responses. And in the weeks since we started analyzing the data, we've received another 400 to 500 responses. We have an ultimate goal of 5,000 by the mid-year review of the city budget. That would bring us in line with what would be expected of a roughly representative sample of 1.5 million people. We hope this process can be replicated by the county in the future. Next slide. To ensure the survey encompassed all potential areas of concern or interest, we tried to cover the largest number of data points useful for disaggregation of the data, including not only budget-related, but also housing, COVID risk, language, and comprehensive demographic data as displayed here. Next slide. Our first slide of survey data is demographic in nature. This is provided for transparency's sake to ensure you can see the representativeness of our respondents. We acknowledge our gaps. For race, we are overrepresented among white people and underrepresented for Latinx, Hispanic, and Asian. The overrepresentation of people with higher education levels reflects the digital equity divide. We're actively working to fill in gaps to represent the diversity of Sacramento through working with organizations to hold phone banking and find other ways of engaging with those who typically do not have internet access. Next slide. And on this slide, we were able to utilize a combination of self-reported geo-coordinates and zip codes to determine where over 90% of respondents reside to ensure that we could place respondents in the correct districts, city and county they were coming from. We hope to have more representation across districts as the survey is shared more widely. We would like to thank Supervisors Cerna and Kennedy for agreeing to share the survey, and Supervisor Natoli.
I'm sorry to interrupt. I'm sorry. Apparently, we're behind on the slides on the viewing public. Please, I just want to make sure that we're on the right slide.
We should be on the county supervisor slide.
Which slide is that?
I've held the time to get us out to the right slide.
Thank you.
Slide 12.
Yeah, slide 12.
We're currently seeing a slide with each of the districts represented. It's a bar chart.
That's correct, yes.
Okay to start?
Okay, so I'll proceed, yes.
Okay.
We would like to thank Supervisors Cerna and Kennedy for agreeing to share the survey, and Supervisor Natoli for reviewing it to ensure your constituents are represented in the final results. Next slide. Our data make it clear the public is interested in funding for human needs, reimagine community safety, and community resources. Next slide. These are the initial findings from those first 2,000 responses. We asked residents to rank whether an item needed much more funding, to stay the same, less funding, or much less funding. This graph represents the average number of much more and more votes by category. So as you see in the chart, over a third wanted investment in human needs, 30% wanted to see reimagined community safety, 28% community resources and environment, and only 7% wanted to see an increase in law enforcement. Next slide. This slide represents what is currently reflected as the CEO's budget priorities. As you can see in the current budget, 71% is allocated towards law enforcement and the carceral system, 14% to human needs, 14% to other, and 1% to community resources and environment. This trend continues in the fiscal year 2021 proposal. Next slide. This is a comparison slide to show the stark contrast in how different these two visions of county priorities are. And on top of this, to see the county executive's proposed cuts for fiscal year 2021 in the middle of a pandemic, the county health department is slated for the largest cut, a $6 million decrease. Next slide. Our first category is human needs. This represents requested areas of investment such as housing and homeless services, food access, public health care, child care, and elder support. Next slide. This slide provides details on which areas ranked highest in order of wanting the most investment from the community. As you can see, it shows housing support and homeless services, public health and healthcare services, and food access at the top of what the public sees as needing more investment. Next slide. Next up is reimagine community safety. This category represents areas of investment like crisis management, community mental health solutions, community investment, the fire department, reentry services, and restorative non-punitive justice. Next slide. And again, this provides details on which areas ranked highest in order of wanting the most investment. For this category, we see the areas the public wants to see investment in are community-based mental health and wellness, community care and restorative justice, and community investment and neighborhood empowerment. Next slide. Our next category is community resources and environment. This represents areas of public investment like parks, public transportation, youth, development, and the arts. Next slide. As before, this slide provides details on which areas ranked highest in order of the public wanting the most investment. For these areas, we see environmental justice and climate change preparedness, child and youth development, and public transportation as the top categories the public wants to see investment in. Next slide. And lastly, we have the category of law enforcement and the carceral system. This represents the public's views on whether investment or divestment are needed for areas like policing, the district attorney, and the jails. Next slide. For this slide, we provided both sides of this equation to make it clear that there weren't a majority of residents asking for things to remain the same. As is plainly clear, this slide is entirely different from those that came before, with the vast majority of residents polled showing a clear desire for less funding for nearly every area of law enforcement. The only area where the public wanted more investment was the one that has a positive effect on some community members, public defenders. Next slide. So in summarizing, all of those priorities and all of the community input received one way or the other, these are the top three and bottom three categories. For most investment wanted, we have community-based mental health and wellness, housing support and homeless services, and public health and healthcare services. And for less investment, we have the categories of police, sheriff, parking enforcement, and county jail, which appears to be timely since more investment in that last one is on the docket once again today under item 32 regarding taking loan money for a jail expansion. What are the next steps for conceptualizing this shift? I'll pass it to Felisa to outline ideas for reimagining public safety.
Next slide, please. Reimagining public safety. So as you saw in the previous slide, the preliminary results show that overwhelmingly most people want less investment in the police and sheriff's department, parking enforcement, and the county jail. And I would like to echo what PJ has said. We hope you keep this in mind when discussing and deciding item 32 on your agenda. So what does public safety look like without law enforcement? This is an area we could easily spend over an hour on, but we'll touch on just a few highlights given our brief time today. Next slide, please. Reimagining public safety in Sacramento is about working with communities. It is about investing in prevention and not just reaction. Public safety means ensuring communities, especially historically marginalized communities, have the resources to address critical social problems such as access to housing, food, security, and healthcare, and in an effective and humane way. It means empowering those in communities to participate in shaping what public safety looks like, and it means minimizing police contact whenever possible to reduce the harms that often accompany policing, such as the use of force and death, especially for people in mental health crises. Next slide, please. Currently, the County of Sacramento has limited responses for mental health crises. They include mobile crisis support teams, which are co-response teams of law enforcement and mental health professionals. The involvement of law enforcement in many situations, including mental health crises, homelessness, welfare checks, and domestic violence, escalates crises and increases the risk of violence. These are best handled by mental health professionals alone to de-escalate violence, improve outcomes, and reduce costs. Next slide, please. Reimagining public safety involves three components: prevention, intervention, and recovery, and not just reaction. One way to prevent crisis and crimes is to invest in the community's well-being. This means ensuring everyone in Sacramento has access to a safe home, food, water, healthcare, education, and transportation. These investments can stem the tide of crime, homelessness, and systemic racism. Preventing crises also means funding mental health and physical health programs, youth and community programs, and expanding the options for support available to all residents of Sacramento County. And lastly, diversifying first response. This means responding to crises with a range of providers, including medical professionals, social workers, mediators, and mental health workers. Sacramento has amazing community members who took initiative earlier this year and founded Mental Health First. MH First is made up of mental health professionals that are skilled in managing crisis situations without weapons and responding to and de-escalating crises without the involvement of law enforcement. Next slide, please. The call to reimagine public safety echoes across America because the reality is that policing and incarceration does not improve public safety. The Sacramento County Sheriff's Office is not an investment that benefits the county. In 2019, the Sheriff's Department only cleared 38% of violent crimes investigated, 9% of sexual assaults, 5% of property crimes, and 5% of burglaries investigated. These percentages add up to thousands and thousands of unsolved crimes in the county in 1 year alone. These are the county's second lowest clearing rates, and although the sheriff's clearances have decreased since 2016, their budget has increased significantly. If the board moves forward with reimagining public safety and taking actionable steps to decrease law enforcement presence in the county, it will not only improve community mental health, but reimagining public safety will have a better return on our investment. I will now hand this off to Kula to provide our next steps.
All right, so going to slide 32, talking about the priorities are clear. So you've heard a lot today. So what does it mean to reimagine public safety, and what does it mean for us to get a better return on our investments as taxpayers? So we call on you, the County Board of Supervisors, to actually recommit yourself to community engagement by doing 4 things. First, to close the gap between your usual spending and what people have asked for by adopting the people's budget. This means reduction to the sheriff and jail budgets and deeper investment in mental health, public health, and human needs. This will make our communities safer by addressing the root causes and preventing issues rather than just responding after the fact. At the least, any cuts to the county budget should come from the sheriff's budget, which is the largest at 37% of the general fund. That's in addition to at least $116 million in lawsuit settlements for misconduct and inhumane conditions. We have an opportunity to reimagine public safety by investing in prevention and not reaction. We also, number 2 is to use the budget savings from the CARES Act for public health and prevention. So County Executive Naz Guild explained that $104 million in CARES Act funds went to the sheriff to help spare the general fund. Public health asked for $90 million to get through next year, and thus far you approved $47 million. Let's make sure that the new budget includes the rest of that request, in addition to having assistance for mortgage, rent relief, food banks, and childcare. Also having grants to support small and locally owned businesses who are suffering, and to support community-based emergency and crisis management services. Again, this gets us a better return on our investment than the way the budget is currently structured. Also, we're continuing to get feedback from people on the survey. So please share the survey via email, your website, and social media. We're happy to work with you on the best way to do that, because we want to have everyone in the county of Sacramento fill out this survey, so that you can be informed on how best to allocate these dollars and be responsive. Also, lastly, we want to issue a public directive to make the budgeting process more transparent, equitable, and participatory. The budgeting process should be transparent with clear and easily accessible charts, not dense PDF documents, and equitable. It should account for the needs of those in our community that are already behind, especially as a result of generations of institutional racism. They should actively engage community members. And thank you, Supervisor Serna. The presentation today is a great start. We want to continue this process, and we request the opportunity to continue this dialogue by presenting on the following 4 topics at upcoming meetings: transparency in governance, budgeting for equity, measuring and tracking equity, and our final budget results from the people's budget. Thank you so much for your time and your leadership. I know the past couple weeks have been difficult, but I think they've unearthed the things that we need to do to become a more equitable and socially just Sacramento. Thank you.
Thank you. So, of course, I'm sure the clerk explained, and Kula, you probably know better than most on your end of the line here that this is an off-agenda item, so we're not acting, we can't act, we can't have too much discussion about it. But with that said, I want to start by thanking everyone that took the time to put the presentation together. Obviously, a lot of thought went into this. Your presentation is timely because at our next convening, we will be considering the final budget for 2020-21, and that'll be on September 9th. And just so everyone is aware, that meeting is going to start at 5 p.m. as opposed to our regular 9:30 a.m. start. And again, just exercising some prerogative as chair this year, to the point that was stressed earlier about transparency and participation. The reason we are going to start at 5 p.m. this year for our budget deliberations and public testimony is so that students and people that are working during the day have a better opportunity to chime in, to contribute verbally. And again, of course, it'll be remote due to the pandemic, but feel strongly that our budgeting process is one of, if not the most important thing that we do on a regular basis as a governing body. And it should necessarily involve the public. We should do everything we can to maximize participation. So I'm hopeful that those that presented today and articulated clearly your priorities will continue to participate on the 9th. And I also just will conclude by saying that I don't know if it was requested by those that presented, but I would like to have the presentation as part of our formal record for the budget, so that members of the public that may want to watch our deliberations closely on the 9th also have the benefit of the presentation materials that were shared today. And again, I would like to thank everyone that took the time to present and educate us and the public about the priorities expressed today. So thank you.
Thank you so much.
All right.
So we do have public comments for off-agenda speakers right now.
Okay.
And I'm going to...
How many do we have?
It looks like we have 5, but I think that might not be a... Hang on just one second. Yeah, I think we have 5.
Okay.
Hi, caller, please start with your comments.
Good day. I'm calling to remind all of the lawful obligation. Every person is bound without contract to abstain from injuring the person or property of another or infringing upon any of his rights. One who willfully deceives another with intent to induce him to alter his position to his injury or risk is liable for any damage which he thereby suffers. And deceit is defined by United States law as the suggestion of a fact of that which is not true by one who does not believe it to be true. The assertion of a fact of that which is not true by one who has no reasonable ground for the believing it to be true. The suppression of a fact by one who is bound to disclose it or who gives information of other facts which are likely to mislead for want of communication of that fact or a promise made without any intention of performing it. Deceit upon the public or class, one who practices a deceit with intent to defraud the public or a particular class of persons is deemed to have intended to defraud every individual in that class who is actually misled by the deceit. And things wrongfully acquired restored, one who obtains a thing without consent of its owner or by a consent afterwards rescinded or by any unlawful exaction which the consent of the owner could not at that time prudently refuse, must restore it to the person from whom it was obtained by that crime. Discrimination is a grave breach against the war crimes, according to the Geneva Convention 4, Article 27. And every act of discrimination is an act of war. And deprivation against rights under color of law by instituting torturous mental, physical policies is a willful neglect, and it's a deception upon the public. And we've already seen your reports where we have entire groups that have been excluded, and it's because of discrimination. And when you fund projects and programs that blatantly discriminate without any recourse, you're in violation of international law, and you have a duty and an obligation to eliminate all forms of racial discrimination according to the International Convention on the Elimination of All Forms of Racial Discrimination. And right now, today, those that you have branded black, which we return that brand because we are not black, we are the autochthonous people of this land. And we demand for the return of the land of the autochthonous people because you are just excluding us from your decision-making processes, which is a form of genocide. You're excluding us from all participation in the digital technology progress in this country because we're being excluded by the digital divide. We're being excluded from the community resources. We're being gentrified, which is a form of gentrification and genocide that has been taking place upon this land. And so today we call on you to take a stand and make a change and come into compliance because you will be held accountable for your deceit upon the entire class by your color of law policies. And when you put COVID on top of that and you force us inside and we don't have access to technology, there's a digital divide. We can't go and get internet because we have to go to a public place and they tell us we have to wear a mask. You're in violation of discrimination laws. And you cannot continue discriminating under color of law.
Can you please conclude your remarks?
Because they are war crimes.
Thank you.
Caller, please start with your comments.
Hi, yes. My name is Shelley Hinkle, and I have lived in the Butterfield Riviera East neighborhood for 47 years, same as my husband, my mother, and my mother-in-law. We were raised here. I have family friends here who are now raising their children. We have an extreme problem with the intersection of Linda Rio and Butterfield. It is right across from the Franchise Tax Board. So my comment is specifically directed to our representative, Mr. Natoli. And I'm calling because there's a safety concern. We are having numerous call-ins to the Sheriff's Department about that intersection. We have people camping in their motorhome cars, partying all night, throwing drug paraphernalia out on the street, to the point where I don't even feel safe walking out of my house sometimes, and my friends' children are not allowed to ride their bike down that street anymore. So I am calling to find out what my neighborhood can do and what kind of assistance we can expect from our representative with this issue.
Thank you.
Want to respond, Mr. Chair?
Sure.
Yeah, I want to thank the caller, and certainly we've received other comments and calls from residents, not only the Butterfield Riviera area, but certainly the La Riviera area, as well as the Rosemont area. And I know we've been working with our Sheriff's Homeless Outreach team, along with Regional Transit, Union Pacific, and Caltrans to address some of the issues, recognizing obviously that in the COVID setting that some of the homeless camps are not as readily addressed as we would like them to be, but if we're having other activity, criminal activity as cited by the caller as relates to motorhomes, drug paraphernalia, and other illicit activities. And I know that, again, the Sheriff's HOT team has been working very closely to try to address some of those issues. And if they're happening in the evening hours, then we'll certainly, and I know the Sheriff's in the audience this morning, so he's heard just exactly what we've all heard here from the caller. So I would ask if you haven't already, certainly call my office. We'll be happy to follow up. And I know we've received numerous comments, and yes, I've been through the area. I've seen some of the camping, the litter, debris, and it's not only unsightly, but I think there are some sanitary conditions there. We had a gentleman who wrote to some members of this board yesterday with a series of pictures from throughout the day, both in the right-of-way for the transit and train, but adjacent to Folsom Boulevard there, Mayhew Road, Butterfield, as Lady outlined, Bradshaw area. So I guess I would just ask if we can do some additional work to see if we can address those issues. Again, I know the camping is a little more difficult to deal with in light of the pandemic, but that's no excuse for some of the other activities. And so I want to thank the caller, and if you would like, certainly could call my office. I'll put the number out, 874-5465. Maybe you've done that already, or email, and we'll try to keep you posted on our ability to address the issues you've raised. Thanks.
Thank you.
Caller, please start with your comments.
Good morning, Board of Supervisors. I live in Supervisor Cernus District. I'm very proud to be a part of this amazing group of folks, the People's Budget Sacramento, which is really a community organized and led group that is working really hard to make sure that our city and county budgets reflect the values that we hold, as well as increased equity and transparency. I want to thank Supervisor Cerna for making our report a part of the official budget record. We appreciate you valuing this work, as well as the voices of your constituents, which is clear through the survey data. A budget is very much a statement of policy priorities, and looking at our county budget now, we can see very clearly that the funding is being prioritized for different needs and areas than we, your constituents, believe our tax dollars should be invested in. As you see from the survey results, we want increased investment in community-based mental health and wellness, housing support and homeless services, and public health and healthcare services. We also want less investment in law enforcement and jails. We want to make the following demands and ask you to recommit to community engagement by doing the following. Close the gap between your usual spending and what we're asking be included in the people's budget, as demonstrated through the initial survey data. Use budget savings from the CARES Act for public health and prevention, which should arguably be the most important area of investment in the midst of an unprecedented public health pandemic. Issue a policy directive to make the budgeting process more transparent and equitable. I will say, having gone through the revised budget documents last night and having direct governmental budgeting experience, this is not a transparent process. The documents that you've posted are not clear. They're not accessible outside of dense PDFs. I would recommend that you make them available by Excel to allow for quick comparison and analysis, as most other public agencies do. They really don't allow us to easily see how the county's discretionary general fund is being prioritized by program area. We also ask that you share our People's Budget survey via email and your website and social media. Please help us circulate the survey as broadly as possible so that we can get as representative a sample as possible. This will enable you to better understand the interests and needs of your constituents. It's clear from our initial survey data that your revised budget does not align with the interests and values of our communities. It would be great if you could commit to sharing the survey on record today for those that haven't. We also urge you to consider this initial survey data as you work towards finalizing the county budget. This is very clear information that you should be able to reference both for this budget and all future budgets. Thank you.
Thank you.
Caller, please start with your comments.
Yes, I wanted to make a comment on the People's Budget of Sacramento. I want to let the Board of Supervisors know, as many of our community members, moms, families, those who are marginalized and those who are not are in full support of the People's Budget of Sacramento. There needs to be an immediate change into funding for our unhoused people, for those who are at risk for evictions and rent relief. All of those services need to be provided before the pandemic, during the pandemic, and well after. But more importantly, as you can see, there is a need also for our marginalized communities who are looking for a reimagined safety network, safety services for our families, our moms, parents, families who are in this community. There is no method of safety that many of our moms and families can depend on. We have experienced as well as witnessed the inhumane treatment from the Sacramento Sheriff's Department. So many of us who may be in safety situations for ourselves and families think of that first before we protect and call on or access any services, because we know with the Sheriff's Department it is not going to be there. Not just there, but within the system where we've been denied our constitutional rights of obtaining our records, where we have been denied due process due to the inhumane practices there. So there needs to be a change. I'm a living witness of a parent, of a family member, a community member who has moved 3 times within 3 years, and still at this point not wanting to depend on the authorities. And when I have, it has been as last resort, just due to the horrible, horrific treatment of our community members, not wanting them to, not wanting that trumping my own safety and protection for myself. And I just want to reiterate the People's Budget of Sacramento for our human needs, for our unhoused, for a reimagined safety entity that actually works for the people. Because when you do not take care of the women and children of your community, the most vulnerable, then it's a really large reflection on what is the most important and what are the priorities.
Thank you.
Okay, that concludes your off-agenda comments.
Madam Clerk, can we please take the one patient commenter for item 36, which is receive and file? I don't want to keep them waiting.
Yes, they're going to be transferring that. That's item 36. If you need to get to your, there's a received and filed item 36, and there is a public comment for that item. I'll go ahead and read that item into the record. It's the Sacramento County Department of Finance Pooled Investment Fund and Non-Pooled Funds Review for June 2020. The call got disconnected. Oh, we'll try it one more time. Do you have the person on the line? On the phone. Hit transfer. Hi, caller. Please start with your comments.
Yes. Good day to all. My calling is Satep Zadak Israel. I domicile upon Sacramento County, and my comment is for the Sacramento County Department of Finance. Revenue income from the state of California pertaining to indentured trustees who issue the issuable Social Security account number upon any application offering or purchase order for notes that becomes an exempt security which does not have to be registered, but are placed in a pooled investment fund that does not benefit the original issuer to the exempt security manufactured in a current transaction through the issued Social Security account number. Whereas a title company, attorney, which has formed articles to a chattel mortgage or a deed of trust, have defrauded the issuer by having him or her placed in an installment in lieu clearing funds at closing table, therefore never having the deal closed. Whereas all foreclosures ought to be overturned and the title company attorneys charged with 18 U.S.C. 1914 and 15 U.S.C. 1 and 2 for deceptive acts practiced on those who trust and believe them without examination because of their bar card and degree. And I would like someone to give me some type of comment to the truth of facts, which are past events that I just spoke on. Because the truth is, upon issuing any Social Security number upon any application or purchase order, it becomes an exempt security under the Securities Act of 1933, Section 383, which and 482, which 383 is current transactions and 482 is private placements. So does anyone comment on the truth that I just spoke? Because no one should be homeless when there is actually nothing but securities and security exchanges. Thank y'all for listening.
Thank you. Okay, that's it. All right, very good.
Okay, for item 29, that's the report on COVID-19 response.
Hello, Mr. Chair.
Get those mics as close as you can, Peter.
Yeah, well, it's Livia Casseri and myself reporting on COVID-19. I was going to talk for, I don't know how much time we have.
Take your time. Take all the time you need.
Okay, so I was going to talk about the tier system that we now are under, the schools, and the CDC guidance on encampments, and then quickly on our report, if that's okay.
Yes.
CDC guidance on what?
On the encampments.
On the encampments.
If you wish to have, if you wish.
Everyone has to use their outside voices today.
Yeah, sorry, I took my thing off. And Olivia is with me to fill in the details. So as you probably know, the governor has come out with a new tiered system rather than the previous watch list. It's somewhat similar and somewhat different. But there are 4 tiers. Purple is the worst. I don't know why they pick purple.
The most restrictive.
Most restrictive, yeah. Normally it's royal, but anyway. Then red, then orange, then yellow, and you're stuck at your initial tier for 3 weeks, all right? So we are purple, as is 87% of the rest of the state of California. Virtually every single major county except for San Diego is also in the purple guidance. The good thing about this is the website, which is covid19.ca.gov. If you go to that and you put in your county, there are a list of about 40 different entities, different types of businesses, and it identifies which ones are able to operate at this time. So it's actually a good website. The tiered system is a little bit confusing, I think. But anyways, you can go and you can look, so you can look at barbershops and hair salons under purple, and they actually are allowed to operate. Bars are not allowed to operate, with a few exceptions.
What's the web address again?
covid19.ca.gov. That is probably better than the dashboard that we use, because our dashboard is a little bit dated from time to time. But that's the updated California state one, and it's based on counties. So that's the tiered system, and I'd be happy to take questions if you have them. Second is the schools. I want to be fairly clear on this. There are 3 buckets of the school system. I think I talked about this last time. It's changed a little bit. The first bucket are things that the schools are allowed to do right now, currently. That includes things like child care, for one thing. But IEPs, assessments of of kids for what is it? For special ed, and mental health services. Those kinds of things are allowed currently. And then in addition to that are cohorts, which is related to the Capital Christian issue, which we had talked about before, that you are allowed to do cohorting of your students from K through 12 for online learning supervised by an adult, not including more than 25% of your school population.
Peter,
So-
I think you need to define what cohorting is.
Yes, I will.
I think a lot of people don't necessarily know what that
Right.
means.
So cohorting is putting together a group of kids, in this case, no more than 14, that are exposed to each other all the time, and then a teacher or a daycare worker, quote unquote, the daycare is allowed up to grade 12, that operates together every day of the week. But you're not allowed to do more than 25% of the population of the school. And it's supposed to be not doing any kind of education, but basically supervising the kids while they do their online work, which other kids could be doing from home.
Okay, I think the public uses the word pod.
Pod is another example for that.
It's more understandable. I mean, I just have a lot of questions from people that say, what's a cohort?
Sorry. So
if we
it
could
is-
use a different word, I think it would be.
Yes, it's like a pod, but less than 14 kids.
Okay.
So that's what's allowed currently in the schools.
Supervisor Frost, do you have a question?
Yes, I do. Peter, I was wondering if you could clarify I'm not sure I understand. I went to Capital Christian School and I saw the cohorts or pods, and I talked with one of the teachers there, and I don't understand if you have, say, 12 students
Right.
in a pod and they're socially distanced and they're working on their computer, and the teacher is sitting there with them
Right.
and is part of that group. What
Right.
is the difference between the teacher answering questions on their schoolwork or educating them versus not educating them?
It's a good question. It's the way the guidelines are set up. It's very simply, you can't be instructing, you have to only be overseeing, and I think the idea is it kind of keeps people separated more than they otherwise would be. I don't know exactly why education versus online oversight is different.
But when you say the guidelines, you mean state guidelines?
State.
Okay.
Is it based on data or, I mean, I don't.
I'm not sure if this was political or this was database, but most of the stuff that we were talking about in the tiers is database. So one of the good things about the tiered system is that they're looking more surgically, as we've talked about before, rather than bluntly at what's allowed and what's not allowed. And so they found, for example, that haircuts and salons are safer than bars, for example, assuming you wear masks and that you don't clean the beards, because obviously it's harder to shave beards with masks on.
Thank you.
Okay, so that's part one of schools. Second part of schools, the second bucket for schools is K through 5. Is it 5 or 6? It's K through 6. Sorry, I'm talking to my colleague here all the time. K through 6 for waivers for elementary schools, which can be applied for, which we're going to be granting or not granting in the middle of September. And we have put out a request for people who want waivers. We've gotten 13, if I'm not mistaken. And so we'll be making a decision on those in mid-September. And those are allowed regardless of the tier that you're in. And they're predominantly, if not completely, private schools and religious schools, because the smaller schools are more likely to be able to adapt, to be able to do the waivers. And that the waivers are based on guidance that the Public Health Division has sent out. The third bucket is the rest of the schools in general, K through 12, and that is related to what was the watch list. It's now our tier, and so we have to be in our tier for 3 weeks. And if you're 2 weeks is it 2 weeks at the red? So 2 weeks in red. So we'll be probably 5 weeks out from being able to open the schools, assuming that we move to the reds. And that's about where we were. We had talked about, Livia and myself and Dave Gordon had talked about the fact that we'd probably be able to start school in early October, and that's probably around where we are, assuming we get to the red tier. So those are the 3 buckets of school.
Can I ask a question, Peter?
Yeah.
Given the new tier system, if I heard you correctly, the 37 counties in California that have started in this new regimen as purple counties.
Right.
The best case scenario for them to change their status is 3 weeks, correct? You have to be in
3 weeks plus 2 weeks of improved status. Like you have to be in red tier level for 2 weeks.
I understand, but because this is the beginning of a new way to consider the pandemic and how we respond as a state, the best case is 3 weeks, but that doesn't necessarily mean that we'll be out of it in 3 weeks.
That's correct.
Because if we don't progress enough, that will stay in purple, correct?
That's correct.
Okay.
And our metrics, the 2 metrics that this is based on are percent positivity of tests. So we got to be under 8%. We're currently at 6.6%, but they have us higher in the 8.1. But our data says 6.6%.
Well, that's kind of a big deal. So can you explain?
Yes. So our dashboard is a little bit dated, and I think that the state's dashboard is a little bit more up to date. But we have an ability to challenge, if you will, the tier that we're in. So we were most recently on with 6.6. Right.
So we say we're at 6.6. What does the state say Sacramento County is at?
It says 8.1.
Okay.
But right now, if you're on red for one and purple for another, you still end up purple.
Okay.
So we are purple on cases per 100,000. You've got to be under 7 per 100,000 on a 7-day period. So that's about 105 cases per 7 days, per day for 7 days.
Okay. Supervisor Kennedy?
Okay.
Thank you, Chair. So with going back to schools, so we have the private schools and we have the public schools. And I know that you've been working closely with Dr. Gordon with all of the school districts. Ultimately, if we're in a place where we can open them, is it still up to, is it us, you, or is it SCOE that will make that determination?
It's combined. It's a collaborative issue, which we did originally when we closed the schools, and we will do further. Olivia and I talk to Dave probably 3 times a week.
Right. So even if we were in a place where we meet all the criteria, SCOE could still determine that they want to remain closed and do distance learning, or vice versa.
So if I can answer that.
Yeah, this is, I'm sorry, but this is, I know the governor's thrilled with his 4-color system, but this is even more confusing than it was before.
It is difficult, but basically right now the reason that the schools are not able to open is because of the tier that we're in. Anyone who is in tier 1 or purple, the schools by default are in distance learning only. The state did permit the waiver process, which we are going through, and we have a team that's reviewing the applications that we have received. And then for those, especially the cohort or pod system was set up mainly for students that are special needs, because there are some students that do require that level of interaction and instruction from their teacher. So that's why it was set up. Also because feedback that was received from many of the counties, especially knowing that some parents were setting up these pods at home and they were not really following the social distancing, they felt that being able to provide clearer guidance would help, and be able to provide, especially for some of the parents that do not have the option of being able to stay home because of the type of work that they have, being able to have them in a safe environment. And the important thing about the cohorts or pods is one, that they're able to maintain the social distancing, but also that they're also able to remain a stable group. So you can't have interaction between the different groups. You can't have a teacher going from one group to another, so that if there is an exposure in one of those groups, then that would be the only one that would be impacted, that would have to be quarantined.
So,
And then the K through
12, if he was asking, what if SCOE determines not to go forward?
So right now, we work very closely with SCOE, and actually we've also been able to outreach to the private schools as well. But basically, we had come up with a system for a hybrid when the schools would be ready to open up. So at this point, we have to wait until we are in the red tier or tier 2 for 2 weeks, and then that would be a decision that we can make. But my understanding from most of the school districts is that, especially if they know that the numbers are down and we have a system for being able to test quickly, which we're also working on, that they would be prepared to do the hybrid.
Yeah, so I think in answer to your question, it is up to the school districts themselves. They work closely with SCOE and us, and I think it would be a joint decision.
okay, so if we're in tier 2,
Yep.
I guess we're calling it whatever, how does that affect the special ed population?
Special ed population is already dealt with.
So special ed can meet with 14 or less
Correct.
now in person if the school district says they want to do that.
Correct, yes.
Is that right?
Yes.
That's correct.
Okay. I thank you because that means I might get my.
Sorry, I know it's confusing in the
Well,
tiers.
no, I might get my guest bedroom back is all what I'm saying. So that's okay. Thank you.
Okay. So third aspect.
Hold on. Supervisor Frost?
Yes, I'm so confused because I had the impression that the CDPH had issued guidelines relating to waivers, and that if you had less than 200 per 100,000, you could issue waivers to qualified schools.
Yep.
And then you stated that we were waiting until September 15 to begin issuing the waivers. So I have one question regarding why are we waiting, because this is really hard on the kids. The second question I have is, now you're saying that we have to be in the red tier. We've gone to this new purple-red thing and all these colors, and we can't issue waivers until we're in the red tier.
Yeah.
And that, so does that mean that's an overlay on the CDPH requirement for waivers?
No, so the second bucket, which are waivers for elementary schools, waivers are allowed now. We have made the decision based on our number of cases and the number of deaths and the number of hospitalizations to wait till mid-September to make that decision.
And it seems like throughout this process, we've been proud because we've done such a good job. We were one of the large metropolitan cities that did such a good job on keeping the COVID-19 count down. And I know in the larger populated areas, it might be a little bit more difficult. So is that part of your consideration? Like, we have areas in our county that are more rural in nature, and a lot of the rural counties are not having the same impact with COVID that maybe we are, or San Francisco or LA. Right. So in those outlying areas, are they more likely to be able to qualify for a waiver sooner?
Right, so that's a very good point, but I'll point out that in areas that are of the county that are disparate, like Galt, for example, has a big outbreak. So we're not the rural areas don't necessarily have a smaller outbreak than the other urban areas, and particularly because the migratory workers and the day workers who are potentially in the southern part of the county are actually getting this disease at higher rates than the other populations. That also impacts it.
But if they're in an area that has a lower per 100,000 rate?
Well, First of all, we have them by zip codes, and the number of neighborhoods and zip codes that are affected by this are relatively similar. I mean, they're not like 5 or 10 zip codes in the southern part of the county that are at 4 per 100,000 versus 20 per 100,000 in Oak Park, for example. It's relatively across the board.
Thank you.
All right, and then the last part is in.
I hate to do this, Supervisor Tully.
That's okay. You didn't finish. I can ask my questions all together. So
Okay.
good. Yeah.
The last part is the encampments, where we follow CDC guidelines on encampments. There have been emails back and forth, and I've addressed most of them, if not all of them. But you're definitely not allowed to have an encampment on private property. We've worked with the sheriff on this. So private property is definitely not allowed. Also, if they're spoiled or detritus, which is like food that is old or whatever, that can be removed, when there was some concerns about that not being removed. And if they're homeless folks or the encampments are impinging on a major public infrastructure, for example, some of the river bridges and things like that are being done on the American River Parkway, those also exclude the encampments. So we've had actually a fairly good experience with it in terms of dealing with the sheriff and the police department. They've been doing it appropriately, and I think we have a decent agreements with them in terms of how it's been operating.
I have a question about what you said about encampments on private property. Is that, I assume that's because it's under the rubric of public health for the entire county, that applies to all the cities within the county as well?
Yes, it does.
Because I know the city of Sacramento is currently having a debate about encampments, that very specific issue, encampments on private property and whether or not to sanction that.
The private property encampments are allowed to be removed.
Okay.
Period. So part of the problem with the increased number of encampments now, there's been a large concern with the number of increased encampments, particularly like in the River District and a few other areas. Mm-hmm. And the reason for that is that obviously shelters that are congregate shelters, people are not accepting as many people as before, and some more of them are out on the street.
Supervisor Tully?
Yeah, I wanted to talk about two of the areas you talked, Dr. Bielenson. I guess let's start with the one we're on right now. And you heard the caller earlier this morning, and I know my office over the last several weeks has received numerous inquiries, calls in that Bradshaw, Mayhew, Butterfield, Folsom Boulevard corridor. One, obviously, there are a couple of light rail stations there that folks can easily access public transportation. Some of the pictures that came in yesterday, photographs were taken by one of the residents, showed some situations that, again, I don't need to go into any great description here, but where I think the sanitary conditions certainly become of heightened concern. And I will agree that the homeless outreach team has been responsive. It's not just the sheriff's officers. Obviously, we have the ability to have social workers, mental health, and public health workers with them as well. But we have a growing concentration in that area, some of it on private property, some in the public rights-of-way. And I think one of the, for those that are familiar, and I'm sure most in this room, if not most folks that are watching, you've got both your transportation corridors, light rail, as well as trains, heavy rail trains. You have a freeway overcrossing, you have Folsom Boulevard, a major arterial, and then you have neighborhood streets and business districts that are all accessed off of Folsom Boulevard. And again, it may be similar to what we have in other areas of the county, but what is it that we can do relative to sanitation issues? I heard you say about rotting food, and certainly the encampments can be an issue just because of of their placement. And you said if there's some sort of public safety issue, and I know that RT and I think Union Pacific, if we've been able to get through to them, have reacted to proximity to trains that pass and so forth. But is there nothing beyond what you just described that being done? Because again, you heard the frustration from one of the callers, but I've taken a good deal of that input, both in writing as well as in phone calls from folks that we've tried to be responsive. And again, I think teams of folks have been responsive. But we talk about the public health as it relates to the pandemic, and certainly trying to guard against transmission of the disease. But we've got another issue, and it's not just an aesthetic one, it's one that relates to public safety. I know that Sheriff Jones and his team, if there are other illicit activities that are unrelated to pandemic or so forth, that they can certainly will be responsive to that. But what else could you suggest? I mean, at least from your, you and Dr. Kasseri, because again, one only needs to drive. If you haven't already, go take a look for yourself, and you can see what people are talking about. And the frustration is growing with the neighborhood folks and with our businesses in the area. And again, I want to do whatever we can do, certainly within the confines of the law and what we're dealing with here under the, the regulations with the pandemic. But I don't think it's a good situation for anybody at this juncture.
So first, let me just give the rationale for why we have people protected in the encampments, and that is because they're getting food and water and health care by people going to those places and identifying them, and so continuity of care is important. That being said, it is clear that on private property, you do not have a right to have the encampment. So most of these places, I've gotten calls, and I get calls fairly often from folks, including from homeless advocates, that so-and-so is being moved and an encampment is being moved at such and such a location, and I'll go out there, like at Stockton and 7300 Stockton, and actually they were on private property. And I don't know if that's I think that's the city, this SPD, but they moved them. Same is true with the spoiled food and things like that. And we've also been able to move, like on Bassler, which I think is in Supervisor Cerna or Kennedy's district. There was a porta potty with water fountains there that we were asked to move, which we did, and has helped to ameliorate the issue. So I don't actually. I mean, I know you guys get a lot of these comments. I have not been getting that many of them, which generally speaking, I get them when you get them. And so if there was a huge problem, I think we would know more. I'm not denying that there's a problem, but we're also somewhat trapped in terms of what we can do.
Well, it's a growing problem, and I can just tell you, pre-pandemic, we had, as we have throughout our community, a few homeless folks here and there, and we obviously work with them, certainly from not just a law enforcement perspective, but from a social service and a human standpoint. But the concentration is growing, and I think the distinction between where public property begins and ends and where private property begins and ends, that can be a little blurred. But along that corridor, again, I'm pretty familiar with my district, and I can tell you that it's grown significantly, and it may be because they get pushed on from other areas, and they can get a light rail ride or a bus ride to there, or they make their way there, however they make their way. But again, I think and we'll send the photographs to you. I haven't been sending those to you. I know both you and Dr. K have been very responsive on the public health end of it. Dr. Bielenson, I appreciate that. But I'll send them to you because, again, if there's something that can be done, because I think the HOT team and maybe even our social workers are feeling a little frustrated because people, if they deny, if we say we have a place for them to go, we can't make them go. If we have room available.
Actually, that's not true. Is
that true?
No. So on the public health order and the guidance by CDC, it says that there's an A and a B, and if there is housing available at that time, that ameliorates the need to keep the encampment.
The encampment. So
yes, it's part A and B of number 9. I think it's number 9 of the health order.
Okay, so I guess I would say, and maybe I can just look to NAV, and again, I know Sheriff Jones is here on another matter, but if we have a team of folks that go out there, and unless our shelters are completely full and there's no, maybe Bruce can weigh in as well, if there's no beds available, then that's understandable. But if we have availability of beds, and this can be for anywhere in the county, but in an area where we have a concentration, and we know we've got 10 beds available, and we make that offer and they say no, then we give them the proper notice and we can move those encampments, if I understand correctly, as long as we
that's the way the order is written.
Okay, and then I guess I would just ask for some attention, and maybe I'm sure there's other members of this board who maybe have other areas. We don't have enough beds for all the homeless folks. I get that, and that's part of the reason why that they're, I think, taking the, the liberties to camp in those public areas. But I assume we have some capacity in the system, and if not, then maybe we need to use some CARES money and get some more capacity so we can deal with their neighborhood issues, because people are getting terribly frustrated about it. And again, we're not going to solve it all. And again, I know I see it throughout the county. We all travel, but if that's a strategy, if we have some beds and rooms available. So Bruce, maybe you can just weigh in, because I think it's important, because there's there's compassionate interest in this, but there's also, as you heard the caller this morning, and that's not, we all get calls like that pretty frequently, and I just want to be able to effectively deal with it, not just say we can't do anything, because we can do something, and if we can do something, then that's better than nothing. So maybe you can.
Supervisor, I was just going to say that when we've had these issues in the past, step one is to get, as you said, some of our team out there, work with the folks who are there, try to connect them with services, connect them with the housing that we do have, work with public health in the context of the public health order to see what else we can do to clean up the trash, and if they're on private property, deal with that.
Okay. Well, again, Bruce and Nav, I know you're both listening and we're responding here. And I think working with our HOT team, who, again, I know they're probably exhausted just like our health workers are, but I would ask for, in that general area, I can give you the streets, we can certainly share the photographs, and I know that some of these folks are identifiable. I want to help them, but I also want to, to address the neighborhood issues there. And I'm encouraged by the fact that we have the ability to at least do something, so we'll get you the information before the day's out. So thanks. I just wanted to follow up one other thing on the schools, if I could. Then
Don, sure. I wanted to talk about
Okay,
homeless
go ahead.
too. Can
Okay,
we just
fine.
connect it?
Sure.
Because I have the same exact problems, and we're not sending them to you because it appears we're getting confusing and conflicting information. And I had just asked my staff this morning to get me the state CDC regulations, because I've been told that they don't say they can't be moved, but that they suggest as opposed to will. And I'd like to know more about that. Our residents are they're just going crazy over not being able to move these encampments. The longer people camp on the sidewalk, they move on to private property. It moves out lengthwise on the sidewalk. There's dirty everything. It's just unacceptable that it can be moved. I understand, I don't know this to be a fact, that there's confusion with the HOT team on what the regulations are and what they can and can't do, and they're getting calls that with conflicting information about what is acceptable and what they can do. And I would suggest that you write a memo to the Sheriff's Department, the HOT team, and explain exactly what they can do and why, because it is not clear. Okay. I mean, it may be clear in your mind, but I don't think it's clear in the people who are working on this particular issue. I just said there's extreme frustration.
Okay.
And when we try and explain the reasons why, there's usually a big blow up, and we don't send them on to you because we've been dealing with some of it before the virus problem, but I just think our position and the reason why is not clear to all the people that deal with it.
Okay.
So
We'll be
just
happy
want
to
you to
do-
know.
We'll be happy to do that.
Thank you.
Maybe if I just could piggyback on it, I'll hold my question on the schools, because one other thing occurs to me that we have the ability to voucher folks in. Again, it may be temporary housing, but you can there are ways to deal with it. We don't necessarily have to build a new shelter in order to accommodate this, particularly under the pandemic. And so I don't know where we are at with our capacity, but it would seem to me that we ought to be able to. At least with some level of success, to go out and again, if they refuse and we have a room available, then we give the proper notice and we can remove the encampment, just as we were able to pre-pandemic, if I'm not mistaken. I mean, there had to be a process, and so we want to be certainly cognizant of the people's situation. But if I'm understanding you correctly, Dr. Bielenson, and I see Dr. Kay there too, I would just what Bruce says. Then, and again, if we need to have other capacity, let's use some CARES money. If we need to buy, whatever we need to do.
Well, they have to have the COVID to use the CARES money.
Yeah.
No.
Well, no, I don't think so.
No, it can be
No,
at risk.
preventative,
It can be
right?
So one of the things that we have seen is there actually are a lot more people because of the motels. We have about 900 people in the motels. The vast majority of them are at risk for COVID. They don't have COVID.
Oh, we changed the rule then.
That was, yes.
So,
that was
so
the way it was.
So it's pretty blanketed. So it gives us the ability to actually go out there and do something.
Yes.
Preventative.
Yeah, preventative, exactly. So I think that's
and to be in defense of our public health folks and ourselves, we have a very small level of COVID, both in the jail and in the congregate in the homeless services area. So it's worked quite well.
Well, they lowered the age group, right? From 55 to 50
yes, so
or 51.
under 55 because
Yeah.
who have underlying conditions.
But that may not be clear. I just think.
Well, it's full, so I think it's relatively clear. But I hear you. We'll go back and take a look at the general homeless information in general.
But I think what Supervisor Peters is stressing is it's clear when it's practically clear for the people we represent. So again, with all due respect, I'm sure it's very clear to the health professionals and those that are dealing with this as close as you are, and we certainly appreciate that. But just so it's not a case where you think it's just one district. I too, in District 1, have the same situation. At Freedom Park Drive and I Street in the area around McClellan Park. Same thing as the same frustrations that Supervisors Natali and Peters have expressed. And so I just think there's got to be a better way to explain it and to make clear to our constituents the do's and don'ts and what we can and cannot do per the state. And
it's actually per the feds, this federal CDC.
Whoever it is.
But I know, I understand. I'm just saying. But I will put out such a piece shortly.
If I could just weigh in a little further on this, it would seem to me that with our initiative to deal with homelessness, chronic homelessness, and we had an approach pre-pandemic that, again, it had limitations on it, both resource-wise, but also obviously housing and ability to move folks through the system. But we have that, and that hasn't gone away. And if we're seeing, particularly in our areas, and part of the whole hot team approach in the Parkway Initiative, Neighborhood Initiative, is that if we focused on it there, that we knew there was going to be some push out potentially into other areas, geographical areas of the county. But now with the pandemic, and I think a number of other compounding factors, including I think effects of loss of jobs and so forth, we see homelessness. At least much more visibly with a lot of the encampments and the right-of-ways and in community areas. And I think that part of the impression has been that, well, you just can't do anything about it. And I think what we're hearing here today is that, yes, we can do something about it. We can be compassionate in our approach to it. And I would just say, though, if it doesn't meet the COVID criteria relative to any of the cost center, there are other initiatives this county has, again, with limitations, and I would encourage us, particularly in the unincorporated area, as it relates to that, and certainly in the Parkway, but it goes to working with our partner cities and so forth. But I can tell you that's one of the quips that I get from folks. Well, just go down the way and look at city A or city B. They don't have that issue. How come you out here just across the city line? And so I think we need to be respectful and responsive of that because again, it's everywhere, but it's not as prevalent in some areas as it is. And I think and we're seeing the concentration because there may be a different focus, either from an enforcement side or interpretation side as it relates to some of the other jurisdictions. And so I don't want to move the problem around. I want to deal with folks, meet them where they're at. So
we'll get a piece to you guys by the next couple of days, and then we'll send it out if it's okay with you all.
Yeah, and it's not all on you, Dr. B or Dr. K. I mean, again, Bruce has certainly responded, but we have a whole, within our social services, our Department of DHA, and so DHHS is a part of it, and certainly with law enforcement, our partner agencies that that help us with housing and mental health and a number of components. But I do think that our teams of folks, again, need to be there, and it's not just public health. You have a very important and critical role in all of this, but I would like to see a little more effort concentrated to help. Otherwise, I think that, what you're hearing from us is just going to continue in the calls to our offices, but I think the, calls for us to do something are going to become even more clear. So
Before we leave this specific topic and hear from Supervisor Frost, those that are watching and certainly those that are at the podium understand that there's an expectation that at each of our board meetings from here on out, we're going to get this kind of report. So I think it's important to note that you're hearing very clearly a consistent concern expressed by a majority of us at least. So I would like you to please be prepared at the next time we have you in front of us to maybe focus on that. And I know in the interim, we're not going to wait. You're going to get us some more information, but I think it's obviously a sub-issue of the pandemic that warrants probably some further discussion.
We can probably talk briefly about the tiered system in the schools each time if you wish as well.
I'm still have comments regarding the homeless.
Supervisor Frost?
I do also have something on the schools. I did want to also chime in and say I'm having the same problems in my district, in particular with the P-bids and their communications, the communications between, I guess, public health and HOT and, frustration over the inability to move homeless people from those public and public spaces. And so it sounds to me like, based on the conversation I heard between you and my colleagues, that there should be no reason why P-bids do not have, there's not a protocol that can be business as usual in moving homeless out of that business district.
If there's housing available for them at that time.
You have to have housing.
So
Otherwise, it's private property.
And when you're sending out that written protocol, or that Supervisor Peters has requested, if we can make sure that the sheriff department is included in that, because the P-bids are hearing that, per public health orders, they can't be moved. And it sounds like there's an added level of resources, because Bruce said, if HOT can't move them, call us, because we'll go out there and we'll figure it out. So we need something in writing that clarifies what the next steps are, so that they're not having this same frustration in the commercial districts.
So I'll get that to you by the end of the week, and then we can discuss it at the next meeting, if that's okay.
And then I just wanted to go back to outdoor recreation in schools. Were you going to cover that, or
outdoor recreation?
Yeah.
Or schools?
I know outdoor recreation is considered safer. That I'm under the impression that young students and children can condition, but they cannot have contact sports. And I wonder if you can please explain to me why a band, where they have individuals who can be socially distanced, playing their own instrument that they brought from their home, that they're going to take back to their home, even if they didn't have the entire band out on the field, portions, the string section could practice. And, is there a way that we can help? The children are, I'm getting letters from doctors, and they're really, this isolation is really hard for them. So is there a way that we can, what's the difference between that and conditioning exercises with a sports team?
So what's driving some of the decisions, especially on some of the recreation activities, is the knowledge that COVID-19, the way it spread, especially if people are singing or blowing instruments, actually it increases. And so the 6 feet separation is actually not sufficient. So at this time, the state, the guidelines they have given us is that so far only the sports conditioning is permitted at this time.
Well, what if they're 12 feet apart?
I know that they're discussing that, but right now we do not have any guidelines for it, so we are not able to permit it at this time. Once we get the guidelines, we will definitely put that out. But right now, the only one that we have the approval for is the sports conditioning.
Are there alternate outdoor activities that they can do?
At this time, the only other thing that that the state has given us guidance for is once school starts, they do say that as many of the activities as you can have outdoors actually reduces the risk, but otherwise no other recreational activities have been permitted.
And there's some inconsistency on a lot of this. As you know.
Yes.
And we have to operate within it.
I agree. Thank you.
Supervisor Tully?
Yeah, on a couple other topical areas that I think maybe others are hearing about, but I wanted to follow up to our discussion a week ago, a couple weeks ago when we took the action.
Alpha 1.
Huh?
Alpha 1.
Alpha 1.
Alpha 1 is the answer to your question.
Oh. Alpha 1. I wanted to ask about the food banks that we took.
So the food banks and the health vans, if you will.
Yeah.
The health vans, which you talked about, is very important. We're using Alpha 1 to do that until we get the contract with the HIM, whatever they're called, MIH. And then the food banks, we're contracting through actually I was going to talk about that in a minute.
Okay.
But we're contracting through one of our contracts, or subcontracting through one of our contracts.
Okay, so because we made a specific allocation to Sacramento Food Bank, but we know as was talked about, there are other food banks,
Yes,
and some of them get direct foodstuffs from them, but not entirely. And so I guess, as to how we do that outreach, and then, so you're contracting with who then to?
Well, it's through Sierra Health Foundation. We're contracting, which I'll talk about in a second. If that's okay.
Well, I won't get ahead of you on that. I did want a newer issue that's been raised, but I think it goes to some of the questions that Supervisor Frost asked, but just about where people are doing their studies, how they connect to both distance learning, but to the follow-on libraries and so forth. And we have a distinct deficiency in some neighborhoods. It was actually raised in some of the discussion we heard earlier regarding equity and budgeting and so forth, and that relates to Wi-Fi access. And I know Regional Transit, we had an effort earlier in the spring to assist in some of the neighborhoods by having a hotspot bus available and so forth. But we're getting inquiries, and I know Bruce got some of the information routed his way yesterday from my office. That our public parks, we have independent park districts who are partners, and again, outdoor areas that are not for the organized activities that aren't allowed currently under the guidelines, but for folks to be there, and that those might be logical spots for Wi-Fi hotspots, at least during certain hours. I know that if you have hotspots during, all the time, it can be, other issues. We've had that with libraries and so forth, if it's, too late into the evening and such. But and there was money in the CARES Act, or at least reimbursements for distance learning. And so I guess if there's some way to consider this, and has public health, have you been approached by, I know one of the park districts that overlaps three supervisorial districts, Cordova Recreation Park District, did outreaches recently yesterday about that to see if there's some ability working with other partners to bring additional Wi-Fi opportunities to, again, students and parents and others who are, at home most of the days, and some of these neighborhoods don't have great Wi-Fi access. So, which is important if we encourage people to stay home, to, limit their activities. So, again, I'm curious for Dr. K or Dr. B.
We have not been involved in that up to this point, but I think what you're saying is very important. And I think that's something that we can go back and check with our partners, with the schools, because we're really dependent on them to be able to tell us if there are issues that we're able to help with. So definitely that's something that we will take back.
Okay, so in case of park districts, and then obviously there's more than one, and they're independent of this board in most cases, if we have them work through your office again. I'm not trying to burden you, because again, I know you're trying to...
We work with SCOE, like literally we talk to them 2 or 3 times a week.
SCOE, so but that's different than the park district. So
no, I understand, but they would be very involved with this because they do the education part.
Okay, but again...
We will check with them and see how we can help.
Yeah, and not that people are conducting classes out in those parks, but again, for people to have areas where they can actually do their studies after school, or and to have that access, that's important, I think, for a lot of transactions, but certainly for some of the things we're asking people to do. And again, the libraries are closed, but they have ability to access them, through Wi-Fi. So I just think it's important, and it apparently was covered at least generally under some of the CARES Act money. So we'll make sure we route those through you.
Sure.
In regards to that. That's all I had right now. Thanks.
So I'll give the brief update, and you can tell me how much you want on this. First of all, we broke it into the $23.4 million, which we had already had, and the $45 million, which is new. So the $23.4 million of the $23.4 million, $11.05 million has been spent. A large chunk of that has been the money that went to STEM Express for the testing. 8.8 million has been encumbered, mostly through contracts that have actually started, but we are applying for retro. So that's not, about 20 million of the 23 million has been spent or encumbered, and 3 million is left over so far with approved spending to go forward, and that's predominantly on homeless issues and public health contractual issues.
So, Dr. Benson, you bring up a point I was going to stress, and I will stress in writing in terms of a expected memo from me to the CEO. But as part of our budget deliberations, one of the things that I still am a little baffled about, or not baffled, but I still want some clarity on, is wanting to understand the total balance of the CARES Act funding, that because of the way that the accounting has been done relative to the budget, in other words, to preserve the balance for our general fund, moving forward, when you take out the 23 million, when you take out the 45 million, 11 million you just mentioned, I'm going to want to know on September 9th, what balance do we have basically left of CARES Act money, so that, not just for public health, but for all COVID response, that we will have to respond to the pandemic between September 9th and December 31st. Because again, as I stressed and others stressed at the last hearing where we appropriated the 45 million, the money is not evaporated, right? Because of the way that this has been accounted for, right or wrong in the county, there is CARES Act funding available. So part of our obligation to understand where we are from a general fund perspective, we also need to understand where we are from a CARES Act perspective. So I expect that that'll be part of the conversation on the 9th.
Okay. All right, I should just point out that the business reopening navigators and the contact tracers, we have subcontracted with a wide variety of ethnically diverse groups, including Greater Sacramento Urban League, La Familia, Roberts Family Center, Hmong Youth and Parents United, City Church, Asian Resources, Sol Collective, and Sacramento Covered, and we've served 13 different languages in those subcontracts. So that's where we are with the 23.4 million. Again, we've spent 11 million of it, we've encumbered 8.5 million of it, and we have 3.5 million still to spend. On the $45 million, which we just got approval from, was it last week or 2 weeks ago, we've spent $1.6 million on Qualtrics, which is an EHR.
That's a system that we are using to be able to contact people who are positive, to notify them of their results, and also to check on them. Sends messages through their phone.
Okay, and then we have 2 major contracts that we're pursuing right now. They have not been completed yet or brought to you, so they're still in the budgeted side of the ledger. That's with Sierra Health Foundation for $15.6 million, and staffing companies, temporary staffing companies that we've used before to help with our temporary staffing, and that will bring to you probably in 2 weeks, or I guess in 3 weeks next time. I think we should probably have those contracts down, ready to bring to you. But that's where we are with the money. Then NAB wanted me to just bring up for you that I think we'll present quarterly. It's the grants that have been coming in. We have $3.8 million in grants, mostly from the federal government. $2.7 million of it has been for PPE. So these are like scattered grants, and we'll report back to you on them on a quarterly basis because they don't move that fast.
And this is separate from CARES Act, correct?
This is separate from CARES Act, but it is COVID-19 related grants. So that's our report for today.
Thank you. Supervisor Tully?
Yeah, I just wanted to forward, we got a communication, I believe it came to all members of the board from a couple of our community partners, the Sacramento Self-Help Housing and the St. Vincent de Paul of Sacramento. Apparently have partnered on a project called Project Exodus where they would look for long-term placement for 160 men and women, homeless, some of them obviously exiting from incarceration in jail, but and they have an urgent need. I don't know if that's been routed through process yet. It just came in Friday, so I don't know if you see, but it would seem to me maybe something, again, along the lines that we were talking about, having enough housing for folks during the pandemic. Yeah.
Supervisor Cerna did forward that on to us. Bruce Wagstaff and I have it. We're going to work with Supervisor Cerna on it.
Okay, I didn't know where it had gone through. I didn't know.
And our homeless team was taking a look at that, Supervisor. As you said, it just came in last week, late last week, so we're taking a look at that.
Okay, again, because it may provide some relief along the lines we were talking about, or some more capacity, so then we can deal with some of the other issues that are related to this. Okay, thank you. That's all.
Supervisor Kenny?
Thank you, Chair. This is probably more for Mr. Gill than it is for the doctors. We keep hearing at every meeting when we have this discussion about CARES Act is that it has to be spent by the end of the year. Is there any chance that we're not going to spend all of that money?
So it's if we are confronted with that situation that we cannot spend, we have eligible expenses that we can show Treasury that will convert that money into basically general fund money. And that discussion, if we get to that spot that we're not spending, it's not on, encumbrance is not good enough. You got to spend the money. We plan on being back to the board, so you know that we are swapping the money. It becomes general fund. That takes the time limit off it.
Okay, and you and I have gone back and forth correspondence over this issue, and I would be more favorable of, instead of instituting a budgetary scheme that makes sense legally, and it does, in getting money out to the community. As I said at the last time we had this discussion, as an example, we're looking at now 40% of small businesses going out of business and permanently. That's not going to help our homeless situation. That's not going to help families. It's going to devastate neighborhoods, devastate communities. So just as we get closer to those deadlines, I would be more interested in looking at ways that we could help minimize and mitigate those issues than I would about just relieving our general fund. That's more of an editorial.
It is, but if I could just clarify, I think this is what ends up creating some of the issues. What I am alluding to is that we know we have a December 31 deadline, and if we get money out on December 1, they don't spend it, then we got to give the money back. What I'm offering to the board is, and as we're working with with Dr. Bielenson, is that if it comes up that they're not going to spend the money, and whatever there might be a change in it, rather than returning the money to Treasury, is for us to go through the process of freeing that money up in the general fund, and then the board has the ability to direct that where the board wants to direct it without the constraints that we have with the CARES Act.
In terms
and
of the
timeline.
calendar. In terms of the calendar.
Yeah, calendar. Then you have much more flexibility with that money, and we've satisfied what the U.S. Treasury wanted. That's what I'm offering.
Thank you.
And I should say that the Sierra Health Foundation, the $15.6 million, most of that's going to be subcontracted out to a variety of community-based organizations.
Okay.
So that's our report.
Well, okay, any further questions for our two health professionals? Busy health professionals? Thank you. Appreciate it.
Chairperson Cerno, we have 5 public commenters on this item.
Okay.
Caller, please start your comment.
Hi, I'm speaking on the COVID-19, the equity and access, and just some solutions. Mobile Wi-Fi. One of the things we're dealing with is the fact that our youth are being disconnected and they don't have the ability because they don't have the technology at home. And the COVID-19 is impacting that on a higher level, as well as taking a look at putting a moratorium on the evictions as well as the foreclosures. Pre-COVID-19, we had issues with compliance. But California is a non-judicial foreclosure state, and it's supposed to be a private contract between parties. But California's county recorders, county sheriffs, and the county superior courts are all participating because they've allowed this to be turned into an unlawful detainer situation. So we're right now dealing with the homeless crisis, but it's going to increase as long as the moratorium is not extended. The moratorium should be extended in less than 90 days from the time that the COVID ban is here. And I want to make sure that we all keep in consideration that the policies that are being enacted are in compliance with the California state and the federal constitution. Because right now we're being subjected to the use of medical masks, which are medical devices according to the FDA, by non-medical practitioners. Our businesses are being forced to close, and then they're being forced to force their customers to put masks on. They're forced to make medical decisions, and I have also been subjected to biometrics, having to have the temperatures taken. So we need to make sure that we have placed our policies in alignment with the duty to ensure the Republican guaranteed form of government and constitutional restrictions, and not to create color of law that inflicts further discrepancies and further divide in what we have in the inequities facing our communities.
Thank you.
Hello, caller, please start your public comment and turn any devices the meeting is playing in the background.
Yeah, I want to point out a couple of things. You know, all this conversation around housing, like, it's pretty obvious, and including to several members of this board, I think, that we actually need permanent structural solutions to homelessness, but it requires investment in housing, as well as other health and human services that wrap around to support that. And just want to point out that on August 11th, this board, 3 of its supervisors voted down calling for the approval of an application for the Home Key program worth up to $17.3 million that could have actually provided some permanent housing beyond just the current emergency that it was started under. Not only that, but I also want to point out, too, that I know many of you haven't had the chance yet, probably, to review the budget documents that Nat Gill's office released just on Friday. But you'll notice that when it comes to the recommended reductions in the current budget, a lot of those, the vast majority of those reductions come from health services, over the total reduction rate of over $6 million with a net county cost of $5.8 million. That includes about almost $3.5 million cuts from the psychiatric health facility funding BEDS program, supporting mandated contract services to county residents, including hearing officers for patients on involuntary hold, state hospital beds. You know, all of these things that you are talking about having less of, your active, like the current proposed budget is actively taking money away from that. You're also cutting reducing funding in key services like mental health counselors, reducing reducing the full-time equivalent rates for these respective areas in health services, while barely doing any of that for the largest budget increases that are currently in the fiscal year 2020 budget, particularly the sheriffs, which is according to this total, only having a reduction of about $2.5 million. One of those from reducing the full-time equivalent rates for a deputy sheriff position from the sexual assault felony enforcement team. And this is particularly troubling considering that the sheriff already has a horrible clearance rate on violent crimes compared with the rest of the state, particularly in sexual assault situations where the sheriff's office only clears about 9.3% of the sexual assaults that have happened within the past year. So again, I always find it comical that of hearing the county executive talk about how it can shift, do these swaps of federal CARES funding dollars to free up money in the budget, like when it shifted money, 85% of the 181 million.
Can you please conclude your remarks? Can you please conclude your remarks?
Sure, I will conclude my remarks. You all need to really pay attention to the shell game that Nav Dale's office is continuing to do. And if you actually care about providing these structural solutions, you really need to actually put money into where the community's interests best lie, and that includes things like home key program and health services.
Thank you.
Hello, caller. Please start your remarks.
Hi, my name is Nikki Jones, and I'm a friend of a lot of people that live outside. I have family members that live outside. To hear this board and to even Peter Bellianson talk about people that live outside like they are the problem. Really crushes me. And to hear you all continue down this route of criminalization when we know that homelessness is a policy decision that you have made. It is not a personal one. Is really disappointing. And if you work together to solve homelessness as carefully as you did and you organize today how you can ensure that people are continued into forced migration, we would maybe have some viable solutions on the table. But y'all refuse to do that. You refuse to even see and admit that sweeps continue to happen, that they're a policy and practice of your hot team. Your hot team does not provide services. It does not. Your social workers do not provide services. People are cleared. They are moved along. Their property is stolen, and they are abused by your paid and armed abusers. That is what happens. You do not offer services through your hot team, and you need to defund them. You need to pay for real social work to happen for people, not for continued torture and criminalization from an agency that has such a historic record of abuse and violation. We need to add services that help people stay clean and healthy. As Peter said, dirty everything. It wouldn't be that way if people had showers, access to laundry, or maybe even permanent housing. Business as usual to move back to moving people around is a sad and disgusting idea, especially at the behest of the business districts, Sioux Frost. The water, food, and hygiene support funding that the county has been giving to keep people in encampments alive during this scary time, scary for everyone. You guys talk about your city residents in two different sets. You talk about the very, very poor and the problems that they cause the not as poor. That is what you do, and that is what you've done today, and it's embarrassing. It seems as though you are only interested in building capacity, housing capacity, as a justification to move people around. Sick, sad. Your willingness to send in the guns on these people shows that you have no political will to solve the housing crisis Sacramento residents are facing.
Can you please conclude your remarks?
You are more interested in making it out of sight for your house complainants and corporate oligarchs.
Can you please conclude your remarks?
This is my final remark. With the eviction cliff pending and no real protections coming from the state, you better be moved to do something or this problem will get worse, and we are not a silent people.
Thank you.
People experiencing homelessness will fight back.
Thank you.
Hello, caller. Please start your remarks.
Hello, I am a Sacramento resident. I have been here my entire life, and what I am hearing today from several people here is really, really horrible. You should be ashamed of yourselves for talking about human beings like they are nuisances, like they are an infestation. I mean, moving homeless people around, like, what are you even able to think like long term at all? That does nothing to fix these problems. Property is not wanting people to be on property. Human lives are always going to be more important than property. Always. Just like your lives should be. And if you care about yourself, how can you not care about other people? The homeless crisis is 100% everywhere in the country, including here, because of political inability to provide adequate services to people. It has always been a systemic problem, no matter how much selfish people want to pretend it's just because people aren't trying hard enough and pulling themselves up by their bootstraps. Like, you have the resources. Just take a look at the millions and millions of dollars that get thrown at our police so that they can blow it on riot gear and terrorize the people that you're supposed to be working for. You don't beat a virus by beating it out of people and locking them in cages. That actually doesn't work against viruses as it happens. And that CARES money is supposed to be for COVID. Putting it in the general fund is literally just saying we want to use this on something else. Put it to community services, housing, and health services. It is actually that easy. You just have to actually care about people. You just have to care about people. I would highly recommend that some of the people here hop on over to Sac City and take a Sociology 300 class and learn a little bit about systemic oppression. It's really basic understanding that homelessness has always been a systemic problem, and coming up with excuses of, oh, well, you know, people are complaining because there's people that are on their property. The problem is that people have to be out there in the first place. Those people matter. They're always going to matter. They're always going to matter more than you want them to, and you have to actually care about them. So you should be ashamed of yourselves for talking about human beings like this. Have a nice day.
Thank you.
Hello, caller. Please start your remarks.
Hi, my name is Liz, and I'll keep it brief. I just wanted to bring to the board's attention that I don't believe that the state level CARES Act funding has been spoken about at all in recent weeks, which I believe is about 23 or 24 million from the state. So I just want to bring that to the board's attention to start talking about and not leave that in the hands of NAVGIL to mismanage again. I also wanted to point out that this loophole that NAV just described to allegedly backfill the general fund with CARES Act funding is not, I don't believe it's within the legal guidelines for the CARES Act. The Federal CARES Act requires, and this is just reading off their website, requires that the payments for the Coronavirus Relief Fund only be used for expenses that, one, are necessary expenditures incurred due to the public health emergency with respect to the COVID-19 pandemic. Two, were not accounted for in the budget most recently approved by the board. And three, were incurred during the period of March 1st, 2020 to December 30th, 2020. So please take leadership and don't leave this up to NAV again. Thank you.
Thank you.
And that was your last public comment.
Great, thank you. Okay, that was an informational item, one that we'll continue to receive on a regular basis. Next item, please.
Item number 30, introduce an ordinance amending various sections within Chapter 2.115 related to election campaign contribution limits and deleting Articles 5 and 6 related to public finance of elections and continue the ordinance to September 22nd, 2020 for adoption.
Okay.
And we do have Anne Marie Schubert on the line as well.
Okay. I was unaware that our clerk was going to present, so I guess, Ms. Evans, you're going to do so now?
Yes. So good morning, members of the board. Florence Evans with the clerk of the board, and I'll wait to get our district attorney is on the phone as well.
Yes, thank you.
Okay. So good morning, late good morning. Before you today is a recommendation to introduce an ordinance with amendments and deletions of sections within Chapter 2.115 in relation to the campaign contributions and the limits set therein. By request, the assessor, DA, and sheriff are requesting to establish a contribution limit for their county-wide elective offices. Currently, these offices do not have contribution limits set forth in your ordinance. Specifically, your board is considering setting a contribution limit in the amount of $25,000 from a person or organization during any election for the county-wide elective offices of the assessor, DA, and sheriff. Currently, Chapter 2.115 only has provisions for the county elective offices of the Board of Supervisors. It does not include the county-wide elective offices of the assessor, DA, and sheriff. Your board is also considering deleting Articles 5 and 6 related to the Campaign Reform Fund. This fund is regarding the use of public funds to finance an election campaign. Other amendments throughout the chapter are a result of the proposed amendments and requires adding new sections, reorganizing and renumbering sections, and deleting obsolete sections as necessary. AB 571 passed in 2019, and it amended the government code stating that an elective county office cannot accept contributions from an individual greater than $3,000 per election. AB 571 does not prohibit a county from establishing its own contribution limit above or less than $3,000, nor does it replace existing contribution limits that are set forth by a county or a city ordinance or resolution. AB 571 is effective January 1, 2021, and will apply to counties and cities that do not have contribution limits that are already set by an ordinance or resolution. And also, based on research, setting a limit is consistent with other counties with a population of 1 million or greater. As we take a look at some of the amendments, I'm going to start with Article 1 for your general provisions. And the background related to this is that countywide elective offices of the assessor, DA, and sheriff are large in scope by population compared to supervisorial district populations, and in order to run a meaningful campaign, it is recommended that your board set a limit for $25,000 from a person or organization. As expressed in their request, a $25,000 contribution limit appears to be reasonable reasonable, it allows for an effective and transparent campaign, and it also deters political influence over office holders. As it stands now, these respective offices do not have contribution limits. For comparison purposes, when you look at the Board of Supervisors contribution limit, it's $250 during an off-election cycle from a person or an organization. It's $1,200 from a person or $2,500 from an organization during a primary, general, or special election. And this is about 1/5 less population compared to countywide elective offices. For the City of Sacramento mayor, there's a $25,000 individual contribution limit, or $11,650 from a large political campaign, and this is about 1/3 less population compared to countywide elective offices. When you're looking at counties with 1 million or more population, 7 out of 10 have contribution limits for countywide elective offices, and the 3 that do not would be Riverside, San Bernardino, and Sacramento. Alameda County has a 1.6 million population, and their countywide elective offices contribution limit is $40,000. And Fresno County, with a 1 million population, has a $30,000 limit for their countywide elective offices, and they recently amended their ordinance to add that. Previously, they did not have a limit. Article 2, for the definitions. Some definitions were updated to reference countywide elective offices, and a new section was added defining a countywide elective office, and sections were also renumbered. In Article 3, contribution limits, I do want to put on the record that we do have a correction to Section 2.115.295 that county elective should read countywide elective, and throughout that section. So there were 2 new sections that were added for the countywide elective offices, proposing a $25,000 contribution limit, again, from a person or organization, during any primary, general, special, or special runoff election. Other amendments were part of the cleanup resulting from the renumbering and reformatting, and also referencing countywide elective offices throughout that section. And some language was also deleted because it referenced the campaign reform. In Article 4, related to the expenditure limits, this section was deleted because it relates to campaign reform, which was set in place to set a limit on expenditures if funds were intended to be used to finance an election from the reform fund. In Articles 5 and 6, Campaign Reform Fund and its budget. The Campaign Reform Fund is considered use of public funding to finance a campaign. The Reform Fund was established in the late 80s to address campaign reform issues during that time. It is recommended that the board delete this section because the county does not fund the Reform Fund and therefore does not fund campaign elections. Furthermore, there is litigation in California as recent as 2019 that arguably does not permit spending of public money on political campaigns. There is also a reference in your staff report to a court of appeal that denied a petition by the county to not allow the Fair Political Practices Commission to enforce prohibiting a public officer to expend or a candidate from accepting public monies for the purpose of seeking an elective office. Therefore, the county does not budget for this fund. And I'd also like to make a side note regarding the City of Sacramento. I did receive confirmation today that they have not funded their reform fund for several years. However, I will note for the record that in their ordinance, they do have a reference that council members for their reform fund, it's set at $35,200, and the mayor is at $117,000. In conclusion, it is recommended that your board introduce this ordinance amending various sections within Chapter 2.115 of the Sacramento County Code related to campaign contributions and deleting Articles 5 and 6 of that chapter related to public finance of elections, and continue the ordinance to September 22nd for adoption. Should your board approve these recommendations and adopt the ordinance on September 22nd, the ordinance would be effective 30 days from adoption. And if you have any questions, we have Sheriff Scott Jones in the chambers to support this recommendation and to answer questions. We also have District Attorney Anne Marie on the phone. She is also in support of this recommendation. We have our assessor, Christina Nguyen, in the audience here, who is also in support of this recommendation. We also have voter registrar Courtney Canelos to answer any questions, and certainly County Counsel Lisa Travis and myself, we're here to answer any questions. And And that concludes my report.
Thank you. Before we go to my colleagues, I just want to point out for the record that you have just, Ms. Evans, presented the rationale that comes from the 3 countywide elected officers, but you are not a proponent of this, are you?
No,
we are merely bringing this forward for the 3 of them. We did the staff report.
It's an important distinction to make for the public's benefit, so that there's no confusion that the clerk of the board is not acting in a advocacy role on this. She's simply presenting because it's a bit of a different situation when we have the 3 countywide elected officials that bring this forward without a staff per se to provide a staff report and whatnot.
That's correct. And thank you for that.
Supervisor Tully?
Yeah, I want to thank Chair for that clarification. That was going to be my first question, is that when I heard recommendation for consideration, again, recognizing there's attachments here, but who exactly was making that? So it's not the clerk, it's not the county executive. You're presenting it to us. Obviously, the other elected officers will speak for themselves, I trust, on this.
Correct. And if there's any questions, Flo presented basically what the request is. And the 3 elected officials' questions, I would anticipate for them to answer that.
Okay, thanks. I want to be clear, though, for the record, because it was stated, it's in the written report. It was said a couple different times, there are no limitations, and currently under our ordinance there are no limitations, and that's been the operative guidance. Now with the state law going to be effective January 1st, 2021, the default or the limitation will be $3,000 per any individual and or business corporation contribution. That will be the limitation. Is that correct? If we were to do nothing on this, that is the, in any other county, if we did nothing, that would be either less or greater than.
That's correct.
Okay. So
can I make a suggestion?
Sure.
We at least have 2 countywide elected officials here. I would invite them to the podium. I don't think it's fair to look to Ms. Evans to answer the questions. I think the questions should be directed necessarily to our countywide elected officials.
Would it be possible to put the district attorney on also, because I know she wants to make a presentation, so and she'll want to answer questions. Do you want to?
The chair's office was not made aware that the DA wanted to make a presentation.
She wishes to speak.
I understand. She's welcome to. I just was not made aware of that.
But she just called.
I don't think
I don't think any of us want to make a presentation in the traditional sense, and really I don't know that any of us are in a position of advocacy other than what was presented in the board report, just to be able to answer questions and kind of discuss rationale and kind of how we got here.
No, I appreciate that, Sheriff. The reason I asked you and our assessor to join us and DA by phone is that you already have one board member that's asking questions, so I think it's appropriate for you to be the party to try and respond as best you can.
Sure.
I'm sorry, all I'm suggesting is that the district attorney be called up on the phone so she can also answer questions.
She's on the phone.
She's on the phone.
I know that.
I am here.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay.
No one will be silenced.
Okay.
To answer your question, Supervisor Natoli, if the board does not take action to introduce or pass this ordinance today, the default will be $3,000 for the 3 countywide elective offices. It does not change the amounts currently in the county code for the Board of Supervisors.
Right. In the changes, obviously, there's a whole strikeout section here as relates to campaign, public finance of campaigns, which has never been utilized in this county, but has been part of that ordinance for well over 30 years, 35 years, I believe. I guess I wanted to, and again, this was kind of for flow, so it was just, you provide some information about what other counties do. That wasn't a part of the information that was submitted by the 3 elective representatives back in May. That was not included in the staff report. So there's some information that, again, we're going to do whatever we do for this county, but that's important information that wasn't in the written staff report. You supplemented some recent information from the city of Sacramento, but you cited Fresno, Riverside, San Bernardino, gave some different amounts, and I tried to write some of that down. But is that printed somewhere?
I can provide a copy of my notes for the board and add it into the record.
Well, it would have been helpful, again, and this is no criticism, but it would have been helpful to have had that. Maybe that was late received information, but if we're looking at like counties, we have obviously our, 3 elective officers here, and, whatever has been put forth in their memo, and they supplement with their comments, but we don't, we just kind of a vacuum of information besides what you offered. And so I say that not to be critical, but if we're looking at comparable counties, comparable population, whatever the demographics may be, or geography or whatever. And so, but that's not in the report, and I just took some brief notes. So it's a little bit of a disadvantage when it comes to if we're going to do any comparisons, and maybe those are fair comparisons or maybe not. So I just wanted to point that out. I guess so thank you for the information flow. And again, if it's your notes, but again, as a matter of record, we don't have that. I would just, I guess, ask, and maybe this is by way of explanation, it's in the information, but in council's review of this, did you look at any other ordinances, or do you just look at what was suggested by the sheriff, district attorney, and the assessor, and then whatever information you got, I guess, relative to strikeouts? Did you look at, was your office asked to look at any other ordinances that govern, contribution limits in any of those communities that are referenced either by comment or elsewhere?
No, we were not asked to reference that, and I did not. I did do a brief survey of other jurisdictions based on how they were responding to AB 571, and some of that information is what Flo, I think, is referencing. So there are other jurisdictions that are reacting to this similarly.
Okay. So what was your office's role in this? Just looking for the strikeouts and to take the amount that was suggested and insert it, or what?
Yeah. So I will say there was some confusion in, I think, the sheriff's original memo to the board, which referenced the campaign reform fund. So I looked into that, and that is how the information regarding, in the board report regarding the Court of Appeals decision and also the 2019 decision. So we did take a proactive role in addressing that part in order to explain to the board that there is no matching funds really available, for those of you who didn't know that or weren't aware. So that, other than that, we didn't take a proactive role in deciding limits or anything like that.
And does 571, does it pertain to boards of supervisors if there's no effective ordinance then? So that would be the limitation for, even those are not countywide offices or district
Correct.
offices. So
yes. So other jurisdictions, I think Fresno might have been one of them that Flo referenced, they did not have any limits for any county elective offices. So that is why they have chosen the $30,000 for all county elective offices. So to answer your question, yes, it would apply if we didn't have the 1,200 or 250 limit.
Okay. So other counties have had ordinances that preceded the legislation that pertain to their boards of supervisors?
There are jurisdictions that had limits preceding AB 571, and there are jurisdictions, at least 2 that I'm aware of, Fresno and Ventura, that have imposed limits in response to AB 571.
Okay, because this county, I know, I'm going back several decades ago, was one of the first to adopt, fairly strict limitations on contributions, and it arose, I've said this before, but I would just say it again, out of, I think, concerns about influence of certain interests on board decisions, and it had the campaign, the public finance piece of it, which again was never triggered, never utilized. But and I know we had discussion as it related to board offices or board seats, and there's some changes that were enacted, about a year and a half ago, if I'm not mistaken. Okay, that's answers my questions right now. Thanks.
Other board members have questions? Supervisor Peters.
Yeah, thank you. How did you, the 3, come up with the 25,000?
Well, I can speak to that. Obviously, AB 571 was the catalyst to really putting every jurisdiction for elective offices, large and small, for counties and municipalities, large and small, on notice that, hey, you have to come up with an ordinance. So my first question to County Council's office was, okay, we're no limits, but is that by default or by design? In other words, is it by ordinance or by default? In our research, we found that it's by default because it just wasn't mentioned. And so we said, okay, well, then we have to come up with an ordinance. We have to come up with an amount. And so that started a discussion about what the right amount is. Now, the sweet spot is trying to make it high enough to run a countywide election in a very large county without having the contributions be so low that the campaigns are largely run by shadow money, independent expenditures, and those types of things, but not be high enough to have undue influence potentially over candidates or over offices, and to try and keep the money. There's emerging dynamics in elective offices locally that we saw even our last election cycle, which was much money, the majority of money, at least in my run, I think a significant amount of money in the district attorney's race came from out of the area. So trying to make them high enough to be able to keep independent expenditures and those types of campaign tactics out of the local elections, but also keep them low enough to keep them local and put everybody on a virtually equal footing. So as I did some research into local limits, both the supervisors as well as the only equivalent that I could find for a countywide elective office, which is the mayor, which is a citywide elective office having less than a third of the constituency, the voters, that a countywide elective office has here in Sacramento County. I came up with that amount. I think that's a good amount. It honestly, I don't get. That would only limit me in one or two potential donors, but it would also allow me to run an effective campaign in a countywide election. I was kind of the lead on this only because I suspect that whatever is decided as the outcome of this will likely affect me the least of us three. Because as I stand here, I don't have any intention as I stand here of running again. So trying to keep it doing something objectively that affects me the least.
Okay, thank you. I just say Sacramento County hasn't had a history of changing their amounts of money that people can contribute as the population has increased. And I know how much it costs to send a mailer out to let people know you're running and what the reasons might be, and it's very expensive. I know just in my district, to get a reasonable amount. Of course, I haven't sent any in 4 years, so it's probably higher than that since I'm leaving. It was $35,000 per mailer. So that takes a lot of money to get the word out, and everybody's all about transparency and trying to tell what they're about. To me, it seems like a reasonable amount, particularly when you hear that it's $5,000 per supervisorial district. I mean, you could pick any number, I suppose, but that seems reasonable to me. And it sounds like a lot of other counties are setting similar. Large counties are setting limits. So
yeah, and I think a couple of things worth reminding, not obviously you, but perhaps the folks that are tuning in, is that even though we provide law enforcement to only the unincorporated areas, it is a countywide election. So all of the cities in Sacramento, including the city of Sacramento, vote for sheriff because about half of our department is countywide in scope, whether it's the courthouse, the airports, the jails, is countywide in scope. And so having to do voter outreach in all these different geographic and demographic manners is very expensive and very challenging. And the other point I'd make is that candidates who are actually raising and spending money are the most transparent ways, so voters can see these public records and find out exactly what money is coming in, who it's coming in from, and where it's going out to in the specific venues of expense that a campaign. Some of these other opportunities for folks to weigh in on campaigns, influence campaigns, but indirectly, such as independent expenditures or IEs, are not nearly that transparent. So again, the goal was to try and make it high enough to run an effective campaign while not inviting this external kind of shadow campaigns, but make it low enough to try and curtail the possibility or likelihood of outside influence over an office or a candidate.
Okay.
By one mega large donor.
Are you aware of how the city of Sacramento chose $25,000 for the mayor's position?
I don't. I'm unaware of the history or the background of it.
All right. Thank you.
Other questions? Do we have any public speakers?
Yes, you have one public speaker.
Okay. Why don't you?
Did DA want to weigh in?
I also think
I do want to
District
talk.
Attorney had a point to
Okay.
make.
Oh, sorry. All right, DA Schubert.
Sorry about that. I don't know if I could hear me or not. I appreciate the opportunity. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, thank you. First of all, I just want to take a minute to thank Ms. Evans and County Council Travis for the heavy lift on this. I do support the principle of the $25,000. I just, for full disclosure, really only had an opportunity to look at the details of the drafting language this morning. I will say that I am not an elections law specialist. I think I've said that before. But I do have, and again, no criticism whatsoever, but I do have a couple issues regarding drafting issues. And some of it, I sent an email this morning to Ms. Travis and to Ms. Evans about some of the questions I had, in particular that as it stands right now, that there's I think a misnumbering of the amount for Board of Supervisors because there's a difference between county elective and county-wide. So I think that needs to be corrected. The other issue is there's nothing as proposed that deals with off-year cycles. So I know for the Board of Supervisors, you have a $250, I think, limit in the off-year contributions, but there's nothing so far in this proposed ordinance about what does that mean. You know, at some point I will retire, but for the next person that's running, what can they raise in an off year? And I think that needs to be addressed. And the other question I have, and I don't know if anybody's had a chance to look at this, is what do we do moving forward? So if, for instance, I had a donor that's already given me more than the $25,000, how does that impact going forward? So I guess my ask is just that we have an opportunity to review this for a little bit longer. Again, I'm not an elections law specialist. I just want to make sure I understand the rules. Again, knowing that I fully support the principles, and I agree with the sheriff that we need some balance here, because otherwise, I mean, just full disclosure, last election cycle, I had to raise close to $1 million. And that makes it very difficult, and it's hard, but I do think it's an important thing that we consider some kind of limitations. I appreciate the information about Alameda County and Fresno County because it does show us a comparison, and I think actually our request is actually low compared to those size of the county. So with respect to that, my only ask would be perhaps we have another week or so to fully review and maybe make some corrections to the drafting issues, because I don't want, obviously, any kind of confusion at the end of it all. So with that, I'll leave it. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Now we'll go to our
Can I
Supervisor
respond to Anne Marie's comments, or would you rather have me wait?
Let's take a comment from
Okay.
Supervisor Peters first.
And this may answer what you were asking. Earlier, the clerk mentioned several changes to the ordinance, and I don't know whether the district attorney heard those and if they addressed all of her issues.
They addressed one of her issues.
They addressed what?
One of her issues.
Okay.
The other ones I can explain, and I can happy to wait.
Okay, no, that's fine. I think go ahead.
Yeah.
Go ahead. Okay.
Yeah.
So I appreciate Ms. Schubert's comments, and I can address them. I have no issues with revising the ordinance if the board desires, but her first question was regarding off year. There is a difference in the Board of Supervisors elections. As you know, on off years it's $250, and in election years it's $1,200. Under this ordinance, for the 3 county-wide elective offices, there is no difference. It's $25,000 in an off year and in an election year.
That's what I assumed.
By request, I think, of the sheriff's office. Regarding the past donation, she had a question regarding what happens if they've donated in the past. This ordinance does not affect that. The campaign funds that have been collected can be used going forward in the next elections. Again, as I said, we have no issue with if the board desires to continue it for a week to further explain those and maybe get information that Supervisor Natoli requested about different jurisdictions. I will ask if the board is inclined to continue it to hear again, could you at least address whether or not the board is interested in repealing the campaign fund articles, I think it's 5 and 6, because that's something that is within the board's discretion and is not being asked for by the 3 elected officials. But it would help, I think, define it when we bring it back.
Okay, and then there's one other question that I had for you, Lisa, that we discussed, I think it was yesterday, and it relates to the DA's concern or question about the applicability of this moving forward based on past contribution history. That also applies to an office holder other than the office holder of the one of the three offices we're talking about. So if there's a candidate that may run for one of the three offices that is in the state legislature, their resources could also be applied and would not be restricted by this, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Supervisor Natoli?
Yeah, I think, and I was going to ask, I'm glad you got raised by District Attorney because it was a question I had once we gotten into this a little more detail. So what's being proposed here is an annual contribution limitation of $25,000 that then would allow over a 4-year period of time, assuming there were willing donors, for a elective officer to basically raise $100,000 from a single source. Is that correct?
Correct.
And that's a vastly different number. And again, I understand and certainly appreciate, all three of our elective officers, campaigning countywide and so forth. But I think if we're going to consider a number that's been suggested and certainly being brought forward by our three elective officers, that whole issue as it relates to off-year fundraising needs to be a consideration. Because I for one, I think that certainly having something, greater than $3,000 makes sense for a countywide officer in county this size. I would like to see the information. I appreciate Lisa you referencing that. I would like to see what others are doing. But again, I just if we're going to put this down and make this the rule of Sacramento County, then I think we need to have a further discussion. Again, I don't put that on Sheriff Jones and District Attorney Schubert or Assessor Wynn, but as a board and looking at this, because that's a vastly different picture than just saying that $25,000 and assuming it's only an election year, because again, people have fundraising capacity, and if they're looking to have to raise the amounts of money that District Attorney Schubert referenced a moment ago, obviously that's a significant sum. But I think if we're going to look at limitations that are reasonable, both election year and off election year, then that needs to be part of the ordinance, and not to be either silent and or just have the default then go to that number, because that certainly favors as discussion in these chambers an incumbent to be able to raise those monies, particularly if they're if holding seats that are 4 years in time. So I would like to have us have more discussion about that as a board, and if it takes a little more time, maybe suggestions come from, obviously I don't expect the sheriff and the assessor and DA to respond necessarily today, but if we're going to look at that as being the number, the $25,000, and or any other number, I think we need to talk about the off year as well. And if it's going to be consistent ordinance with what the board does here. So
yeah, I just want to correct myself. I think I just went back and looked at the actual language of the bill. And under the AB 571, it's $3,000 per election. So we would have to address whether or not we want the $25,000 per election or per year. So that's something else.
So we need some more. You've just confirmed we need some more information. And again, I don't rely on the folks that have brought this forward in their recommendation. I think that Lisa, you've been helpful. I think the clerk's office certainly has. But if we are seriously considering this, I'd like to have the copy of the bill, your interpretation of that, discussion about the off year cycle, and then obviously the amount is has been suggested here, but it's certainly up to us. Anything more or greater than $3,000, and so I'd like to take a look at that. And I respect the commentary relative to the countywide election process and a much bigger constituency. That's 700,000 or 800,000 potential registered voters to reach out to versus 150 or 175 in a supervisor's district. So I think that scale certainly is applicable in our conversation, but for purposes today, I think we need some more information. Thanks.
Supervisor Frost?
Yeah, I guess, we can have that conversation. I wanted to comment on the contribution amounts and the off year versus, having annual contribution of 25,000. I think it's important to set this up in a way that promotes transparency. And I don't know about everyone else, but in the past I've actually tried to find out, who supported who in a campaign. And when you have jurisdictions that have very low contribution limits, it's really hard to follow the money and figure out who is really supporting these people, because independent expenditures are sometimes hard to, they call it shadow money for a reason. And also the larger the number on what they can, on the contributions that they can receive, it actually promotes competition, and it makes it easier for people to come in and compete for that office. Once someone's elected, they have the face of that, they are the face of that community, and they have the advantage over someone else who's coming in to run against them. So I just wanted to say that, because I think it's important that we set it up in a way that makes it easier for people to compete for the office, and for everybody to compete equally. And limits in off year also limits other candidates who want a chance at that opportunity to serve. Thank you.
And then before we hear from our one and only public speaker on this, two public speakers on this, I'd just like to say that I share the same sentiment that Supervisor Natoli has expressed about there being, I think at this point, too many outstanding questions and lack of clarity on some of it. For instance, as our county council just mentioned, the bill mentions election. Well, we all know as elected officials, we open up a committee, and the committee is based on an anticipated election. So we need some clarity, for instance, on is the election defined by when that committee is established, and that committee can be established 4 years out. So there seems to be a lot of ambiguity around the bill that we're being asked to respond to, in essence. So I think it's probably incumbent upon us, as DA Schubert has expressed, to maybe take a little more time and really understand the kind of legislative environment that we're working with.
If I could just add too, that our ordinance does talk about election cycles. It talks about both the primary and the general. It has a defined period. We've actually had, I think, questions council and the registrar have had to, look at interpreting that. So again, I think fits for this county. And if we're going to look at this, that there may be, to the point, if there's going to be clarification around just saying an election and somebody has a committee that's standing committee for X amount of years or months, to have election cycles, and then have the off year defined in a certain, and it may not be exactly as we've done for board elections, but it may mirror that. So again, I think that's an important point of reference here. So I don't know if Scott, you would want to respond to something.
Yeah, thank you. I don't disagree. I think as I always say, I'd rather do something well than fast. So if we need to get that clarity, I think that's important to nail down. We do have at least a little bit of luxury of time before AB 571 takes into effect. So frankly, when I was working out the amounts, I had never even contemplated off election years. But speaking to that, I mean, I don't believe it matters to me and or the assessor, and I'm guessing the district attorney, although she can speak for herself, whether it's $25,000 for the election cycle, for the period leading up to that election cycle, or we have a separate smaller amount for off cycles, just so as you go through it. I don't really think it matters too much. I mean, I don't think it'd be any different one way or the other in the reality of raising money in off years, but I don't think there's a preference, but from our perspective. But we'll certainly work with county council and the clerk and everybody else that we need to get some clarity, and we'll get it back. I think this was a good kind of first step when we're all kind of looking at this for the first time. So appreciate it.
Thank you. If there are no further questions, we'll go ahead and take our two public speakers. You don't have to stand. You can sit if you want.
Well, I'll stay just in case there's another question. I've learned.
Hello, caller. Please start your comment.
Sure. So this is pretty hilarious in my eyes to see two avowed liars in the DA's and sheriff's office talk about, wanting to create fair and honest elections through these campaign contribution limits. But I think what they're trying to actually do is insulate themselves from independent challengers who don't enjoy the institutional advantage that comes with incumbency. Here in the United States, of all elected positions, incumbents know that they enjoy a 98% success rate when it comes to re-election efforts, and that's largely because they have the benefit of time in office to build up relationships, make deals with individuals, and also build up a nice little nest egg, which they can then use their own funds, which we have two elected officials that make no less than $250,000 a year, particularly Scott Jones makes over $400,000 a year, to fund their own campaigns compared to up-and-coming challengers who probably don't have nearly as much money or the institutional support as they would be able to build if they were incumbents. So these limits, as they're trying to suggest, are really just about trying to limit how well outside candidates or like independent candidates can come in to compete with them. Not only that, but they also neglect to mention how a lot of the law enforcement associations that contribute directly to them, particularly Anne-Marie Schubert, who's received no less than $500,000 from law enforcement associations that that are supposed to be held accountable by her office. And that a lot of those local law enforcement associations that would be limited under this can still are oftentimes members of larger statewide associations, even national associations for law enforcement officers. So it's not like it wouldn't be a thing for those top level associations to just funnel money for independent for other purposes and just call it by a different name into these local associations to directly benefit their respective campaigns. So yeah, I think that this ordinance is really just a wolf in sheep's clothing. It's really about limiting competition, just like how they seem so viscerally offended at the notion of moving all three of their respective election dates to a general election year that would actually increase competition, but making the claim that it would actually be unfair to them, like ignoring all of these institutional advantages they've built up as incumbents. So I would encourage the board to vote no on this ordinance. Do definitely take the time to deliberate this and come up with something that's actually genuinely equitable, such as how about making a blanket public disclosure law that would require all contributions, no matter how small, to be identified so that we know exactly where the money is coming from and can have a better record tracking system when it comes to that. As well as calling on I would also encourage a resolution that actually calls for the
Can I get your final
recognition
comment, please?
the law enforcement associations and other incorporated entities do not enjoy.
Hello, caller. Please start your public comment and turn the meeting down in the background if you have it playing.
No worries. Thank you. My name is Mackenzie Wilson. I wear a couple of hats in town, but specifically I'm just calling as a member of this community. I'm calling in opposition, and I'm hoping that the words that I say today will kind of sit with a couple of my supervisors as you continue to deliberate this discussion. First of all, it was brought forth by two of the most crooked politicians that we have in town. I don't know the assessor, but it's very alarming that you're standing next to the two crooked politicians and that they have connections to alt-right white supremacist groups. So I'm going to look into you, but I'm hoping that they're just using you as a patsy more than you being in on it. Second of all, this county is 1/3 liquid asset poverty. 1.5 million people means that 500,000 of us are living in liquid asset poverty, which means that I don't know where you think you're going to get $25,000 from, but it sure is not going to be from people. That is a problem. That's a problem when you talk about blanket or shadow money, like as if you really think George Soros is out here funding us. Chief Ross, I can't believe I'm going to quote you after you sent fascists to shoot people this weekend, but she said, this needs to be equal. Everyone needs to be able to run for this seat. And when we're living in a county that was broke before COVID, I don't know who we think we're going to get $25,000 from. Everything about this, and the fact that, again, these two crooked politicians brought it up, is very alarming. Especially after they did say, we don't want to move to the, I'm so going to echo what was just said. You guys said that it would be unfair for you to go into a general election because it would have more competition. So I'm very alarmed. I'm very concerned that I just watched Anne Marie Schubert and Sheriff Scott Jones say that they're trying to make this fair, when I know everything about these individuals and how crooked and how racist they are, and that they're out here really toting Trump lines like shadow money. This is crooked. This is not okay. I really hope that my electeds listen to what it was that was said to them today, and that we stop listening to these crooked politicians, because the only way to get them out of their crooked politician seats is by lowering the limits and making sure that anybody could run for a seat. Thank you for your time. Have a great day.
Thank you.
We have two more public commenters who came in. Thank you. Hello, please start your public comment.
Hello?
Yes, go ahead, please.
Please start your public comment.
Sorry, it's a bit hard to hear. Hi, my name is Kula Koenig, and I presented earlier today on the People's Budget. But I'm calling to say thank you to Supervisor Don Natoli. I know we often call and we are, maybe upset or screaming things, but I just want to say thank you to Supervisor Don Natoli for his great line of questioning on this agenda item. I was actually confused as to what was going on, and he asked all of the questions that I was thinking. And I thank you for being thoughtful and being prepared. That is what we want from our County Board of Supervisors. We're watching and we're sharing with people who you may not hear from all the time that call in to these meetings because of the time that the meetings happen, having to be on hold. But we have a system that we are actually sharing what is going on in these meetings to a larger base of people so that they are informed. And so we will be sharing these comments that we've heard today. And so I just wanted to uplift Supervisor Don Natoli for asking those questions and not just taking blindly staff recommendations of something that those who are involved in social justice see as a wolves in sheep's clothing, as the previous caller said. This is not creating an equal playing field. So again, just thank you. We're watching and we're sharing what's happening here. Even if you only hear from a few of us, many people will know the discussions that are going on at these meetings because it is affecting our lives. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, caller. Please start your public comment. If you have the meeting playing in the background, please mute the meeting or turn the volume down.
Okay, I did.
Okay, start your public comment.
Hello?
Go ahead and start your comment.
Oh, okay. How you doing? My name is Jamar Jefferson. Good evening to the supervisors. I just want to encourage all the supervisors to promote competition so that our republic can improve through ideas and hard work. I like to see this public financing as a part of this ordinance relating to the campaign contribution limits. The incumbents do have the advantage to make it fair. People shouldn't be allowed to raise funds, period, during off elections. I agree with Supervisor Frost that we do need fair competition. The off-year elections, while people are fundraising in office, it shouldn't be allowed due to the fact that we have a homeless situation. Hello?
Yes, continue.
We have a homeless situation that's out of control. The cost of living is through the roof. We have so much division and mistrust in government, and I think it's important. I think it's important that while people are in office, they should be focusing on solving problems for the people. In a race, you have a start and a finish. Now, when you win an election, your job is to work for the people. I would also like to say, if you want to really see a change, all you have to do is make sure the campaign contribution, which is a form of free speech, make it fair. If you really just want to make sure and solve all the problems, free speech should be equal for everybody. For every campaign contribution that you give another person, you have to give that same exact amount of free speech to the next person, and then you will have a better government because it will be based upon ideas, not who can show more favors, who can promote, who's the best. The best candidate will actually win then. And so I don't think the public is aware of what's going on, but I do think this election campaign ordinance, it should be beefed up for fair play. Thank you.
Thank you.
That concludes the comments.
Okay, great. Thank you. So I think it's pretty clear that there's some interest up here to take the time necessary to get some of these questions answered. Do we have a time frame that we think we would come back to the board? Kind of looking to the clerk's office here.
Flo, do you think you'll be ready by September 22nd?
I assume DA Schubert is still on the line?
Yes, I'm here. I would appreciate that week if that's possible.
Okay, thank you.
About September 22nd.
September 22nd?
Yeah.
Is that amenable to the board? All right, I'm seeing some nodding heads. Okay, so do we need a motion then to continue?
Yes.
Yes, if you could.
I'll go ahead and make the motion to continue this to September 22nd and ask for a second. It's been moved and seconded. Please vote.
Unanimous vote.
Thank you. Thank you, Sheriff.
Thank you.
Thank you, Assessor. Thank you, DA Schubert.
Thank you so much.
Anyone aware of a mask that doesn't fog your glasses yet?
I haven't found one yet.
Man, that's the worst part about masks. Yeah, I have one of those too, but then it messes up your hair and collar and tie, whatever. All right. Okay, next item?
Item number 31, new bridge specific plan, request for general plan amendments, community plan amendment, zoning ordinance amendments, adoption of the new bridge specific plan, adoption of the new bridge public facilities financing plan, adoption of the new bridge urban services plan, affordable housing strategy, acceptance and a development agreement for properties located at the northwestern corner of Jackson Road and Sunrise Boulevard in the Vineyard community. The environmental document is an environmental impact report.
Great, thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, members of the board. Todd Smith, Principal Planner. The item before you today is the New Bridge Specific Plan. I've got a brief presentation, and I believe the applicant does as well. So this project is one of the 4 master plans along the Jackson Highway corridor. This is the first one coming before the board that is outside the urban policy area. As such, it is subject to the general plan policies related to smart growth that were adopted in 2011 with the general plan update. The project includes the 3 or 4 general plan amendments that are on the slide here, including amendment of the urban policy area, the land use diagram, the transportation plan, the bicycle master plan, as well as a vineyard community plan amendment and the specific plan itself, which has a number of associated documents there identified on the slide. I also want to note that the two of these actions are for the Sacramento County Water Agency Board of Directors. Those are the Zone 40 Water Supply Master Plan Amendment and the Water Supply Assessment. So a little bit about the project. It is a specific plan that would guide future development on the site, roughly 1,095 acres. There's about 3,000 dwelling units proposed, about 500,000 square feet of commercial and office space, roughly 500 acres of open space parks, including over 330 acres of natural preserve that I'll get to in a minute. Also includes an elementary school site, a fire station site that would serve the community and the surrounding area. And then finally, there's about 105 acres in the southwest corner of the project on the west side of Eagles Nest Road. That was added to the project at the county's request in order to comply with policy LU 119, which requires a logical, comprehensive planning boundary. There are no land use changes proposed in that area. It does contain several existing agricultural residential uses and 2 cemeteries. Finally, we have some development standards and design guidelines that are part of the specific plan itself. Real briefly, I'll cover the general plan consistency of the project. It does meet all the criteria of LU 120, achieving 18 out of 24 points. The project does include a public facilities financing plan and urban services plan that identify all the infrastructure costs and the services that are necessary for the project and the funding mechanisms to provide that infrastructure and the services. One of the attachments in your package is a fiscal impact analysis that demonstrates the project has no negative impact on the county's general fund or the existing ratepayers. The affordable housing strategy, which is also in your packet, consists of on-site land dedication and fee payment that is consistent with the current affordable housing ordinance. I want to note here that the on-site land dedication is on land that is owned by the participating property owner, the applicant, and the fee payment is expected with a southern portion of the project that's owned by a non-participating owner. And this is, again, consistent with what we've done with other master plans in the corridor, most recently Mather South in January. Finally, this is going back to those preserves I mentioned earlier, the project includes a significant amount of habitat avoidance that's consistent with the South Sacramento Habitat Conservation Plan hardline preserve strategy. So the project also includes a development agreement, and I've listed a few of the key points in it on this slide. It includes participation in the transportation mitigation strategy that the board endorsed back in July of last year. There are a number of trip reduction services and transit center improvements in the development agreement. A requirement for electric vehicle charging stations at key locations within the project, as well as voluntary green building requirements or measures. We've got the same infill fee on a per dwelling unit equivalent basis that was in the Mather South project, so we're consistent there. It also addresses timing of the rendering plant demolition. Obviously, well, maybe for those who aren't aware, this site is where the existing rendering plant is located. We want to ensure that that rendering plant is moved prior to development occurring on the site.
Todd, on that subject, can you use your laser pointer to show us?
If you can see it.
Laser point does not work on these video screens.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
The existing rendering plant is in roughly the northeast.
Gotcha. Okay.
I think the applicant's presentation has it identified pretty clearly, so you'll see that in a moment.
Todd, if I just could, on the point though, so it's in the conditions and the development agreement that when mass grading for Phase A, which encompasses that site,
correct,
that the plant has to be demolished.
Correct.
In accordance with that, is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And the grading plan, actually there's no rezoning or subdivision map that's accompanying this, and so that's still, and I know there are folks that are tuned in. We may hear from commenters today who obviously are concerned about the presence of the rendering plant
Right.
and the impacts that may or may not be associated with their operation. But as you stated in your opening comments, this is a general plan amendment and a specific plan with all the accompanying documentation for environmental review and some of the master plans and financing plans, but this does not include a rezone or subdivision map. So a grading plan would come after those two applications will be processed at a later date. So there's still an amount of time here before you'd ever get to that trigger, I guess.
That is correct. And just for everyone listening, the project is only a specific plan along with the general plan and community plan amendment. Those subsequent entitlements, the rezones and tentative subdivision maps would occur at some point in the future, depending on the market and when the applicant has decided to move forward with that development.
So there's no requirement here, no timeline that's embodied in any of this documentation that would trigger that, except for the condition that says when they get to grading at a future date, with subsequent applications being processed, that the plant would then be required or mandated to leave, versus obviously voluntarily the owners could do something on their own. But
that's correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. Appreciate the clarification.
Sure. The other two bullet points here are preserve dedication to the South Sacramento Conservation Agency, and just for clarification, those preserves are the lighter green with all the squiggles of the darker green in them. Those are vernal pool complexes that are identified in the South Sac HCP. And then the affordable housing strategy implementation. Those are the other components of the development agreement. So the environmental review process for this project has been quite lengthy. I've just highlighted a few things on this slide. One is we published the draft EIR in July 2018. We had the standard 45-day public review period that ended September 10th, 2018, and received 18 comment letters. The final EIR does reflect some changes to the text, recognizing that some of the significance thresholds and certain issues have changed over those years. Obviously, the transportation mitigation strategy was endorsed by the board in July last year. The HCP was adopted in late 2018. So those were cleaned up in the final EIR. And then I also want to make a comment here on this other bullet about electrification of residential units. I want to clarify for folks that there may be some misunderstanding about this. This revisions to the mitigation measures related to climate change and air quality reflect the same approach that we've taken in other master plans. That is full electrification of the project. There's a lot of detail in the mitigation measure CC1 related to electric vehicle charging and the associated infrastructure. It also requires no natural gas infrastructure in the project. This project actually goes beyond that and has additional mitigation in CC2A, which details a performance standard on a map-by-map basis to document, as the project builds out, how it is achieving those greenhouse gas reductions over time. And there are some detailed options that were added in a revised mitigation memo that was distributed to the board members earlier today. In addition to the project-specific mitigation that was developed for this project, there is another mitigation measure, CC3, that does require...
Excuse me.
Yes.
Supervisor Kennedy has a question.
I apologize, I don't have here in front of me your slides, so I don't know if you're going to get to this, but as we know, we do not yet have, we do not yet have a climate action plan completed. So are we putting in the development agreement anything that would hold them to a future climate action plan?
Yes, that was exactly where I was going next.
Okay. Right.
So mitigation measure CC3 requires, in addition to the project-specific mitigation measures, requires the developer to participate in the countywide climate action plan, and whatever measures come out of that, that's also in the development agreement.
Okay, thank you.
Finally, on this slide, we did do some comparison of cumulative scenarios. There was a couple of comments related to transportation and air quality due to some changing land use plans and other projects, and we found that overall the impacts were reduced when we did that comparison, and the full text of that is in the final EIR. The final EIR was published August 21st, and it includes the Mitigation Monitoring Reporting Program, which is the document that we use as staff to monitor compliance with those mitigation measures over time. And I do want to note here also that there have been a number of letters coming in from the applicant's counsel responding to some of the late comments. Staff has reviewed those comments, those letters coming in from the applicant's counsel, and does concur with their assessment of those issues. A little bit more on climate change and air quality here. The applicant did prepare, and the Air District has given a blessing of technical adequacy, both the air quality mitigation plan that achieves a 40% emissions reduction, and the project-specific greenhouse gas reduction plan that it is designed to meet 2030 and 2032 thresholds of significance. And here's where that mitigation includes participation in the countywide cap when it is ultimately approved. And for reference, that section in the development agreement is 2.3.12. So moving on to recommendations, the Vineyard CPAC back in August 2018 expressed that they were supportive of the land use plan generally, but as a body they could not recommend approval due to some of their overwhelming traffic concerns. So they did recommend denial of the project due to that. Later in August of that year, the Cordova CPAC recommended approval, 8-0. Planning Commission, December last year, unanimously recommended approval, and staff's recommendation is also approval.
What's unanimous is 401?
There was one absent.
Thank you.
Unanimous of those present. This slide represents staff's recommended actions. These are mirroring what's in the staff report, but I do want to note that in light of multiple late-breaking comment letters, staff does propose that the board receive any public comments during the hearing today, then close the public hearing and continue this item to October 6th so that the board can then deliberate and vote at that time. In the interim, staff will review all the late-breaking comments, analyze the letters and that have been received, and report back as necessary. And that concludes my presentation.
Okay. Thank you. I had a question, Todd, then we'll go to Supervisor Kennedy about the cap. So you mentioned that there's an agreement, and it's memorialized in the DA that there would be participation in the as yet completed, not completed cap. What does that mean? What's the operative verb participate mean in the context of this?
In the context of this, it means there will be additional greenhouse gas reduction measures that are identified that are as part of the climate action plan that are much more broad than the project-specific circumstances that we're talking about today. They may include retrofitting of existing development as an example. They may include other VMT reduction measures, which also tie into greenhouse gas emissions. So those measures would also be available to the applicant to implement. We want to be able to demonstrate that whatever measures out of the cap that are selected, that they're achieving equivalent or more effective reductions than those project-specific measures.
And then can you help me reconcile one thing, since I've managed projects of a similar scale in a previous life? To me, it's pretty unusual to see only 18 comments in a draft EIR for a project of this scale, which may be just testament to the fact that it's done very well, right? But when you have so few comments for a draft EIR, combined with a no vote based on traffic concerns by one of the CPACs that reviewed this, how can you help me understand how the traffic concerns were so great for the CPAC that they did not recommend approval, and yet there's only less than 20 comments in the EIR.
Sure. Excuse me. So at the time, in August of 2018, when this project was before the Vineyard CPAC, there were still some moving parts being worked out on the transportation mitigation strategy. Recall, or you may not, but August 2018, between that point and July 2019, when the transportation mitigation strategy was presented to the board, that time period is when all those details were really fleshed out and the implementation mechanisms were put to paper, so to speak. So we did go back, DOT went back and gave a presentation to both the Vineyard CPAC and the Cordova CPAC after that vote on the project itself.
Okay. All right, those are all the questions I have for right now. Doesn't mean there won't be some later. We'll go to Supervisor Kennedy first, then Supervisor Natoli.
Yeah, I don't know if who this is for. Might be for Mr. Vicari. It's regarding Jackson Highway relinquishment or lack thereof. So through the process of reviewing this project, it came to my awareness, and perhaps I missed something in the future, in the past about that, but it's a pretty significant change of direction for the county if we're talking about, we had a lengthy hearing on this subject, many meetings and individual meetings, and to have learned about it the way I learned about it was a little surprising. That being said, and a little disappointing actually, are we going to be working with the developers out in this area to look at almost a working group to determine what the impacts of whether or not Jackson Highway is relinquished and the impacts that will have on the projects that are up and down the corridor?
My understanding is yes, we are. I can defer to Mr. Vicari if you'd like more detailed responses.
Supervisor Kennedy, I'll go ahead and start. Some information was provided to the board this morning because there were some questions that came in a letter that we put a response together for. The first point that I think was important to point out is that the relinquishment process has not been abandoned or canceled or eliminated. It was put on hold because the process of working new developments within state right-of-way has been around for a long time, and a lot of jurisdictions have built local standards within state rights-of-way all over the state. So the process exists currently to implement the mitigation strategy. There may be a couple of items of negotiation with Caltrans, but that was always available. We still do have the ability to restart the process or just resume the process of relinquishment if it's determined that that's a necessity for being able to move forward. I'll have Ron come down and maybe give just a little more detail on where we were at with that. I know that he was aware that there hadn't been a lot of effort worked on in that regard because of the success we've had in working with Caltrans and putting in county standards and or design features that perhaps in the past the state hasn't really supported, but has come around and is doing a lot more of that. So I'll go ahead and let Ron kind of cover a couple of things regarding the Jackson Highway relinquishment.
Yeah, as Mr. Hartwig mentioned, we are right now we would go through the process of the Caltrans encroachment permit process, so we're very familiar with that. I thought maybe I'd point out an example of some ways, most recent projects that we've gone through that process and been very successful. Certainly Watt Avenue comes to mind. That's a case where Watt 50 interchange, the Watt 50 interchange. That's a case where we worked with Caltrans to put one of the first, I think the first time Caltrans has ever put a Class 1 bicycle facility through an entire interchange. And that was us working with them to get design exceptions and work through that process. Make sure that. In addition to that, on the deck, there's actually a dedicated BRT on that same project. And so again, we're very familiar with working through the Caltrans process. Without relinquishment, we just do the same process that we have always done on all of our projects. I know we're currently finishing up, hopefully soon, Supervisor Cerna, on the Metro interchange, following the Metro interchange project, of which we've worked in coordination with Caltrans the whole way. But subsequent to finishing that project, we will be delivering auxiliary lanes, which are just on the freeway themselves that we're designing and we're putting forward. So we work with Caltrans all the time, and we don't see any significant issues with continuing to do that.
So this relinquishment is on hold, as Ms. Hartwick said. It's not necessarily that we're abandoning it?
That is correct.
Okay, because that's not the message that's out there in the...
I know.
Okay.
I tried to clear that up this morning, but you're correct.
I think we got some work to do to clear that message out.
Okay, thank you.
Can I just on that point, you were provided a memo. The paper's been flying fast and furious here over the last 24 hours, and so you say in the response, what's the cost of the Caltrans Environmental Review and Cultural Resources Study? And that is not on the county, correct? The $1 million for the cultural and environmental report, that was not a county responsibility. Relinquishment, they were required, at least as I've tracked this for several years. So were they prepared to go forward with that?
They were prepared to go forward with that. They were looking also for other studies that may include a traffic study. So we were looking at what the costs associated with moving forward would be. But you're right, it was estimated at $1 million, but that would be picked up by Caltrans for their portion.
So I just want to be clear, Ron, because certainly the letter said on hold, and I think for purposes of folks that were surprised by this, and legitimately so, I guess, is that we have continued to pursue this actively for better part of 6 or more years, if recollection serves me correct. And it's gone before the California Transportation Commission. The legislature has weighed in on it at least one juncture. But putting on hold, there were things at Caltrans. It wasn't us necessarily putting it on hold. I just want to be clear about that. It may have required our concurrence because we were certainly pursuing this, but the onus or the responsibility is on Caltrans to environmentally clear the right-of-way that would be relinquished, and any pertinent studies have to be done. That wasn't on us, or if it was, then you need to say it, because I didn't believe that was, and that wasn't our responsibility, or if that was a new, piece of information that came forward, well, you county, if you're asking for this, you got to pay for that environmental and cultural study. I don't believe that was the case.
That was not the case. That portion would be borne by Caltrans.
Okay, and so what's the trigger for them to do that? If we say, okay, we obviously there's some agreement on putting on hold. I don't know if they had the wherewithal to perform that study or desire. I actually thought it was a larger number than what you put in the letter this morning, but estimated number. Again, I'm not trying to put Caltrans in a bad light here. I just want to be clear about, how your department and certainly this county has pursued that relinquishment to the degree that even Mr. Hartwick's predecessor, Mr. Penrose, and you both, took some beating around the shoulders from those who opposed the relinquishment in different venues. But
yeah, so I also don't want to paint Caltrans in a bad light here because they are definitely working with us on this process and will continue to work with us. So the answer to the question is, if we decided it was no longer in the best interest to just work through the process that we normally do, which is cooperating with Caltrans and working through the encroachment permit process. If we decided that it was in the best interest of the county to pursue it in a different way, we would re-engage and activate and move through that process.
So this is on, then, I don't want to read into what you just said, but this is on an indefinite hold.
Right now, we feel very comfortable with moving forward under the process that we're accustomed to, and that is the direction we are moving right now. We are not precluding that from changing in the future.
Okay, and I think, again, past tense is knowing what might have been done, but I do think that, whoever the parties, there's been a lot of interested parties, many who've been supportive, but some have been opposed. It might have been helpful to know. And even with the Mather South project, I don't know that it was revealed that we had the relinquishment on hold because we have a good working relationship with Caltrans, and maybe we're achieving the goals that are intended under those planning, as well as project-related efforts. But I do think, again, because this board, not even with its current construct, spent several hours in sessions hearing from folks who opposed it, who supported it, and, again, wrote letters of support, then called legislators, wrote to the CTC. I know that I personally participated in some meetings with folks that were a bit tense at times with parties who've opposed the relinquishment. And again, a lot of that was directed at Caltrans, but certainly to the county. So how widely known was it the thing was on hold, I guess, Ron, to your understanding?
Yeah.
I'm not putting it off on you. Because people are saying they're surprised by it, and if this is something that was widely known or should have been widely known, then I guess in the future, probably for reference, we need to, if it comes off of hold, you need to let people know too.
Absolutely. If it does come off a hold, there's a whole list of people that we will be contacting to let them know of that. As far as how widely known it was a surprise to me that most people do know, certainly countywide, but there was some people that expressed that it came as a surprise to them, and for that, I do apologize for that. Again, it was just, when I had looked into it and we had started the process, it had been probably a year and a half, and to my knowledge, there had been nothing significantly done in that amount of time, probably quite a bit more than that. So what we did was placed on hold, which it kind of in effect, from a transportation standpoint, had been on hold. I hear loud and clear, and certainly Supervisor Kennedy, I do hear that. It was not an intention for this not to be known, and so I hear that.
I think the point also is that lesson learned from this is that if it comes off the hold, if that's what we go, Ron does have the list. We learned a lesson on this. We thought the word was out. The word did not get out. So whatever happened there, we're going to communicate that better as we go forward.
And who's responsible for pushing the green button that says go again? It's us or Caltrans?
Well, I think the county would have to decide it is in our best interest to move in a different way, because it certainly doesn't, in my mind, doesn't affect the delivery. It certainly doesn't affect the mitigation strategy of whose ownership it is. So the county would have to decide that it's in our best interest. If we decided that, we would then change directions, and we would notify Caltrans and pick up.
So to be clear, though, because enough years have passed, and it sounds like a number of years may pass before this gets revisited. That was it initiated at our request way back when, or was Caltrans, because the Caltrans had at the time was looking at relinquishments. There were a couple of examples elsewhere, California, that were being sought, and actually we did that section from basically Power Inn Road to Watt Avenue, supported that, and that was relinquished to the city of Sacramento, if I'm not mistaken. Is that correct?
Yeah, the city does. I can't answer that question, having not been part of the process at that time. Certainly was in transportation at the time, but it was not under my direction. I'm not sure the answer to that.
But I guess what I'm trying to get to, kind of who's in the driver's seat here? It's us. And so if we say take it off a hold, then is Caltrans compelled to pick it up, or is it requires them to say, yeah, we still think we want to do this? Because again, they were supportive of it in the past. I don't know what their internal or external position is on the relinquishment. And again, it doesn't impede us. I don't want to just beat this to death, but I mean,
I would say clearly we are in the driver's seat. Caltrans would be supportive if we found it was.
That's helpful to know for the record then, so that, again, so we push the pause button, and we think that's the right policy and the appropriate framework for getting projects done because of the cooperative relationship. I get that. But if too much time passes, then some of this becomes stale too. That's the other thing, is that I think, we're already 6 years in on this, if I'm not mistaken. It's been a while. 2014. You can correct me, but I don't know what your records maybe show.
It was probably when it started. 2015 was some of the, and it was targeted to be finalized in 2017, I believe.
Okay. One last point, Ron, though, but it was recalling some of the conversations we had at this dais, about our ability to have, the ability to implement complete streets, to have better control within the framework of environmental review and so forth, of placement of signals, of controlling access. I remember all of those things that were discussed, and the different standards that are applied. Caltrans and us are similar. We use an engineering manual that's pretty universal, but we also have adopted county standards, and at corners where we would have commercial development in the future. Again, much of that probably a good deal years off, and that if you use the standard Caltrans standard, it's different than what we are doing in some neighborhoods and business districts in the county, either as a reinvestment or with new development. And so, are all those issues addressed then? They're all good to our liking, or are we going to have to cooperative attitude or not? And I've gotten this from you folks about what the manual says, the Bible for engineers, on other issues. So, but we have certain standards that we are able to apply locally. And so how does that comport with, both traffic flow and circulation, but also with the ability and desirability of having that section from Watt Avenue out to Grant Line Road, working? And we had the partnership with the city of Rancho Cordova as well. I mean, they were supportive of the relinquishment because they control a portion of that east of Sunrise, as you're well aware. So are we all good with all those issues or not?
So let me just take them one by one. I'm going to start from the most recent with City of Rancho Cordova. City of Rancho Cordova, we have kept in the loop on this and are supportive of the direction we're currently going. Also like to say that, Caltrans has very commonly looks to locals on types of highways like Jackson, but I think I'd like to just answer the majority of that question by the reason why I gave the example for the Watt 50 interchange. Again, our county is very supportive of complete streets. So is Caltrans, so I don't want to act like they're not either. But that's one of the reasons why we have BRT on the bridge. We have a Class 1 facility, the first I know of Caltrans ever doing it through an interchange. I mean, they're very supportive of working with us to make sure that we can, and also supportive of making it the best for all users of the roadway. So it's a cooperative relationship, and we plan to continue and be successful in there.
And I believe that, but again, leadership can change, and if prior leadership, and whether it's their side, our side, or somebody else's side, can reflect obviously implementation of certain standards and so forth. And and again, it was kind of about us being able to control the access portion of that, because they have different standards for where driveways are either allowed or not along a state highway. And I remember that being a point of some disagreement, about how we might do that, because it goes into how traffic's interrupted and so forth. So again, I don't want to parse it too deeply today. I've got some other questions about the environment, but I mean, this is an important issue, and again, one that has had a lot of discussion at this board, and whether relinquishment ever happened or not, we spent a lot of time talking about the desirability, and that's why we pursued it as actively as we did. And I guess maybe the future will be the predictor of all of this, is that what happens with the development along the corridor, and I would hope that cooperative relationship goes on forever, but that hasn't always been the history, and I'll speak for myself on that. But there's been more tension at times between what's been allowed or provided for, who's going to pay for it, or whose standards applied. If that's not the current environment, that's great, yay for all of us. But with relinquishment, we would have the responsibility and as well as the authority to maintain and move traffic, but also do all the things you just referenced that we did, for example, on the Watt 50 interchange. But that's all I have on. And others may want to talk to this point. I had some other questions. I know Supervisor Frost, you may be on this point, so I would yield till that. I want to come back to some other items in the IR. Yeah. Go ahead.
Yeah, okay, thank you. Ron, this was voted on prior to my time, and so I just wanted to make sure that I'm clear on the process. I'm not sure it, it sounds like the relinquishment was not abandoned, but it was just, I'm not even sure it was on hold. It just wasn't, was it just that it wasn't moving forward as fast as everyone hoped? I think the assumption that I'm getting is that once it's voted on, you're moving forward to relinquish that section of Watt to Grant Line Road on Highway 16, and when people found out that it might have been tabled, they were not under the impression. They were there was concern around, for those who had put money into it and had invested, how was that going to impact their projects as they bring them forward? So I think my first question I wanted to get clarity on, is there a process by which DOT notifies us and, all the involved parties regarding, tabling something or pausing it? Do we generally do that? Is it required? Can we do that in the future? Because I think then if there's a surprise, they get it as soon as it happens.
The easiest one of those questions to answer is, can we do that in the future? And the answer is absolutely yes.
Okay.
And certainly when this comes off hold, we will make sure that we do all the notifications. If in fact it was to come off a hold, we would notify, recognizing that some people did not get the word. We would make sure that we got the word to everyone.
And the fact that it's on hold, I'm wondering if Caltrans Built 2 standards are different than the county's, and how will that impact those who are trying to get their projects online? How will that impact them financially as they're getting online? If Caltrans is doing it versus it was relinquished to county and so forth.
Supervisor Frost, I think what we would do is pursue the standards that are the mitigation strategies, the types of improvements that we would expect had it already been relinquished. And we would move that forward to Caltrans as our proposal and work through their encroachment permit and or peer process, they call it, so that we would be able to work with them to provide the improvements that the applicants already anticipate having to construct along that roadway. So that's what we would move forward with. And as Supervisor Natoli mentioned, we do use the same basically manuals that guide design and laying out access and interruption along the highway. So we're basically using the same guidance to set up where these different things would occur. So we would anticipate that through that peer process and the encroachment permit, we would be able to submit the county standards, the standards that we would like to build on Jackson Highway. It's been done in, like I said, a number of places in the state. If you think about El Camino Real, which is also State Route 82 down the peninsula, every jurisdiction basically built their standards of improvements in state right-of-way, and that's still a state highway. So we would be looking at doing similar things to those areas.
So will there be CEQA segmentation along with that for those projects, or how will you deal with that, the mitigation, the CEQA?
Yeah, so again, each individual project as we deliver it will go through the standard process. So you'll see it have a...
Okay, and then one final question before I hand it back to Supervisor Natoli. I'm curious as to, since Caltrans isn't party to the HCP, then how will the wetlands and resources there be handled if it's in Caltrans, if it hasn't been relinquished?
So I'll try to answer that one. Todd Smith again. Presumably these would be county-initiated projects that would go through the process that Mr. Hartwig described. So the county, if they were building the roadways, or the developers, if they were building the roadways, would be subject to an HCP permitting process, just like the development itself.
Okay. All right, thank you. Don?
Yeah, just to follow, could we require them to participate in our HCP and the mitigations that are in the corridor? Can we have an MOU along those lines?
I am not the best person to answer that, but we can look into it.
Okay, maybe, because I trust we're going to come back with some information that maybe, I wouldn't expect to turn around today, but, we're going to visit this item probably in a few weeks with some follow-up items. I also wanted to point out, and Ron and Steve, that with regards to landscaping, that I'm going to use an example where the county, a requirement and for Laguna West, and both for the Laguna interchange and Elk Grove Boulevard interchange at Highway 5, did a wonderful job of landscaping. People in those developments got assessed. We did irrigation, trees, and so forth. And then after 20 years, the agreement expired with Caltrans, and guess what? They took the irrigation out, cut down most of the trees. Some are still dying out there because they went to basically a more rustic look. That's a good example of where we no longer consider, we were in it for 20 years, we paid for it, the citizens paid for it, the residents of the area. And so what are we going to do along this corridor? I mean, I don't see many center medians along state highways, and if so, they're pretty bereft of landscaping. We have a whole plan. I want to be assured that as we go forward, and that was one of the controls, it wasn't just walkability, bikeability, modes of travel, access. It was about how that corridor was going to feel and function, both from a traffic standpoint, but also from an aesthetic standpoint. And what happened down on I-5 to me was a tragedy, that, all that investment, and we maintained it for 20 years, and then we decided we couldn't afford it anymore, and Caltrans, and so look what we got out there. Drive it out today, trees are still dying as I sit here and speak these words, and that to me is just a real tragedy. I don't want that to happen along Jackson Highway. That's going to run down through the center of new developing communities. It's going to be a very important corridor, and somewhere along the line, this board and this county needs to have assurances that whatever's installed is going to be, one, maintained either by the county or Caltrans, and that you're not going to have, a generation probably after I'm dead and gone, come in and say, oh, well, guess what? The county wasn't paying for that, or the CFD is no longer functioning, so guess what? We don't have to maintain it. We're going to do it the Caltrans way. And take a look at those two interchanges if you want to know what I'm talking about. I mean, I'm very disappointed in what happened down I-5, and I don't want that to happen along Jackson Highway. So how are we going to deal with that, with the absence of a relinquishment where we control that?
Well, the way that that's done, Supervisor Natoli, is that, and I believe the problem with the I-5 interchanges in Elk Grove were that they had a finite life of how long the county was going to be responsible. Caltrans's current thinking is anytime you build excess improvements or that are over and above their standards, there's a highway maintenance agreement. And so they not only would we insist upon that, they would as well. But that means that we would be obligated to pay, and through the Public Facilities Financing Plan and Urban Service Plan, those ongoing maintenance and sustainability in perpetuity are included in that plan. So the ability to fund, maintain, and the responsibility to maintain would be on the county through an agreement with Caltrans.
Well, we let the other one go. People were still paying into those assessments, so it's all in the city of Elk Grove now. But again, it's very disappointing. And so if those agreements are forever, then I guess we take that responsibility on. Basically, it goes to the property owners who receive some of the direct benefit for the community corridor, but also to the county as a whole. And I don't know if there's any lessons learned there. You're exactly right. It was 20-year agreements. They expired. We didn't renew them.
And I think, Supervisor Natoli, that's a lesson learned from that. That's what Mr. Hartwig is saying, that 20-year was problematic and there should have been a perpetual in there.
We could have asked for longer. We chose not to. It was county bears homeowner responsibility. I mean, we could have.
We could have. I mean, 20, you could do 40, 50, whatever.
Yeah.
But I think what we've learned from those things is that a little bit more aggressive negotiation.
Okay.
And to the point that Mr. Hartwig is saying that if there's CFD, other things out there that can help pay for it, that is a payment. But if it's an obligation we have, then the general fund has to come in at 1.2 if that's what our desire is. Okay. So all those options have to be on the table.
Okay. That's all I had on that point. So I wanted to, but I did have some other questions in the environmental document if I could.
Just one more question on that point.
Yeah.
I just wanted.
Chair's back there, so I'll let him.
Yeah, sorry about that. I just wanted to ask how, it sounds like there's added expense associated with the relinquishment, and there are some owners or projects that have already paid in. I wonder how the remainder of those, the cost of relinquishment will be managed between all the projects.
First, I just want to say from my standpoint, I got that question last night about some money that had been paid in. I haven't been able to find that. I'm not saying that that's not true, but I haven't been able to confirm that. So I just wanted, by hearing that, I want to make sure it doesn't sound like I'm agreeing with that piece of it, but it could be. I haven't had time to find. I have looked, but I have not found anything yet, and I will report back to the board if I do find that to be the case.
Well, that's important to know, because for the total cost of relinquishment, it should be fair. Fair between all, I think.
Well, Supervisor Frost, I don't believe there was any allocations taken in from the developments for costs of relinquishment. I think that one of the applicants of one of the master plans has said that they paid their own money toward their own efforts on lobbying to move the relinquishment forward. That's my understanding of what has said it's been paid. There was nothing paid that we have record of, or that there was even a plan to have them pay relinquishment costs. That's, as Ron had mentioned, the CEQA costs, and that would be borne by Caltrans.
So how will there be cost associated with the relinquishment that's divided between the projects? How will that be managed?
The current process is the relinquishment effort is on hold, and we're just moving forward to work through the Caltrans process, which there's not a cost associated. I mean, there's costs associated with delivering the project, but that's standard to all of our projects. So there wouldn't be a new cost that is divided amongst the projects for additional effort.
And there won't be a delay. You don't see issues with delays or anything else? Okay. Thank you.
Yeah.
Supervisor Tolley?
Yes. No more for Department of Transportation. I had some questions on the environmental document. Thank you, Ron. 3 distinct areas, Todd, and I know they're called out in some detail on a couple of the items in the document, but could you just touch on the determination the board's being asked to make on the AG5 as it relates to the agricultural loss of agricultural land, and I guess what has been characterized, I guess, a mischaracterization or misdesignation, and if you could just touch on that, because we're being asked to make that finding, I want to be clear about that, and then I'll make another comment. So.
Sure. So policy AG5 requires one-to-one mitigation for impacts to important farmland. We use the State Department of Conservation important farmland map, and when we do our analysis, that map is updated every couple of years by the state. Most recently, a 2018 map. When we prepared the draft EIR, we became aware of site-specific information that essentially didn't match what we were seeing on the state's map. So there was documentation. We sent a letter, staff sent a letter to the State Department of Conservation recommending that they redesignate 70 some odd acres on the project site. It's surrounding the rendering plant. The rendering plant has a permit to discharge effluent that goes into the creek on site, or the ephemeral stream on site, but that can only handle so much. So the remainder of that is discharged onto the surrounding terrain. And when you discharge water, obviously, there's going to be some vegetation growth. So that shows up in aerial imagery as something green, and the state presumably looks at that and says, that looks like row crops. That's what happened in this case based on staff's analysis. We sent a letter to that effect to the state. The applicant also uses, or the owner of the rendering company uses cattle to control the vegetation growth instead of disking. Ultimately, the state did not agree with our interpretation or the facts as we saw them. Ultimately, AG5 requires us to use the state's map for the impact assessment, which is what we did in the EIR. We are recommending in the EIR and in the staff report that the board, which is allowed in AG5, has the ability to override that impact and to allow the mitigation that's being provided under the terms of an adopted HCP, which is the South Sac HCP in this case, to provide sufficient mitigation for that loss of farmland. So in this case, we feel it's justified because of the site-specific circumstances and the facts as we know them, which are outlined in both the EIR and in the staff report. Okay. There's roughly 600 some odd acres of mitigation that's being provided in the through the HCP permitting process as part of the project. And the land suitability of the on-site mitigation is actually, the soil types are better than the soil types being impacted.
Supervisor Tully, can I ask?
Yeah, sure. Yeah, go ahead.
So, Todd, did the State Department of Conservation bother to do any kind of ground truthing after we expressed our disagreement with their characterization of the type of farmland?
Not to our knowledge. They viewed that discharge of excess effluent as irrigation, so to speak. That was their rationale. They didn't appear to do any ground truthing.
Okay, and then do you know when they are going to have their 2020 map out?
They're running roughly a year and a half behind. We just, in the last couple months, got the 2018 map. So
okay.
It's likely that designation could change in the coming years before even development happens on this site.
Sure. Okay, thank you.
Well, thanks, Todd, and thanks to the chair for his question, clarifying what the Department of Conservation's position or work is. But I think it's an important issue because we've had discussion, this board has in over the last year and a half or so, about AG5 and farmland mitigation program. And I think it was pointed out by staff at the time, and Leanne and maybe you, Todd, or others, that we do this on a case-by-case basis. And so I think this is an important example of that. I will still want to point out, though, and this is probably for Leanne and for others, but there's still some unfinished work there. I know the Farm Bureau and certainly the Farmland Trust folks were still very interested, I think, in pursuing those conversations, and I don't know where that's all ended up. We sent to have an Ag Advisory Committee and formed, so I guess as a side note, I would certainly like to see us have the opportunity to pick up that conversation, but this is a good example of what you pointed out, and in this case we're being asked to override because of the facts as you've outlined them, and I think it's a reasonable recommendation on the part, obviously, of our staff. Okay, I wanted to shift gears then to ask a little bit about the infill fee. I know the issue was raised at the on the Mather South hearing, and I think one of the discussion items that came out of that consideration before the board earlier this year was that we were going to have a workshop on the infill fee, and obviously you've been working on this project and others, so this maybe, do we have something yet set to talk about how we would reinvest in our older suburban communities, particularly those that are adjacent? And Todd, you were with me probably 4 years ago now, or at least 3 years ago, at a community workshop in Rosemont, and it was pretty well attended, and folks who like living there, and some of them were brand new homeowners, but I'm concerned about some of the commercial drift away from some of those inner areas and communities. Obviously, with the pandemic, we've seen an acceleration of some of the impacts on small businesses. I know Supervisor Kennedy spoke to it earlier, just as it relates to small business failures. But some of the shopping centers that have struggled, we've done studies and we've worked with folks and to some success, obviously, in other areas of the county. We have an opportunity, though, with this infill fee. It references housing's a part of it, but I think also, vibrant, opportunities for people to work, to spend their dollars in those neighborhoods, many of them in the unincorporated area, is a return on that investment. So, could you just share kind of, we're going to impose the infill fee as a part of this, but has there been any additional staff work around bringing to this board for some policy considerations about, again, we're talking years off. I mean, obviously these developments aren't coming out of the ground right away, so. Yeah,
we have had some internal conversations about how to frame that up and present it to the board. Okay. I do want to make note of, agree with everything you said about the intent there, and I do remember that Rosemont Community Association meeting. One of the things that we're thinking about is kind of captured in the introductory sentence of that section in the development agreement, which is that infill development in the county may result, and probably will result, in reduced vehicle miles traveled and corresponding improvements in air quality and reduced greenhouse gas emissions in the county. So one of the things that we're thinking about is how can we, not just the planning department, but our partner agencies or departments, infrastructure departments, how can we come up with different ways to incentivize infill development, whether it's reducing barriers associated with infrastructure? How can we participate in kind of bigger picture thinking in a way that really gets to achieving some momentum in infill. But I do know that it's not quite ready for prime time yet.
Okay, so that's something we will see though in the months to come. So, yeah. Well, thanks. One other area then I just wanted to ask about, and I see Michael Peterson here, so I'll tee it up with that. Maybe you're going to field it, Todd, but it has to do with our hydrology and water quality section. And I appreciate the portion of the environmental document devoted to talking about not only the analysis, but the downstream impacts, particularly as it relates to Beachstone Lakes and the Point Pleasant area. I think it, again, kind of goes to some, ongoing work. In this document, I think different than what I saw in Mather South, if I recall correctly, actually identifies the number of residences that are affected by volume downstream, and talks about that even though what's described as an indiscernible amount to the regular observer, it could affect 2 residences because that's how close it gets in some of those areas. And the point being made here, I think the analysis is a good one, but I want to draw attention to the fact that I don't think we haven't in a long time visited the fee. It's $340 an acre, and not just on this development, but development acres within the Morrison Creek floodplain and all its tributaries. And I'm concerned, one, that we're accumulating dollars. We don't, I know Michael has some things to continue to look at with the projects, but I'd like to maybe, Michael, if you could just take a minute to kind of update where we are with regards to the basin, some of the things we're doing either in this region, maybe in the mid-region, or even downstream. So.
Sure. Now, in terms of, in this area, in this project in particular, the level and extent of detention facilities is very significant. There's, again, almost indiscernible impact. But we've had the discussions on the fee and having it updated, and some of the solutions that we're trying to pursue are, the possibility of a much larger regional detention facility in the upper watershed, improvements to the downstream pumping capacity that perhaps in combination could address some of the cumulative impacts. And from there, we would look to define a new fee or update the fee accordingly. We're just not at that point where there's a easily accessible solution in that regard. Some of the the initial studies that we're doing are not as promising as we'd hope, but we do need to make sure we're capturing the full scope of what we would have to study to ensure that if there's anything that we can do to address that impact, which would drive us to a new fee, that's what we're doing. So, again, I know some of my colleagues, get weary of hearing about this topic, but I do think it warrants. We've been probably a year and a half, we're getting close to it since we've last visited this item. I think we have maybe the update and any board direction around timelines, because seasons come, seasons go. And I know, you've kept me apprised of certainly some of the efforts, but we've even talked about how we might provide further incentives down in the Beachstone Lakes because we've obviously seen an emphasis on raising of homes down there. And I know that we had a meeting here some weeks ago, and we were willing to at least consider that, and council was a part of that, legal counsel was. But I guess I'd like to know, because otherwise we pass on the documents, we acknowledge whatever the impacts are to the best of our ability at the time, and then a lot of it gets handed off to Water Resources to then to try to figure out and obviously if it was an easy solution, we would have struck on it a long time ago. But as we continue to approve development in the basin, I think it's important that we keep our eye on the ball too, that to your point, you got to figure out what it is you might do as a project, and then do a study behind what the fee might be as the development comes out of the ground. I would just, again, encourage and maybe look to Mr. Hartwig and Mr. Gill if we could actually schedule something before the end of the calendar year to get an update, certainly as we get into the rainy season, but also acknowledging that we're poised to consider for approval as soon as today, but certainly very soon. This
this particular proposal, and we've got others that are coming behind, and you're doing work in this area as well. And so I think it's important to know, because I think, what we can do to alleviate downstream flood impacts, certainly benefits those areas, but also all those throughputs that go through, unincorporated area as well as the city, as you're well aware, Michael. So I guess I would just ask if we could have something before the end of the calendar year that would provide us an update, maybe discuss the fee, some nexus study, but we got to know what we're going to do as far as projects.
Sure.
Okay.
And I will just add, in terms of the incentives, as we talked before, we've already implemented a step in our home elevation program where we can facilitate the cost of design and not have that cost be held by the homeowner until the very end. We've just looked at the process we have as far as that's the first step, and that's an easy step to digest. And we worked with the architects, and they're very cooperative in holding off, so we can make sure that would be funded first. So we've been able to implement that administratively.
Oh, okay, that's good to know.
Yeah.
I guess I hadn't talked about that, and I know there's actually a house that's being raised on Twin Cities Road as we speak. So, okay, thanks on that.
Sure.
And I just, Mr. Chair, one final question then on the environmental document. So, in the we're not to that juncture yet, but in the findings of fact and statement of overriding considerations that have been submitted, at least for our consideration, there's some commentary in there, and I'm not so sure that, and again, we don't need to debate at this moment, but basically just puts in words in the mouth of board members, and it talks about housing in particular. As you get down to the conclusion on page 125, and it says, in light of these statewide policy considerations, the board is reluctant to miss the opportunity to approve a project that will result in construction of substantial numbers of new housing units. Well, that may be a true statement or not, but I mean, if you're speaking for the board, to reference, missed opportunities and reluctance, and so I mean, I don't know who crafted sentences such as that, but I think that we can make a statement about need for housing and such, and you can make it a part of our consideration. But I guess I would suggest that maybe not go take too many liberties with what board members may or may not think, and we certainly can say it, that's strong. We can say it that way. We can say it more strongly, or we can say it in a different way. And I offer that as a comment, and it doesn't really inform the discussion. I mean, obviously you're making recommendations, and the board has before it, making findings that would conclude that there's overriding reasons why we ought to approve the project. And I'm not so sure that language, does much of anything. But anyway, thanks, Todd. That's all I have to share for right now. Thanks.
All right. Any further questions for staff? This is a public hearing item, correct?
Yes, it is, and you do have public comments.
I also want to note the applicant does have a presentation.
Right.
Oh, sorry about that. And I do have the applicant on the line.
Yeah, why don't we
Yeah, it might be.
let's hear from the applicant first, and we'll open the public hearing and hear from our public speakers who are waiting patiently.
As you're doing that, Mr. Chair, I wanted to compliment planning staff. Todd's presentation was fairly brief, but there's been years of work, certainly on behalf of the applicants, but certainly on behalf of staff on this, and so just the volume of information. So he did a good job summarizing.
I echo that.
So we have Mr. George Phillips, the project engineer and counsel, on one phone call, and so I just want to check the mic and make sure you can hear us. I'm talking to Mr. Phillips.
George, are you there?
Mr. Phillips, can you hear me? I'm going to have staff try to call them from a separate phone just to find out. They've been on hold for a long time.
Is he the only expected presenter or speaker on behalf of the applicant?
I'm sorry?
Is he the only expected speaker on behalf of the applicant?
That group, yes.
Okay.
Hi, this is Florence Evans from. Please start with your comments.
Chairman, members of the board, this is George Phillips on behalf of Sacramento Rendering Company and Sacramento Ranches. We could hear all of you during that entire time. For some reason, you could not hear us, so we apologize for that. As was mentioned by Mr. Smith in his comments, we do have a short PowerPoint presentation that we would like to walk you all through. Here with me, we are at our engineers, McKay and Somp's office. So we have Ken Giberson, who's the project engineer, Chris Stewart that works with me, and Michael Kohler, the principal and owner of Sacramento Rendering Company and Sacramento Ranches. So I also have Jim Moose of Remy Moose and Manley on the phone as well. And we probably would like, both Mr. Moose and I would like to reserve some time at the end of the public comments to be able to respond to any of the comments that come in from callers. With that, I'd like to proceed with the presentation. I would ask the board for some indulgence. Having a lawyer do a hearing virtually over the phone is like tying the hands behind a mime's back. So I will try to do this as quickly as I can. So next slide, please. Obviously, you're familiar with the land plan of the project. Next slide, please.
George, the slides are numbered. Can you refer to the slides by number?
I have to press the mute button, so he can't hear you. So if you're going to say something, then
So this slide just shows who the different property owners are, as Mr. Smith made a comment in his presentation. This shows you the adjoining. We're having difficulties. You're skipping through slides with not related to what our talking points are.
Can you make it so he can hear me, please? George, can you hear me? This is Phil Cerna.
I'm sorry?
Can you hear me? This is Chair Cerna.
Yes, Supervisor.
Can you please refer to the slides by number?
Okay, slide 2, please.
Thank you.
One more back.
There's a delay in the broadcast version, so he's probably not seeing the current slide.
Oh, not the
We can stay on this, which is slide 3. This just shows who the property owners are, which shows the Mather South project immediately to our north across Keeper Boulevard. This slide shows Mather South immediately north.
There's a 30-second delay that's occurring.
A 30-second delay?
It looks like it's about 30 seconds.
Okay, this is slide 2. Thank you. This just shows the ownership adjacent to the Sacramento Rendering Company property, Sacramento Ranches. Mather South is to the north immediately. South of us is Vulcan Materials, Triangle Rock that you can see at the southern end adjacent to Jackson Highway. And then on the west is the AgRes portion. Next slide, or slide 3, please.
make it so I can talk, please. Hey, George, this is Phil again. Don't watch the streaming video. Just present like you're right here. There's a delay and it's affecting your ability to present.
Oh, okay. Thank you. And technical issues are not my cup of tea. So the slide number 3 outlines the rendering plan in red. This just shows you where the plant is itself as in relation to the property. Obviously, the supervisors all know that the Sacramento Rendering Company provides a critical service to the entire Sacramento County and the Sacramento region as far as health and safety, and they are the ultimate recycler. Every piece of material that comes into this recycling plant goes out and is incorporated in products that we all use on a daily basis. Next slide, slide 4, please. We just wanted to emphasize that, as the supervisors know, but important for the public to understand, Sacramento Rendering Company is a family-owned business. It's been in Sacramento since 1913. It started its first facility down in the Land Park area, and it moved to this current location in 1955. And the reason that it moved in 1955 was because of the encroachment of development that started to occur proximate to its original site in the Land Park area. Next slide, slide number 5. This shows you what the area of the current site looked like in 1957. So when the Sacramento Rendering Company moved to this location, clearly they moved here understanding that there was likely to be little to no encroachment over the years, because immediately north of them was the Mather Air Force Base. And you can see that there was very little development in the surrounding area in 1957. Next slide, slide 6, shows the same area in 1973. Not a whole lot of change, a little more development obviously north of Highway 50, but again, predominantly rural area. Slide number 7, next slide, shows you the area in 2009, and here's where you start to see some significant residential growth and industrial growth coming down Sunrise Boulevard. There's development now east of Sunrise, northeast of Sunrise in the city of Rancho Cordova, and the urbanization is starting to encroach on the site. Approximately the same time, on behalf of the rendering company, we started having conversations with the county about an exit strategy for Sacramento Rendering so that they could actually extricate themselves again from the encroachment of urbanization and avoid land use compatibility issues. So we began those conversations with the county even before 2009 and participated throughout the entire visioning process for the Jackson corridor and also the general plan update. Next slide, slide 8. Again, 2018 just shows that there's been a little more residential development in particular happening east of the property. And then next slide, slide 9. This is the real important slide to show. This shows not just existing development, but proposed and development that's ready to move forward. And it shows the encroachment on the rendering plant's property and presenting the compatibility issues that it is trying to remove itself from. As I've mentioned to the board in past discussions and presentations, this entitlement process is entirely intended to be Sacramento Rendering Company's exit strategy. They want to move this facility so that they will not be an issue to the development that is occurring proximate to them. So as you see on this slide, you have Westboro on the northeast. That project is approved and now starting to move forward. You have Rio del Oro, a specific plan in the city. Both of those projects are in the city of Rancho Cordova. It is approved and now moving forward. The Sunridge specific plan area approved and building out. And then the Sun Creek has been approved and is moving forward. And then immediately to the north, as you know, before you in January of this year, Mather South specific plan was approved and will be moving forward. Next slide, number 10. This slide shows you this is something we don't know that the public is aware of. over 500 acres of the Sacramento Renderings property is zoned today for industrial uses. So this obviously covers where the existing plant is, but somewhat unusual, if not an anomaly, with urban designations outside the urban policy area. And the Sacramento Ranches and the rendering company as the owner, they have the ability to move forward with industrial development of this site if they chose to today. And that's an important fact that I don't believe a lot of people are aware of. Next slide is number 11. This slide just again goes back to the land plan for the project. Obviously, Sacramento Ranches and the rendering company have chosen not to proceed with industrial development here, but rather to pursue entitlements for a project that we believe are much more compatible and blend in with the existing and planned surrounding uses. Next slide, which is slide number 12. In developing our land plan for the project, we started with the resources on site and the sensitive resources, particularly biological resources, and really began with that as the starting point from which to design a project. And you can see the extent of the open space and open space preserves that are going to be permanently in a state of open space within the project boundaries. The next slide, which is slide 13, this just shows you the mixed-use components, the non-residential components to the project, and the uses that will generate jobs. And you can see the bottom graphic there pointing out that we will have over 2,500 jobs supporting the neighborhood, the Newbridge neighborhood. Next slide, number 14. This slide shows you the different densities and the diversity of the densities proposed on site, and also the total overall density of 8.6 acres, units per acre, which is consistent with general plan policy in LU 120. The next slide is number 15. This graphic just shows you the trail system. We have the benefit of having the Folsom South Canal and the bicycle trail that runs north-south, and is a regional facility immediately on our east. And we will have connections to that bike trail and that regional bike and ped network. Also on the west, you'll note that we show another regional bicycle and pedestrian connection to the east that will go across one of the preserve areas and connect with development that's proposed to our west. The next slide is slide 16. This slide just shows you the statistics that are important to the LU 120 calculation, as was mentioned by Mr. Smith in his presentation, that we do meet the requirements of LU 120. This shows the proximity of the residential uses to the different non-residential and open space uses within the project site. The next slide is 17. Again, this goes to the comment I made a little earlier relative to the permanent preserves that will be result from the development of the project. The area shown on the west, which is the West Zinfandel Preserve, is approximately 182 acres. It is all critical habitat for the tadpole fairy shrimp and the fairy shrimp and tadpole fairy shrimp. And we have chosen not to develop that site at all. And this is an important issue because, again, I want to emphasize that this property owner has taken on the decision tree, has taken made the decisions along the way to be sensitive to the resources that are located on site. And that is nothing better graphically to show is this one, because both of these, the West Zinfandel, East Zinfandel, and the Fry Creek Preserve encompass all of this vast majority of the sensitive resources on the site. The next slide, please, is 18. Just emphasizing the numbers of that avoidance of those sensitive resources. Please note that that middle graphic or text of 22.2 acres of wetlands and the fact that we're only impacting 4.4 our approach to this land plan has assisted the County of Sacramento with the regulatory agencies in the approval of the South County Habitat Conservation Plan. And that's because of the degree of avoidance and the degree of total avoidance of the critical habitat that is owned by Sacramento Ranches and Sacramento Rendering Companies. So this is a key issue. This was not an issue that the regulatory agencies forced this applicant to do. It's not something the county forced this applicant to do. We approached this land plan from the beginning to be sensitive to these on-site resources. Next slide, please, which is 19. This graphic shows you the proximity and the connection to Mather South project and also the 50 corridor to the north and to light rail stations also to the north and employment hubs. The next slide, please, is 20. This just shows you the infrastructure that we share with Mather South and how we will be contributing to and or constructing that infrastructure that both Mather South and Newbridge will need to develop. And it just emphasizes the relationship to that specific plan area that the board approved in January of this year. Slide number 21 shows you the site and its proximity to the Highway 50 corridor. This is a key issue because there are those who have criticized this project as being too distant from downtown, but to emphasize that the Highway 50 corridor is the second largest job center in the Sacramento region, and we are proximate to all of those jobs, and this graphic shows that. Over 62,000 jobs within that corridor, and those are existing and or planned. In the interest of time, I think we can end the PowerPoint presentation with this slide. Again, we know that there will be callers coming in. We want everyone to have the opportunity to speak. I do want to respond real quickly to a couple items that came up in the board's earlier discussions. That is, as it relates to the Jackson Road and the interface with Jackson Road of the project, we want the supervisors to know that there is planned to be a 65-foot landscape setback along Jackson Highway. That setback area will be maintained by the project and by the finance plan for the project. As it relates to the detention-retention on site for stormwater control, as was mentioned by Mr. Peterson in his comments, Newbridge has a robust detention and retention requirement, meeting all the requirements for both LID and making sure that we do not have impacts to the downstream uses. And we, in fact, have 18 on-site detention and detention basins. I also wanted to mention that we know that Diane Rogers with the Rancho Cordova Chamber of Commerce was planning to participate, but she had another commitment starting at 12:30. She will not be able to speak, but we understand she did submit an email to the board, and also former Supervisor Jimmy Yee was planning to participate as well, but he has sent a letter and will not be able to call in. So with that, I would ask the board for the opportunity for both Jim Moose and I to be able to respond to the comments that you hear from callers. So if we could be tied in again to your chambers at the end of the public testimony, we'd very much appreciate that. Oh, one last thing I forgot. I wanted to mention that we understand staff's suggestion to the board of moving forward with public testimony today and continuing this item to October. We understand the reasons for that, to allow staff to provide responses to you of comments and correspondence that has come in relative to the project, and we are in agreement with that. One of our letters mentioned that we were not in support of continuing the item. That was in opposition to one of your other pieces of correspondence asking for the whole item to be continued today. But we do understand the wisdom of going through the public hearing today, closing the public hearing, and allowing staff to respond to all of the correspondence that's been received, and we're in agreement with that approach. And that is the end of our presentation comments, and again, we would like to come back at the end. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, George, and good job. I know it was difficult to do the presentation remotely. Before we hear from the public, though, I think you might have a supervisor or two that has a question for you, and we'll start with Supervisor Natoli.
Thank you, George, for your presentation. Just quickly, if I heard correctly earlier in the presentation or discussion this afternoon, that as it relates to the air quality measures and conditions in the development agreement and so forth, you and the the applicant are agreeable to the conditions that are outlined in the development agreement as recommended by staff or suggested by staff. Is that correct?
That is correct, Supervisor Natoli. We paid close attention to the board's hearing on Mather South. We've also had additional conversations with members of the environmental community and county staff, and we are in agreement with the obligations to comply with the CAP once it's adopted.
Okay. Thank you for that. And I would just note, as you noted, some correspondence. You also, there were others may speak on the phone that are either in support or opposition to, but I know there was a email received this morning from Eva Butler, who obviously had worked with the county and the community out there for many years on the preservation of the open space and vernal pools, and she indicated her support and certainly her thanks for the cooperation she received from the Kohlers, and certainly others have worked on the team there as it relates to the connectivity to obviously the vernal pool preserve, the Isle Column vernal pool preserve at Mather, but just the work in the area. So wanted to note that. And lastly, this may be for county staff, on your maps, you've referenced Zinfandel Drive, but I believe as a part of the Mather South approval, there was a request, at least from this member, to initiate renaming Eagles Nest from Zinfandel to Eagles Nest south of Douglas, and then that would include obviously the portion here that's currently Eagles Nest through the project that will be realigned. So I trust that'll be undertaken. Again, I think it's a correct reference right now because that's currently what's there, but I think that was the desire, was to retain Eagles Nest through this project as well as, yeah.
Yes.
Okay, good. Okay, thanks. Yes,
Okay, any other questions for the applicant team? All right, seeing none, we're going to go ahead and open the public hearing now and hear from members of the public that are on the phone.
Caller, please start with your comments.
Hello.
Yes, go ahead. Go ahead, please. Go ahead, please.
Caller, please go ahead with your comments.
Hello.
I had a heck of a time understanding what Natoli was asking, George. You have the same problem?
George, you're still on the line, and we can hear you.
Hello? Can I?
Yes, go ahead, please.
Oh, great. Thank you, Honorable Chair Cerna. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Ah, tremendous. My name is John Gedney. I'm the Executive Director of the Amador County Transportation Commission.
Yes, go ahead.
Yes, me.
Yes,
Great.
yes, you.
Ah, thank you so much. Let me turn it down. This is odd to negotiate this way.
Yeah, do not
again,
watch. Don't view the meeting. Just talk. Don't view the meeting, please.
Correct. Okay, my name is John Gedney.
Yes, we can.
Ah, tremendous. I want to thank, in particular, Supervisor Natoli and Supervisor Frost for your very good questioning, your thoughtful questions on this issue. Thank you for acknowledging the letter that was sent by Amador County Transportation Legal Counsel, Mona Ibrahimi. I want to defer to our legal counsel to discuss details within the letter. So I'll keep my comments brief. But there was a lot of discussion about the relinquishment, and I think it's important to understand why the relinquishment was put on hold. No one seems to offer an explanation. For 7 years, as Supervisor Natoli pointed out, the county and Caltrans has pursued this relinquishment, and throughout that time, up until October of last year, Caltrans refused to conduct an independent analysis of impacts from the variety of developments planned along the corridor. And by the way, this isn't Jackson Road anymore. It's still State Route 16, a Caltrans facility. In October of last year, the California Transportation Commission agreed to request that Caltrans conduct an independent traffic analysis. Not a month later, Sacramento County sent the letter to request that the suspension be placed on hold. I would support your staff's recommendation that you table this item, and I'd like to request of your staff, Mr. Vicari and Mr. Hartwick, to confirm some of the information that's in our letter. With that, I think I'd just like to point out that in our letter we note that Caltrans shirks its responsibilities at present altogether in responding to the individual EIRs, is also separately in violation of CEQA. The county has been made aware through multiple mediums and experiences that this project will have unanalyzed and unmitigated traffic impacts. We do respectfully request that you analyze these impacts fully and recirculate the draft EIR. And with that, I would defer to legal counsel. Thank you.
Thank you.
Caller, please start with your comments.
Hello?
Yes, go ahead, please.
Thank you. Good afternoon, members of the board. Let me mute.
Excuse me, would you please mute the meeting in the background?
Yes, I have. Thank you.
Thank you so
Good
much.
afternoon, members of the board. Thank you for your fortitude in working through lunch. My name's Oscar Balaguer. I'm with 350. We've submitted written comments focusing on greenhouse gas impacts. The New Bridge project does not now meet the county's greenhouse gas thresholds of significance. These impacts remain significant. The main reason is the project's per capita VMT, which is about 25% above the regional average. The county's VMT analysis guidelines, reflecting current state law, require VMT to be 15% below average on a path to meet the state's long-term goal. So the project bends the curve of the VMT up, but down, making it harder for future projects, including the county's cap, to meet the threshold. Now, instead of meeting thresholds, specific mitigation measures, as other projects have done, the FEIR proposes they be selected later at the tentative map stage, because doing so now would prove speculative. The FEIR lists such potential future measures. For example, applying Title 24, Tier 1 or 2, electrifying all buildings, not just residential, providing an urban forest plan, using energy-efficient street lighting. There's nothing speculative about these. They are common sense, feasible measures. In our written comments identify more of them. You can require them and meet the county's emission thresholds in approving the project. CEQA requires that feasible measures reducing significant impacts be adopted during approval, not selected later outside the CEQA process. Deferring mitigation sets a dangerous precedent, and it's unfair to past projects, such as Mayfair South, which specified all their mitigation at the time of approval. Why would you pick winners and losers? 350 asks that you set the same standards for New Bridge as you have in the past. that specific measures to meet greenhouse standards be identified at time of approval of the project. Our written comments present other substantive and procedural concerns. That concludes our comments today. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Caller, please start with your comments. Please mute the meeting in the background.
Good afternoon. My name is Martin Stratt of Jeffer, Mangles, Butler, and Mitchell, speaking today on behalf of Socopolis Investments, the majority landowner and applicant of the Jackson Township Specific Plan. I'd like to thank the board for this opportunity to speak this afternoon and for reviewing our comment letters. I appreciate how challenging it is for the board to oversee large master plan projects that will be built out over long periods of time. The planning for these projects involves the preparation of numerous large reports and studies, which can take months or even years to prepare. But the reason these reports and studies are prepared is to ensure that lead agencies, the public, and project applicants have a clear understanding of how resources will be expended. And that's why the Jackson Corridor Traffic Mitigation Strategy was prepared. As the name suggests, the strategy was developed to ensure the county, the public, and the project applicants have a clear understanding of how the Jackson Corridor will be improved in the coming years. But I don't need to tell you about the strategy because it was approved by this very board. What I would like to tell you, however, is that last week, we were very surprised to see a letter dated November 5th, 2019, from the Sacramento Department of Transportation speaking on behalf of the county and stating that the county is no longer pursuing relinquishment of a key segment of Jackson Corridor. But without relinquishment of that segment, the county cannot control the design. The county cannot control the timing. The county cannot control the cost of the Jackson Corridor improvements, which was one of the key reasons why the traffic mitigation strategy was prepared. Without relinquishment, the county and project applicants will have to apply for permits from Caltrans, meaning that Caltrans will control the design, Caltrans will control the timing, Caltrans will control the cost. That defeats the underlying purpose of the strategy. Mr. Vicari today said that DOT works with Caltrans all the time, but that was not the plan. The board should refrain from taking action today, as recommended by Mr. Smith, until the county, its DOT, and the Jackson Corridor project applicants can get on the same page and discuss and understand how the county can possibly implement the mitigation strategy without controlling the segment. In addition, this board should also refrain from taking action today because certain portions of the New Bridge EIR should be recirculated as discussed in our letters. If you have not yet had the opportunity to read the final EIR, I would encourage you to scroll through it before you vote, today or at the continued hearing, and see the significant amount of new information that has been added, which is depicted in bold and underlined. The climate change section in particular is almost all bold and underlined because it is essentially a new analysis. If this board wants the county to be seen as a leader in climate change policy and mitigation, it should start by recirculating that analysis. Lastly, to the extent the applicant's counsel has questioned our client's purpose for raising these concerns, it's because our client is committed to ensuring the Jackson Corridor is built out in an organized, uniform manner that addresses cumulative and overlapping issues prior to construction instead of figuring it out later. Lastly, if the hearing is continued, we request that the public hearing remain open. Thank you very much for your consideration.
Thank you.
Caller, please start with your public comments and please mute the meeting in the background.
Okay.
Go ahead, please.
Can you hear me?
Yes,
My
go ahead,
name is
please.
Tim Gover. You go ahead and give the speech?
Yes, please.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Tim Gover. I grew up at Sacramento Rendering Company since my father was a foreman and there was a house on the property. In the 1950s, when we moved to our current location from Riverside Boulevard, we called our new location the Boondocks, for there was nothing there. We try and be good neighbors, but the neighborhood has changed. The Kohler family treats all of their employees well, but I hope my testimony, with my father having worked for them from 1944 until 1974, and me, one of 16 children, having grown up nearby the site and having worked for them for more than 40 years now, can tell you how much the Kohlers care, how much they respect those nearby. Of course, you can imagine the Kohler family is concerned with quality and efficiency at SRC. I have made sure to inspire an equal level of care and precision that the Kohlers have always achieved. Therefore, it has been a top priority when hiring or training my own driver or any other capacity at SRC. There is one reason why everyone who works for SRC wants to do what we can to support them. Hey, maybe your next door neighbor doesn't know what a rendering company is. It's not a high profile business, but it's actually a critical industry in our region. Sacramento Rendering Company responsibly recycles everything that comes to our plant. We reduce a tremendous amount of material that without us would end up to the county's landfill. My whole life has revolved around the Kohler family and the thriving business they continue to maintain at Sacramento Rendering Company. My father supported his family working for the Kohlers, and I am a homeowner raising my own with my triplet sons in their senior year of college. I am a proud man when I say I am employed at Sacramento Rendering Company. So I ask you, please help them in their effort to keep doing business. Thank you.
Thank you.
Caller, please start with your comments. Caller, are you there?
Hi, yes, I'm here.
Okay, please start with your comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Mona Ibrahimi, and I am speaking on behalf of the Amador County Transportation Commission, your neighbors to the east. You have heard from our executive director, John Gedney, today. And in addition to the comment letter provided to you on August 28th, I would like to highlight a few points. First, I'd like to thank you for continuing this item, but I agree with a previous caller who requested that public comments be allowed in October, particularly given the inconsistent information provided by staff today. Second, I request that the county direct staff and its consultants to revise the New Bridge EIR to properly address traffic and related impacts, devise enforceable mitigation measures, recirculate the EIR, and only then approve the project. You see, ACTC is not opposed to this or any other development project before you. However, the Commission has both an interest in and a mission to ensure the impacts to interregional traffic between Sacramento County and Amador are fully disclosed and mitigated. As the EIR now stands, there is a scant and paltry analysis of traffic and other impacts, and I'd like to go through some of these examples, although they're more fleshed out in my comment letter. But mitigation measures TC-1 and TC-4 are illusory because they defer analysis. In fact, your staff today kept saying we are deferring analysis to some point in the future. They don't contain the necessary who, what, why, when, how, that mitigation measures are required. And there's no enforcement mechanism. A blanket statement that says, and this is a quote from your EIR, enforced measures TC1 to TC5, end quote, is itself not enforceable because it does not describe who is to enforce the measure, how the measure is supposed to be enforced, and by when it is supposed to be implemented. Additionally, the EIR acknowledges that there will be significant impacts to traffic, but then states that mitigation is not feasible because, and again, I'm providing direct quotes from your EIR because you've been provided with a lot of evasive answers. But this is from your document, and it says, neither Caltrans nor the local jurisdictions have identified any plans or secured any funding for such a project, end quote. If that was the standard under CEQA, no lead agency in California would ever be motivated to require require mitigation measure to impact, because they could simply hide behind the excuse of, well, we haven't identified a plan. Fortunately for us, that's not the standard under CEQA, and I feel better hearing many of the supervisors' questions today that is not the standard by which you will be measuring this project. As you're aware, a lead agency is required to identify and implement all feasible measures. And only if a measure is not feasible, it must articulate with substantial evidence to support that justification. To that end, Caltrans has also failed to do their duties to the public.
Can you please conclude your comments, please?
Yes, I will. I believe that your staff has not properly answered questions. We have attempted to obtain relevant records, and we've been told that we'd have to come in to the county's office.
Can you please conclude your comments?
I respectfully request that the county direct staff to conduct this analysis and require mitigation measures, and we would be happy to work with you to mitigate the impacts to the Jackson corridor. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller, please.
Caller, please start with your comments.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Heather Coakley, and I have been employed by the Kohler family for over 15 years. The Kohler family is a wonderful employer, and they treat us, their employees, like family. Like myself, many of us have worked for Sacramento Rendering Company for many years, and as you've heard from the project presentation, the family moved its business to its current location in 1955, long before there was any residential development in the area. But because of the new residential development that continues to encroach on the SRC property, it's critical for the family to have an effective exit strategy. And this proposed project is their exit strategy. And so I'd like to ask you if you would please support them in their efforts to continue their business. Thank you.
Thank you.
Caller, please go ahead with your comments, but please mute the meeting in the background while you're making your comments.
Can I begin?
Yes, go ahead. Thank you.
Thank you. Hi, this is Matthew from the Sacramento Food Policy Council. Appreciate all of the deliberation on this item today. I just want to lift up that we need a lens here that's critically examining how these new developments and plans will be impacting marginalized communities in Sacramento. Newbridge is adjacent to the Vineyard community, which is designated as an environmental justice community by the county's environmental justice element. We need an authentic community perspective and partnership to assess racial and environmental justice impacts of these developments, as well as impacts on our county's food system, which includes agricultural land. These types of questions might ask or examine how these infill impact fees, which Supervisor Natoli brought up, would be reinvested. Who would make those determinations? And what if they were innovative strategies, which really should be coming from residents who are, currently being impacted by environmental justice issues? We need that bigger picture thinking and leadership of how this development and future developments will impact broadly Sacramento County's marginalized communities. And another question to be posed around this development is who is most in need of housing right now in our county, and who will likely be able to afford to live in this development. We're talking also about industrial developments in the area, and we need further examination of how this affects future as well as current adjacent residential areas and the health of those residents. especially in the time of a pandemic. In fact, you can't do this kind of work without real input from communities who understand from their own lived experiences and relationships how these types of developments negatively impact vulnerable communities. That includes tenants, low-income communities, children, seniors, immigrants, and people of color. So really, as well as healthy food access and healthy food options and impacts on the food system. So something that we've been proposing and just having discussions over the past year with the planning department is for the county to instate an environmental justice community oversight commission, which would sit parallel to the CPACs, which, by the way, just met for the first time in 6 months this month. And they would sit parallel to the CPAC, parallel to the Public Health Advisory Board, but have a very specific role in talking about the impacts of these planning and land use decisions on our county's most vulnerable communities. And the city is already taking the lead on this. They're starting an environmental justice governance board, sitting in the city of Sacramento. So this is happening. This is a broader movement happening in our county, and the county should definitely follow suit. And to conclude my comments, appreciate you for listening, and I do just want to make a side note that we at the Food Policy Council will stand in support of the Public Health Department, stand in support of, as well as in support of the people's budget and the demands and the presentation that they made today for you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Caller, please start with your comments. And
I'm Sandy Smalley.
Can you please, hi Ms. Smalley, can you please mute the meeting in the background?
I did. Oh, there.
Thank you.
Now start.
Yes, go ahead, Sandy.
Oh, hi, I'm Sandy Smalley, and I'm so happy you can't see me. It's great being at home. But I'm calling in to support the project. This issue of the rendering works has been around multiple years, and it's such a crucial business for the region. I really think that we should be helping them in relocating. So I support the project, and thank you very much, and thanks for all your hard work.
Hey, Sandy? Sandy?
Yes.
It's good to hear from you.
Yes. Oh, thank you. Thank you.
Take care.
Hi, Sandy.
Caller, please start with your comments, and please mute the meeting in the background while you're talking.
Go ahead, please. Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Good afternoon, Honorable Chair Cerna, Vice Chair Frost, Supervisors Peter, Kennedy, and Natoli. This is Phil Rodriguez, Vice President of Planned Communities for the Lewis Group of Companies. First, I'd like to say it's good to see and hear all of you, albeit in this somewhat complex virtual online world we are currently in. All of you look good and healthy. As you know, the Lewis Group is the investor and developer of the Mather South project to the north of the New Bridge project. I'm calling to express my full support for the New Bridge project, which in my opinion shines with solid planning and design and complements our Mather South project as really a continuation of well-thought planned development in Sacramento County. As Mr. Phillips pointed out in his presentation, the New Bridge project has been designed to preserve existing sensitive biological resources, which I believe very similarly mirrors our conservation efforts for the preserve areas approved and established within the Mather Field area to the north. I'd also want to point out that we've spent probably, well, I say years, but really a decade collaborating with the New Bridge team on the planning for our two projects, both of which I believe will benefit the county for decades by providing much needed housing, jobs, and property and sales tax revenue for decades. And finally, I'd like to thank county staff, who, as much as sometimes I get irritated with their continued pounding on needs, evaluating our project, and I'm being funny, they've spent a tremendous amount of time, frankly years and years, analyzing and evaluating all aspects of the New Bridge project, our project Mather South, as well as the other projects within the Jackson Corridor. With that, I'm happy to answer any questions about Mather South and its relation to the New Bridge project, or I can just depart.
I don't think there are any questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Phil.
That concludes your public comments.
Okay, thank you. With that, I'm going to go ahead and, if there's no objection, I'm going to close the public hearing. And I'd like to offer, is Mr. Phillips still on the line?
Yeah, hang on.
I'd like to offer the applicant team, whether that's Mr. Phillips or someone else, the opportunity to address any of the concerns or issues raised by those that spoke by phone. George, are you there?
I'm here.
Okay, this is your opportunity to address any of the issues or questions or concerns raised by public speakers.
Thank you, Chairman Cerna. I would like to ask Jim Moose to make some comments in response to the concerns about the environmental documentation that's before you, and then after he's done, I would like to make some closing comments. Jim?
Okay.
Thank you, George. Honorable board members, it's my pleasure to address you this afternoon. I'm Jim Moose from Randy Moose Manley, counsel to the applicant along with Mr. Phillips. I'd like to address the various comments you just received that were in the nature of legal comments. I do so with the expectation of being the legal counsel who will likely defend the county's approval here if the board chooses to approve the project, and defend the EIR that we hope you'll be certifying in early October. I have every reason to hope for a legally defensible document. I certainly want my clients' approvals to stand, and therefore I would like the county's approvals to stand. So I'm not in a position to say that whatever the county has done is perfectly legally adequate if that were not the case. We have every interest in making sure that the EIR is defensible. You may be aware that my firm and myself have supplied to the board a total of 4 items of correspondence in recent days. The first goes back to late 2019, insofar as it responds to correspondence from Sacramento Investments at that time. The board may remember that the letter writer at that time put into the record for this project numerous comments from other projects and demanded that they be responded to as though they were comments on this project. County staff appropriately didn't treat those as timely comments on this project and hasn't provided detailed responses, but my firm and myself took it upon ourselves to supply you with responses to all those comments, going beyond the call of duty, obviously. And we didn't find anything in them that represented fatal flaws to the EIR. We've also responded to 2 more recent letters from the law firm representing Sacramento Investments, from whom you have heard just earlier this afternoon. Those letters came in just in the last day or two, including one this morning. Again, we haven't found any fatal flaws to the EIR in those letters. We offer very detailed analysis as to why we think the objects of attack in the EIR actually are defensible. Finally, we provided you a letter responding to the legal counsel for the Amador County Transportation Commission. And so that's in your record as well. And again, there we didn't find any fatal flaws in the EIR or any of the related materials. Now, I'd just like to speak in general terms about some of the issues that have been raised. And in doing so, I need to mention that the county and this project find themselves in sort of a unique moment in the history of CEQA, whereby the former requirement to look at level of service, or LOS, as the basis for doing transportation impact analysis has gone by the wayside. That's no longer the law. But the new era in which vehicle miles traveled, or VMT, will be required in environmental documents going forward does not apply to this project. VMT is required for draft EIRs that are issued after July 1st of this year. But if you have a draft EIR like this one that was issued prior to that date, there's no obligation to look at VMT. But as of late 2018 and early 2019, according to the legislature and the 3rd District Court of Appeal, level of service is no longer an impact under CEQA. And I think the reasoning for that was that in 2013, then Senate Pro Tem Darrell Steinberg, now the mayor of Sacramento, passed a bill called Senate Bill 743, and essentially directed the Governor's Office of Planning and Research and the California Natural Resources Agency to develop new criteria for assessing transportation impacts that were more in line with the state's climate policies. It was felt that level of service isn't really an environmental impact. It's more of a matter of convenience for the traveling public and for the movement of goods and services, but it's not really an environmental impact. And in fact, it's arguably anomalous that sometimes when you mitigate for level of service, you end up widening roads and putting in more pavement, tearing out trees and filling wetlands and things like that. So even though for decades and decades, level of service was the way to deal with transportation impacts under CEQA, that era ended almost 2 years ago. So here we have a draft EIR that was written in the old days and looks at level of service, but it's not required to look at VMT because it predates July 1st, 2020. I lay out all that background because what's on my mind is legal defensibility. And in particular, the letter from the Amador County Transportation Commission and their legal counsel is all about level of service and contends that there are a number of violations related to mitigation measures for level of service. And my view is, and this is what I would say to a court, that these arguments no longer resonate under CEQA. As of today, this is no longer a CEQA issue. Now, this is not to say it's not an important issue. It's certainly an important issue under the general plan. It's certainly an important issue to the public. And the county, with its police power, has every right to regulate on this subject, and I think it should. But it's no longer a CEQA issue. So we have legal arguments framed under CEQA and accusing the county of violating CEQA, but it's all about level of service. And therefore, to my mind, it's not a CEQA issue any longer. And so these issues can't successfully be raised in court, even if they had merit. The underlying contentions are that the mitigation measures are inadequate, and there's also a contention that Caltrans has violated CEQA. And I'll just deal with that second issue first. Caltrans has not acted on this project. Caltrans would be a responsible agency that would use a certified EIR prepared by the county. So it's premature to accuse Caltrans of violating CEQA. That issue is simply not ripe for discussion. With respect to the issue of deferred mitigation, the approach here, regardless of whether relinquishment is going to happen or not, is pretty typical of traditional mitigation for level of service impacts. What you have is an obligation for the applicant to pay its fair share of costs of facilities that are necessitated in part by the project. There's a fee program in place. This is a recognized mechanism for mitigating transportation-related impacts. There is a very large set of identified improvements that are necessary, and the project's fair share for all that, from what I understand, is over $60 million. So this is a fairly tried and true approach to mitigating for level of service impacts. But as I've said, those are no longer CEQA issues. They're important general plan issues, but they're not CEQA issues. I'd like to move on to the comments raised by 350 Sacramento, and these were focused on the mitigation for greenhouse gases and the thresholds applicable to defining what is a significant impact related to greenhouse gas emissions. I believe the county's approach here is legally defensible, notwithstanding the very well-intentioned comments. The key to the county's mitigation approach is that there is a clear and enforceable performance standard in the form of a mandatory reduction in GHG emissions that must be achieved, although there are a variety of optional techniques or methods by which it could be achieved. So the key is that the standard shall be achieved, and whether particular options for how to get there turn out to be employed as opposed to other options is somewhat beside the point. The fundamental principle is there are reductions required that are consistent with California's greenhouse gas reduction strategies and the level of reduction that is necessary by the year 2032 when build-out is anticipated. And there are just different ways to get there. There was some criticism that plans for GHG emission reductions would be developed on a tentative map by tentative map basis. And there was contention that this all should be sorted out at the time of specific plan approval. I don't believe that's necessary. And in fact, I think it's more practical and just a better way to go to do it on a map by map basis. And the reason for that is this project obviously is going to take a while to build out. And during that time period, there will be new technologies that emerge. The cost effectiveness of some technologies may change. Some may turn out to be more effective than others. And to take a snapshot today and be very, very specific about what techniques need to be used would preclude the flexibility that would be preserved if this is all done on a map-by-map basis. So I think that this is a wise approach, and it allows for the county and the applicant to react to changing technologies. Now, I'd also like to respond to the arguments made by Sacramento Investments. As I mentioned, we have 3 very detailed letters on the subject, and nothing that was stated here added anything new to what was in those letters. So I won't repeat everything that's in our responses. But I do want to say that I don't think the relinquishment is legally significant or the lack of relinquishment or the putting on pause the relinquishment process is legally significant under CEQA. I don't believe it triggers recirculation. This, again, is all about level of service. But if the county chooses to proceed through encroachment permits with Caltrans, there's nothing radical or unusual about that. That is extremely common around the state, and in fact is the normal approach. Lots of development projects around the state involve impacts on state highways, and the traditional way to mitigate for that is to work with Caltrans to get encroachment permits from Caltrans and to get Caltrans permission to build improvements that will maintain level of service or avoid degradation of level of service on their facilities. And they are typically keen to cooperate with that because it's in their interest to see traffic move efficiently. And past experience indicates that they will be cooperative. So there's nothing radical here that this relinquishment process has been put on hold. What it means is this is just the normal process around the state whereby impacts on state highways are mitigated. And finally, I'd like to respond to the comments from the Food Policy Council. The concerns there are legitimate public policy concerns. There is not in this EIR an analysis of environmental justice issues for the simple reason that CEQA does not require such an analysis. There are areas in California law where EJ analysis is required. General plans that are updated in recent years and going forward, for example, need to include an environmental justice element. The state of California, in some of its agencies, have adopted environmental justice policies, but the legislature, for whatever reason, has not chosen to require environmental justice analysis in CEQA documents. So the county can't be faulted from the CEQA standpoint for not having done that. Now, this is not to denigrate the importance of these issues. It's just to note that as a legal matter, there's no requirement that this EIR have looked at that. So before I hand this back to Mr. Phillips, I'd just like to close by saying that we do agree with the staff recommendation that the board close the public hearing, but continue its deliberations on the project. In other words, come back on October 6th and decide whether to certify the EIR and approve the project, because you have received a lot of correspondence. It's humanly impossible to have studied it carefully in the amount of time available. We've done our best to respond to a lot of it quickly, but we're under no illusions that you will have read everything we wrote. There is value in closing the public hearing, because if you leave it open, you're likely to get an avalanche of additional correspondence, which then will require further responses. And the process does need to come to an orderly conclusion. So we believe we're at the point now where public input on the adequacy of the EIR can be completed, and then the board at this future date could discuss the merits of the project and the adequacy of the EIR. And with that, I'll turn this back to Mr. Phillips.
Thank you.
Thank you, Jim. Board members, I will close very quickly here. I want to echo Mr. Moose's comments to you relative to the CEQA issues that have been raised, and also importantly to mention that was part of Mr. Smith's presentation to you that relates to air quality and greenhouse gas emissions that the Air District has reviewed and signed off on the modeling work that's been done and the discussion in the final EIR. I also want to echo Mr. Moose's comments about the relinquishment issue. I agree with him wholeheartedly, and also emphasize that what you've heard today from staff of in comments from Mr. Hartwig and also Ron's comments to you, that number one, the relinquishment issue is not an inhibitor to implementation of the mitigation strategy, and also what Mr. Hartwig mentioned is that this is common practice within the state of California, working with Caltrans to implement improvements within their right-of-way, and that the county has a very successful track record in doing that. Also, I just want to emphasize again the approach that this particular applicant has taken to the design of this project, and Mr. Rodriguez's comments underscore that, and also a letter I believe you received from Eva Butler, and that is that really this applicant has shown extraordinary responsiveness to sensitive habitat and species mitigation and avoidance of impact to those species with the entire design of this project. And in this project and its preserve proposal was a key component to the county having a breakthrough with the regulatory agencies on the South County HCP. We've been at this application. We were the first application submitted after approval of the updated general plan in November of 2011. We've been at this a very long time, and we are confident of the documentation that you find before you this afternoon. And lastly, I just want to point out, and this goes to the approach that this applicant has taken, and my experience in the entire time that I've been working with the Kohler family on this project, I have never encountered a more guided applicant or decision maker from a business perspective as just doing what is the right thing to do. And it has guided the Kohler family in their decision making on this project. It's shown itself in the design of this project, in the thoroughness of the documentation for this project, and I'm proud to be associated with this proposal. So with that, board members, we would very much request that you choose to close the public hearing this afternoon, request your staff to be responsive to all the pieces of correspondence you've received, and continue this item to October 6th for action. And Chairman Cerna, thank you. Members of the board, thank you for your patience this afternoon in listening to us. Thank you very much.
Thank you. As I mentioned earlier, I did close the public hearing. Are there any members of the board that wish to ask the applicant team any further questions? If not, I'd look for a motion.
Mr. Chair, then I would, with additive thanks to all those who have been involved with the project for so many years, and certainly for all the commenters today for being thoughtful in their comments and expressions of either support or concern. But with that, and unless Mr. Smith had anything he needed to put on the record, I'm prepared to make the motion, and I think he does. So, Todd?
Thank you, Supervisor Natoli. I just want to clarify one thing in response to some of the public testimony related to the climate change analysis. Recall, as part of my presentation and as part of the mitigation revision memo that was distributed earlier today, There are 3 separate climate change mitigation measures as well as an air quality mitigation measure that are at first nearly identical to those done in a previous master plan. They also go above and beyond what was done in that master plan to demonstrate how the project will achieve compliance with the county's greenhouse gas thresholds. And that analysis is in the climate change chapter of the EIR and the supplemental technical analysis that was done by the applicant and deemed technically adequate by the Air District.
Okay.
We have a motion and a second. Before we vote into the last point that was just stressed by staff, I want to extend my appreciation on that point precisely. I think many will recall, in fact, Mr. Rodriguez was one of the speakers that I was a lone dissenting vote on the sister project to the north, the Mather South project, a few months back, not because of any inherent concern I had with the character of the project. I think there was a lot of thoughtfulness that went into that project as well, but did want to at that time really underscore the need and to help expedite, quite frankly, consideration of our outstanding CAP obligations, our climate action plan obligations. So I'm very pleased to hear that I think there is a fresh new understanding by this applicant, and I would hope other future applicants for other projects along the Highway 16 corridor, that is an important part of at least my consideration for these master plan projects moving forward. So if there's no further comment, we do have a motion and a second. Please vote.
And the motion includes closed in public hearing too, Mr. Chair.
Yeah,
You did. Okay, got it.
I did.
Yeah,
Twice.
Okay. Yeah, right, okay.
Unanimous vote.
Thank you.
Are you ready for the next item?
Yes.
Okay, item 32 is the response to the 2019-2020 Sacramento County Grand Jury Final Report.
Before Britt gets started, I just got to make mention of the fact that Courtney wins the most patient department head award today. So thanks for staying with us.
Lucky you.
Good afternoon.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the board. I'm Britt Ferguson, the county's Chief Fiscal Officer. As you well know, every year the grand jury issues a report that can address a variety of activities, functions, and responsibilities of governments in the county, including the county, city, school district, and other agencies. When the grand jury issues a report on a particular issue or program, it includes findings and recommendations and identifies who is required to respond to that report. Respondents are required to indicate whether they agree, disagree, or partially disagree with any findings, and whether any recommendations have been implemented, will be implemented, won't be implemented, or require further analysis. This year, the grand jury report addressed 3 issues or programs where county officials or the Board of Supervisors were a required respondent. The first was the impact of gentrification and neighborhood revitalization on the displacement of residents, and that's where the board is required to respond. The second is election security in Sacramento County, where the county registrar of voters and chief information officer were required to respond. And the third is California Senate Bill 1022, labeled by the grand jury a gift too good to ignore, where the sheriff and board are required to respond. The board has 90 days from when the grand jury's report was issued to provide a response. In this case, that would be by September 26th. As is our typical practice, we are bringing draft responses to the board at this meeting so that the board can make any desired changes, and there will be time to bring back the final version back to the board for review on September 22nd and still meet the 90-day response requirement. The exception to this is the report on the impact of gentrification and neighborhood revitalization on the displacement of residents. As noted in the board letter, we had not received the response from the Sacramento Housing and Redevelopment Agency, that's SHRA, who was a required responder and really the subject matter expert in this area, in time to include it in this agenda item and prepare a draft board response. So a draft response will be provided at the September 22nd board meeting.
Britt, can I stop you there? Do we know for a fact that appropriate SHRA staff are in the process of of responding?
Yes, in fact, late Friday, we did finally receive a response, and so we will be providing that to you on the 22nd.
Okay, very good, thanks.
With regard to the report on election security in Sacramento County, the board was not named as a respondent, but we typically bring the response of relevant county officials for board approval before those responses are submitted. The responses from the Chief Information Officer and Registrar of Voters are included in the board letter, and they are here this afternoon if you have any questions of them. With response to the report on SB 1022, A Gift Too Good to Ignore, the response from the sheriff is included with your board letter, and staff has prepared a draft response for board consideration. With that, obviously we're open to any questions or any input you may have on the draft responses.
Okay, thank you. Any questions for Mr. Ferguson? Supervisor Tully.
Yes, just a brief question on the response as it relates to the SB 1022 and some timelines that are included in the draft response, that indication that, in my briefing I spoke to Mr. Gill about this yesterday, but that you're going to be back to the board before October 30th. What's the deadline there? Why October 30th? Why not November 1st, October 15th? What is the...
October 30th is the deadline for responding to the Board of State and Community Corrections concerning whether or not the board wishes to accept the SB 1022 grant.
Okay, so that gives us basically, I guess, 8 weeks total, but what agenda are you shooting for then to be back to us late October?
I don't think we've identified a specific agenda yet, but it would be just before that date.
And again, I mentioned to Mr. Gill, I do think that as a part of that, there needs to be a little broader discussion. It's certainly the specific, maybe what this board, basically ended in a 2-2 vote on last fall or early last winter. But I think it's important because the context of that discussion and some things that happen. Obviously, Britt, you've been on the front lines with regards to some of the other efforts that goes with the consent decree, as well as adult corrections and cost containment. We'll get into some of those probably more deeply next week in budget. But I think that the report that was done, that I know you've been good enough to share with the board members, is the Casey report. That has some relevance to the discussions as it relates to not only 1022, but just in general. So I guess if you anticipate just having an item kind of with the up or down coming for the board, I would suggest that at least from this board member's perspective, we need to have, and you kind of teed that up last year with some discussion, but I think relevant updates, but also better allow an opportunity for a good deal, I guess, of public input, but certainly, and I'll certainly in advance make known some of the questions I might have relative to that item, particularly if that's a hard deadline. That's what you asked my question initially, but I just wanted to reference that with some of my thoughts about that. So thanks.
Understood. Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions? Supervisor Peters.
I wanted to ask the county executive, we maybe 2 weeks ago talked about having the registrar come in and talk to us about the security of our elections. That sort of would this be the appropriate time, or is she planning to come back another time?
She's coming back another time in October.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay.
But if you have questions, she's here. She's been
Well,
I was planning more of a formal presentation.
yeah, okay. I think that's fine. It wouldn't really fit with the agenda, I suppose, but I thought she might want to say something.
Okay, my understanding is that we do have some public speakers.
Yeah, we do. We have 9.
Okay. Let's go ahead and start.
Hi, caller. Please start with your comments.
Hi, this is Alex White, and I am calling to speak about item number 32, having to do with funding for RC. And I was interviewed by the grand jury a few months ago about this issue, and I just want to clarify that I do not work with Decarcerate Sacramento. I do support their cause, but I actually am a professor at City College of Sacramento. And I also work with the South Oak Park Neighborhood Association, and I support Decarcerate's efforts but I am not a part of their organization officially. I read the grand jury report this morning, and one of the findings that stated that community members see the funding as basically expanding the prison system in our county is an accurate analysis of my position on this issue. I just want to say and emphasize that any money that is put toward expanding prisons, especially as it relates to SB 1022, which is directly related to expanding prisons in California, is going to harm poor white communities, and it's going to harm black communities and poor communities of color. And I'm very concerned that our elected officials, I know the county is not responsible for making laws, but I'm really concerned that our elected officials are unable to understand the relationship between criminal justice, our criminal justice system, law enforcement, police budgets, and that the relationship that has on vulnerable communities. Any money that is spent toward expanding the prison system in any capacity is going to harm black and brown and poor white communities in the long term. And I'm just hoping that you guys have a plan for addressing vulnerable populations. You have a responsibility to actually check and balance each other's powers, and I don't see that happening. What I see is a consolidation of power, and I'm really concerned about the vulnerable populations in my community. I'm not speaking on behalf of City College. I'm not speaking on behalf of the Neighborhood Association. I'm speaking on behalf of a concerned mother of two young people in California who are going to have to grow up in this state. And I wish I could be more proud of where we're headed as a state. And I just want to emphasize that any money that is spent towards expanding prison systems is going to harm the black communities. It's going to harm poor white communities as well and vulnerable populations. So I just wanted to just say that, and I hope that you guys have a plan for protecting vulnerable populations, because as it seems now, there's no plan for us. And I did the interview with the grand jury. Everybody seems like really nice people, but I also just feel like there's a huge disconnect between people people who run the grand jury, our elected officials, and the everyday call-in person that's trying to navigate this system. The criminal justice system is the enemy of poor people, and if we can't figure out how to police our communities in a more just and fair way.
Can you please conclude your remarks?
Basically, not going to be worth even living in. So that's all I'd like to say.
Thank you.
Caller, please start with your comments.
Hello, I am a person who's been living in Sacramento for all of my almost 30 years. I am really frustrated that we're having to talk about this again after so many members of the community came out and said that we don't want this. We don't want this. I would really like for all of you to think about what you're supposed to be doing. Are you supposed to serve the communities, that you represent? Is that actually your job? Because it doesn't actually seem like it, since we're having to tell you again, we don't want this. We never wanted it. I hope that you can recall that. I don't think you were super happy with having to stay so late, because so many of us had to come out and tell you we don't want this. We still don't want it. We haven't magically changed our minds. I just want you to just consider, more jail beds equals more need to criminalize and arrest people equals more disrupted and shattered communities. You might consider that not a good thing, not for anybody except for whoever it is that's profiting off of the slave labor that incarcerated people can be used for. But profit doesn't actually benefit anybody except the couple people that are hoarding it. Putting our community in jail doesn't ever help anybody. I also keep hearing this a gift too good to ignore. First of all, it was never a gift. It's not a gift. It's not a gift. Can you stop just like blatantly lying and saying it's a gift? There's nothing good about it. It's not even a little bit good. It's certainly not too good, and we're not ignoring it. We are addressing it with fury because we're sick of this. Like, do we have to come back every month? Do we have to come back every week to convince you guys? No, actually, we're not super fond of being incarcerated. We're not super fond of the police state that we continue to live in. Just like the last caller said, I can't feel any pride of being in this county, of being in this city, when our politicians and our sheriffs are so desperate to incarcerate people, to put people in cages so much. So I just have to ask, who are you serving? Who are you actually serving? Because this expansion is not serving this community. Thank you.
Thank you.
Caller, please start with your comments.
Good afternoon. I just want to say my name is Sonia Lewis, and I'm calling in on behalf of not just being a member of Decarcerate Sacramento, but I'm also calling in because I am the mother of 5 black sons, the bonus mother of 2 black sons and 2 black daughters, as well as 2 granddaughters. And the impact on the black community is wide-stretching when it comes to everything that this board and its elected officials do. And so I just want to highlight the fact that jail equals debt and jail equals death, especially in communities like the black community, like the poor white community, like socioeconomically disenfranchised communities of color, period, across the board. And so I would charge all of you with this one job, because at the core of what you do, it should be reflective of providing services for and solutions for those who are most fragile in community, those who are most vulnerable in community, those who are most disenfranchised in community. Not those people who are your base, like Sue Frost tends to call out with her racist tendencies. It is a matter of serving those who are not like you and who do not have privilege like you. It is a matter of serving those who have not been afforded the opportunity of generational wealth and white privilege and the benefit that comes with every system that is designed by racist policies, right? Because we have to look at and start to acknowledge the importance of and why it's been swept under the rug for over 400 years. But we have to start to acknowledge the travesty in nature of what has actually transpired in this country. And that is a travesty against the black community. And so if we want to talk about any policies, if we want to talk about taking any money, it should be going to the communities and the people who have suffered the most at the hands of this country. And so I cannot trust that we are continuing to have this conversation about expanding a jail system that the people have told you we don't want. And so if you're not listening to us, that means that all of your jobs are in jeopardy. I've sat in meetings with Natoli, with Kennedy, and with Cerna. And all of you do a good game of talking to us as if you're on our side or that you're thinking about what we have to say. And then you do something totally different, like in the last meeting we were on, talking about the people's budget and talking about the CARES funding that came in that you say that you didn't know anything about. Shame on you for giving NAVGIL that much power. Shame on you for continuing to give Scott Jones this much power. Because at the end of the day, what it looks bad on is you, our elected officials that we've trusted to represent us. And not just represent us, because I have some proximity to whiteness. I have some benefit of that. But what I'm saying to you today, that there are people in our community who do not. And you need to be protected protecting them.
Can you conclude
That is
your remarks, please?
Let me finish up my final remark, and that is your one job. Your one job is to make sure that these lies that continue to be perpetrated in the public with respect to SB 1022, it is a racist
Thank you.
loan, period.
Thank
we
you.
can't afford it.
Thank you.
Caller, please start with your comments.
Yes, hi. My name is Keon Bliss from District 1, Phil Stearns District, and I want to really emphasize again with the misconstruction or the misconstruing of SB 1022 funds as a gift. This isn't a gift. It's not a grant, and no matter what wordsmithing Nabgale's office wants to do, this operates as a loan that the county taxpayers will be on the hook for the next 30 years, coming up at a cost of over $300 million. That was that was why you rejected it last year, from what we could tell. But here we are again with this grand jury, which we don't know who exactly is on the grand jury, much less who really initiated this process. It doesn't seem like it would be the board. It more or less seems like it's Nabgale and the sheriff who's doing that. But we will never know that, of course, because there's no real transparency from his office, much less the sheriff's office, about any of this. But it was pretty telling, considering that the sheriff was was absolutely ready to with a response to it as soon as it came down. Now, back to that point of this again, most of the improvement, the grand jury stating that most of these improvements included in the project will be required whether or not the county accepts this fund. This isn't true. The Mays consent decree does not require the county to approach meeting its terms in the way that the county has planned to do so far, if it even has a plan, which I have not seen at all, and I don't think most of the public has. Meeting ADA requirements and HIPAA requirements does not require the extensive construction that is currently being planned. And not only that, it's kind of telling, if not outright insubordinate, of NAV, whose office is particularly frugal when it comes to expanding initiatives and programs that might help people, say, with mental health programs and health services and social works and such like that, as assuming that the cost will be higher. But for some reason on this jail expansion process is actually downplaying the overall cost over time, trying to say, disagreeing with the grand jury's finding that this might cost $6 to $8 million annually, and trying to downplay it to as low as $2 million. No, I have yet to see anybody in county give that much leeway when it comes to construction costs, but anything outside of law enforcement related function or jail function or construction-based purposes or whatnot. So I think if anything, someone in Nabgale's office, if not Nabgale himself, is being downright disingenuous in this draft response that you all are here to decide on. And I think this doesn't just require further analysis. It needs to just be outright rejected. You all did the right thing last year in rejecting those funds, and you know full well that there are other ways in which you can meet the consent decree requirements that do not require an expansion of the current monument to oppression that is the RCCC and even the Maine County Jail. So again, really look at the paperwork, and you best put Keith Nabgale under a microscope.
Thank you.
I hope you will continue to do, especially with this budget.
Thank you.
Caller, please start with your comments.
Hi, my name is Courtney Hansen. I'm with District 1. Good afternoon. Throughout today, there's been a common thread in a lot of conversations, which is the fact that our economic situation as a county right now is very dire, and voting yes on this item will dig us further into a hole because, like so many people are touching on, we know incarceration is an expensive cycle, and it quite literally reproduces both trauma and financial instability. And I just want to note that you have over 100 e-comments online strongly opposing this jail plan, in addition to all those speaking out today against the plan that you decided to cancel last fall. And it's mind-boggling to me that this is all we can come up with, is continuing to chase this plan when construction was supposed to break ground in 2017. This has been a conversation since 2014, and nearly a year after this plan was halted, here we are revisiting the same failed plan, and we still have no plan to reduce the jail population. And I work with people on a daily basis who experience sheriff dollars at work. And I think it's important for this board to hear from people who actually interact with sheriffs in the jail system. And it's nothing personal to the sheriff, it's a systemic problem. Law enforcement was not designed to provide care and services, and we should stop throwing money at them and expecting them to do so. The other day I listened to a woman who spent 3 years in the main jail. Through sobbing tears, recollect watching a woman locked in one of the jail's safety cells. These are concrete boxes with a drain where you will be left alone with nothing in mental health crises. She was covered in her own feces for days on end. When she started to eat her feces because of her state of mind, deputies laughed and made ongoing jokes about how she was eating her dinner. This is a culture that permeates throughout the jail. It's a setting of intense power dynamics that we see all too often become life-threatening. And you want us to consider paying millions of dollars with all of these strings attached for 25 psych beds, additional space and staff in an institution that does not prevent crime or make people better. How many of the maze requirements could be met by significantly reducing the jail population? If this question hasn't been answered or even asked, why would we spend all of these funds on construction of additional jail space, especially in a moment of heightened calls for racial justice when we know that black people make up only 11% of our county but 37% of our jail population? SB 1022 is not a gift, it's not a grant, it's a lease revenue bond, an LRB, that turns into a massive 30-year financial commitment. Sac County should not be making plans for jail expansion without an assessment of the current population, which was reduced by over 30% largely due to COVID. And why are we always racing against deadlines to commit to jail expansion, and deadlines around data analysis and population reduction come later, which turns into never? Of course the county has to meet the terms of the consent decree, but this expansion project is not the right investment, and I implore you to explore meeting ADA and HIPAA requirements without massive expansion.
Can you conclude your remarks, please?
Together, we can bring all the right people in, architects who have closed jails and turned them into equity centers,
Thank you.
like MH First who already have the solutions. We will.
Thank you.
Caller, please start with your comments.
Yes, good afternoon. My name is Lynn Williams, and I am a member of Black Justice Sacramento and associated with other organizations here in town. I just want to make sure that you all are hearing that not only are we as a community saying we don't want this, but jails equal death, period. Like, we're in a pandemic right now, a pandemic that literally has gone on for the majority of an entire year. And within this pandemic, it has exposed an urgency to also address a pandemic called racism. And so as we explore and continue to highlight things like, but not limited to, the Mays decree, and the fact that the Sheriff Department continues to be sued for and has lost a lot of taxpayer dollars on things that can potentially be changed at the swoop of a pen by the five of you, is amazing that you won't use your power to do so. We'd rather, or you'd rather, I say, not we, because we the people say stop doing this. We the people say stop rewarding the sheriff for bad behavior. We've said that numerous times. But we've also said, take a look at the people who are on the inside and at the services that are supposed to be provided so that there's not a revolving door, that they actually exist. If we want to talk about mental health services. Let's actually serve people on the outside of the jail prior to, or so that it doesn't have to be a door that they enter into at all. If we want to talk about social services and what prevents people from going to jail, let's talk about poverty. Let's talk about all of the things in community that the Sacramento Board of Supervisors and our county dollars should actually be working on. Housing, food, education, mental health, medical services. Dr. Kersey and the other doctor, when they gave their report last week with response to the CARES budget, are we kidding me? They're not lying. Nav Gill was lying. And y'all didn't call Nav Gill on his job. And I'd like to sit down in a room with Nav Gill and be able to, as a community member, to say to all of you in a report that I recommend or don't recommend this going forward for our community, because my voice represents people in community who don't have a voice in this platform, who are essential workers and can't get on and make comments like I can, who are essential workers and can't get on because they don't have internet service, who are essential workers and who have been laid off or furloughed and can't even afford paying a cell phone bill or having internet service, much less the fact that we're in a pandemic and we can't come to you personally. So when we're talking about even addressing the May's consent decree, there are things we can do that have nothing to do with expanding jails. We realized during COVID.
Can you please give us your final thoughts?
Thank you. We realized during COVID that we can reduce the jail population. Why aren't we talking about other ways to continue reducing the jail population instead of building more beds?
Thank you.
Caller, please go ahead with your comments, and please mute the meeting in the background while you're talking.
Okay. Reducing the jail population instead of building more beds. Thank you.
Okay, please start with your comments.
Hello, my name is Trina Whitney, and I'm from District 1, and I strongly oppose item 32. I found it foul that yet again the community is having to defend itself from another attempted money grab by Scott Jones to further his white supremacist agenda to expand mass incarceration in Sacramento. On November 5th, I was in the BOS chamber when you voted against taking out the Senate Bill 1022 loan. On that day, there was compelling opposition by community to SB 22 money. On that day, community came forward demanding that this body stop jail expansion. We insisted that you, our representatives, vote no, and you did. Now, in the midst of a pandemic, when organizing visible community opposition is severely limited, Scott Jones is pushing forward with another demand for loan money, which he dishonestly calls a gift. Expansion of systemic white supremacy is never a gift. I implore you to stand firm and to tell him no, yet again. The community has not changed our opposition to SB 1022. In fact, our opposition is pouring money into policing and incarceration has only, in fact, our opposition to pouring money into policing and incarceration has only grown in recent months. More than ever, communities across the nation are demanding public dollars are moved away from law enforcement and jails and into essential human services, including public health, housing, and robust community programs. I implore you, do not reward Scott Jones' exploitation of the COVID-19 pandemic by changing your no vote. We all know face-to-face engagement with one another is a powerful aspect of public discourse and engagement in the democratic process. Reality, the coronavirus has the faces of your constituents stuck behind the technology of email comments and phone lines. But no, just like we did in November, most of us would rather stand before you and look you in the eye as we demand you vote no on loan money to expand incarceration and to build concrete isolation cells to tortuously trap our most emotionally vulnerable and psychologically compromised community members. Simply because our numbers may look fewer today and our opposition not as visibly loud and passionate, do not underestimate our demand for a no vote. Be sure to read each word of the more than 100 email comments in opposition to this item. No human being gets well in a cell, and communities don't thrive when we prioritize jails and damn near everything else, over damn near everything else. Sacramento is experiencing a severe humanitarian crisis of poverty, deep shortages in affordable housing, nearly non-existent mental health care, and an already inadequate public health system. And invest in what needs dollars most and tell Jones no, and stop investing in the racist-ass system of mass incarceration.
Thank you.
Caller, please start with your comments.
Hi, my name is Rachel. I am in Supervisor Frost's district, and I am calling to encourage you to please reject this funding and focus on reducing the jail population and using that monetary savings to invest in prevention for all the reasons already stated by other commenters today. Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Tully, do you have a question?
No, when we're done with public testimony, Mr. Chair,
right,
I have a
you.
question of staff.
Jail population.
Caller, please start with your comments and please mute the meeting in the background.
Hi, my name is Mercedes Parker. I just want to echo and elevate all of the comments of the callers that came before me. I just want to say that the community and the public has been very consistent as far as stating what our priorities are, as far as the way that we spend taxpayer money in this county. Whether or not the county chooses to listen, this entire meeting, every agenda item, whether it involved the people's budget presentation or the way, discussing the way that the CARES Act funding was spent, the community has been very consistent about the fact that we do not want more funds spent to law enforcement and policing. In fact, we want to see more investments in preventative measures and mental health investments and reimagining public safety. If we are doing that and if that's how we are spending our money, then it doesn't make sense to spend more money on a jail increase. If we are actually, if you as our elected officials are actually representing our interests in the way that we spend this money, we won't invest in more jail cells. We'll be investing in more preventative measures so that we don't have to fill up those jail cells. It's really concerning that this is a conversation that needs to be had in the middle of the pandemic. We've already seen the county's failure to serve the citizens of this county. The sheriff has been illegally evicting people, harassing unsheltered Sacramento residents. Sacramento is one of the only counties in the whole state that has refused to submit the data about COVID-19 within its inmate population. So why would we give more money to that department that's continuously mismanaging its funds? This department that's continuously shelling out millions of dollars in settlements due to its own misconduct. It doesn't make sense. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Caller, please start with your comments.
Hi, my name is Michelle Wright. I'm a District 3 resident, and I oppose the acceptance of a loan through SB 1022, which the county will eventually have to pay back for the expansion of the RCCC jail. The county should instead be looking at ways to reduce the prison population and redistributing law enforcement funding to restorative justice alternatives, not spending on increased incarceration, which only hurts our community by furthering members' lack of opportunities and financial instability. Thank you.
Thank you.
Caller, please start with your comments.
Hi, good afternoon, Board of Supervisors. My name is Liz Bloom, and I'm an organizer with Decarcerate Sacramento. First of all, I'd like to point out that the grand jury report states that they conducted an interview with a representative from Decarcerate of Sacramento, but no members of our coalition were ever contacted or interviewed by the grand jury. Our contact information has been available online publicly since well before the start of this investigation, so unless they're referring to a different organization, the grand jury has lied in their report. And unfortunately, that is not the only part of their report that's misleading. While we do understand that the Mays v. Sacramento consent decree requires the sheriff to, quote, rebuild or retrofit parts of the jail so that people with disabilities are able to get around safely, and to, quote, ensure that health care is provided in a confidential setting, we know that the plan that has been created for the reconstruction of our CCC jail is not the most efficient way to meet the consent decree, and actually started before the consent decree even happened. We are actively working with architects who have successfully met similar consent decrees to reimagine ways to meet the Mays consent decree that do not involve new buildings and reduce fiscal costs. And I'd like to thank Supervisor Natoli for being willing to meet with them and understand the other options. It's also important to remember that the RCCC jail expansion includes the installation of safety cells, which are solitary confinement cells that the Mays lawsuit explicitly states as inhumane. The Mays consent decree also states that the sheriff should, quote, keep people with serious mental illness out of solitary confinement. The fact that the RCCC expansion plan includes the implementation of any safety cells should be evidence alone that this plan is ill-equipped to actually meet the consent decree, let alone human rights. The fact is that there's a long list of things the sheriff can start doing today without jail expansions to start meeting the terms of the consent decree, but his county jails remain abusive places due to the culture of his deputies. In the settlement agreement, County Council agreed that a reduction in jail population is a cost-effective means to comply with the consent decree. The recently released Kerry Group report also recommended that a county-wide strategic plan needs to be created by all stakeholders in order to ensure data-driven results that keep our jail populations low while keeping the public safe. And there is no such plan at this point, so the RCCC expansion project is premature. The attempt to reverse a decision that has already been made is frankly shameful. The board voted to reject this SB 1022 loan on November 5th, 2019, and that decision should stand. Thank you.
Thank you.
Caller, please start with your comments.
Hi, my name is Colin. Since at least 2008, young people like me have been failed systemically by almost every institution in our society. Last November, you sent a clear signal of your intent to fail us again by only expressing financial concerns when voting against the jail expansion. The fundamental problem with mass incarceration is ethical, not financial. No amount of funding will fix the intentional cruelty which is perpetrated by Scott Jones' department. I usually tell people that trying to melt the hearts of politicians is a waste of time. I tell people that democracy is dead, and the system we are now in is an iron wall in place to defend private ownership and profit at the expense of all else. As I see it, democracy is dead. Capitalism killed it, yet we continue to spend our so-called free time participating in its rotting remains. The wishes of a tiny owning class mean more at all levels of government than the wishes of a wide majority of the public. The actions of public officials prove this analysis correct most of the time. Greater need for public services means nothing. No matter how dire circumstances are, the only need which will be met is the need for more weapons and cages to defend the property of the few from the dispossessed many. In fact, the more dire things get, the more force will be necessary to maintain an unequal and unjust order based on dispossession and exploitation. I believe officials, regardless of their labels and rhetoric, will act to preserve this unjust order despite what a futile task that is in the long run. This is not an analysis of individual moral fiber of public officials who may still make brave decisions to actually serve the non-wealthy public. but rather an analysis of the overall political structure, which is underpinned by social and economic reality. I think I'm wasting my time right now, and that you'll prove me right in my previous statement. I ask you please to prove me wrong by voting no on the jail expansion. However, I invite you to go ahead and prove me right, which will vindicate my firmly held belief that we will only end injustice through acting directly and not through political representation. Thank you very much. I yield the rest of my time.
Thank you.
That concludes your public comments.
All right, thank you. Before we get to Supervisor Natoli, I want to make it clear, since most of the public, in fact, I think all the public speakers focused on 1022 and the quote-unquote loan, the gift or free money. There are a number of terms that were referenced. The action before the board today is to receive and respond to the grand jury's report. This is an annual exercise that the Board of Supervisors goes through, and the 1022 issue is only one of several issues that the grand jury decided to explore in their year. And again, all we're doing today as a board is not considering jail expansion. We're not considering our disposition on 1022. We are simply responding to the grand jury. So I just want to make that crystal clear before we move any further. Supervisor Natoli?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm certainly listening to some of the comments, but I'm reflecting on the written response here. I want to probe this a little more deeply. The vote that this board took after a good deal of testimony and consideration last fall, or late last fall, it resulted in a 2-2 vote, which was effectively a no. So what is compelling the response that says we're going to bring this back? I mean, maybe staff, is a board member requested this? Is that the sheriff's request? Is that Mr. Gale or Mr. Ferguson, you're believing you to bring this back forward? Basically, our action resulted in a no vote. I thought it was pretty clear that evening. Granted, one member was not present at the time of the vote for a very good reason, medical reason. I guess I'm concerned. I recognize there's been some work. People are still doing analysis around this. They're still talking about it. We're still chewing up staff time. So what is compelling us? Obviously, grand jury has called this out. We owe them a response, but our response is you're going to bring it back to the board. What says you have to bring it back to the board?
So in November, your board was asked to reject all bids, to approve revision to the scope of work, and then to authorize us to go out to bid again to solicit new bids. And as you rightly pointed out, Supervisor, no action was taken by the board. It was a tie vote and no action was taken. So the issue remains whether the board wants to continue with the project officially, whether you want to accept the funds and continue with the project. And so that would be the issue that would be brought back to the board to resolve that issue.
So that couldn't be deciphered out of what was before us last November?
I don't think we as staff felt it was our position on a tie vote whether to reject bids to conclude that your decision was, as a board, that you did not want to accept the funds and proceed with the project, that really should be your decision.
But I think the point that Supervisor Natoli is making is, I think that was a decision that was expressed. So why is it coming back?
I'm sorry?
I think Supervisor Natoli's point is that, yes, that's our decision, but it's a decision that's been asked, and it's an issue that's been asked and answered. So why are we hearing it again?
So again, I don't think we felt that it was our position to conclude from that the board had made the decision not to accept the funds and proceed with the project.
Well, I'll just tell you from my perspective, it feels to me like you're searching for a vote outcome, and I'm not comfortable with it. I'll just say right now, I'm not supporting it. So bring it back all you want. I ain't going to support it. Others can speak for themselves.
If I could, I think what has created that was that when those discussions were had, there was conversation, could we use any of that SB 1022 money for any of the May's consent? And we asked the state, would you give us more time to look at that? So that was the path that we went on. If there's not interest in it and you do not want us to bring it back, we're okay with that. But that was one option that was floated that evening, was for us to go back and see if there's any money could be used for May's consent decree.
Have you answered that question?
We do believe so, and we've been working with the sheriff's office, I think Brett has, and with the county council, that there is some opportunity there. If you want us to bring it back, we could show you that, or we can go back to the grand jury and say, our answer is no.
So is that the reference to further analysis? That's what we, again, I know I've been visited by the sheriff's department and folks that have been tasked with, looking at the costs associated with some of the staffing, but Bureau of Corrections obviously has been looking at whether or not it's 30 years versus 10 years or something like that. But to your point, Evan, you did say that evening, I will say that you were accurate there, that you were going to take a look at whether there was any of that money could be applied. But are we still uncertain to the point, and again, maybe it gets off topic here a little bit, so I don't want to probe this too deeply in that sense, but I just, again, I thought it was clear. Again, you didn't have 3 votes that said, but even if you had 3 votes that said no to that, you'd still be back to us? I mean, basically, effectively, it was no.
No, I don't believe it will be back.
You don't think it would be? No, I don't mean...
Because we ended up at a 2-2 with this notion that is there any way some of this money, is there any opportunity at a lesser, can we get something else from the money, rather than giving the money back or not accepting the money. But if the board so desires that you do not want us to do that, we are not. We were merely reacting to that, and when the grand jury said that you should accept the money, all we were saying is, yes, we can then go back. And I understand the grand jury did its investigation, they met with folks, and that's a reflection of what they came back with. But if you would like today to say that the board's not interested in it, I think that stops that process for us.
Well, just again, put just a finer point, and I'll let others weigh in, but I think it does go back to some of the things that certainly were embodied in the report that led up to discussion about 1022 last year. And there's been, an additional report done, the Casey report, that was done in May, and we've yet to have that, at least in our conversation here at the dais. Obviously, Britt's circulated that, you've circulated that, Nav, and members of the public have had a chance to look at that. And that was my reference earlier to talking about, what the plan is beyond, yes, we live with a consent decree. I continue to hear folks say there are different ways to approach that. We've engaged the services of architects at many millions of dollars, and I know that next week's budget proposal has some additional money built into it. And so I guess, but we since we've done that, we haven't really had the conversation about how this kind of fits with RCCC, 1022, other initiatives that are outside of the jail setting, what it means to consent decree. And I don't mean to try to make this too global, but it is. I mean, all day long we've listened to different aspects of this, and I think that in fairness to what we're going to talk about next week in our deliberations, but also where we know where we pour tremendous amount of money into jail operations, into all the the aspects of that. It's not just sheriff, there's correctional health, there's a variety of things there. And I think in order for us to try to get our arms around this a little bit, granted, we're going to hear from folks as we should, but I mean, for us to have those deliberations in that context, I get it. You went off and tasked yourself after you said you would, looking at how you might use some of that money. But it's not just about the money. It's about, where are we going to put this emphasis in line with the consent decree and with, a 24/7 operation that takes a whole lot of money to operate. So
the report that we were going to bring back, and if this 1022 question is there, whichever way you answer that broader conversation we're still committed to. There's a whole work that's being done with the sheriff, judges, DA, public defender, and on what the criminal justice system looks like. So that work is continuing. This 1022 is a side issue that keeps coming up because the grand jury brought it up. Mm-hmm. Those words are not ours. I know. Those
were not your words.
Those are not our words. I mean, that's not where we were on this. Okay. They posed the question back to us. We're posing it back.
Right, and you've got a draft response that ultimately comes from us. We have to bless this response. So, I mean,
Correct.
it's
And that's our
response.
process. We bring it to you.
I know, that's
and then you can give us the direction. Then.
Okay, thanks. I'll step back
Supervisor
from
Frost.
I think given our prospects, our financial prospects coming out of COVID-19 and the consent decree, it's very important to have the conversation. If my memory serves, when I remember back on the conversation around the 1022, there were millions of dollars that could be applied toward improvements to the jail facility that were included in the consent decree that we had to do anyway. And so I don't think we can afford to not try to explore that opportunity. And I think we should bring back that conversation.
Others? Supervisor Kennedy?
I guess we're kind of way off topic, and for those that are listening, it seems like there's a lack of understanding of how the grand jury system works. I mean, they're putting words in our mouths we never said. But that being said, I'm kind of a little perplexed, as Supervisor Natoli is, in that the reason I did not support it when it came before the board last time was because of the huge amount that we were committing to for many, many, many years. And as far as I'm concerned, nothing's changed there. So, you know, while we're looking at ways to meet the consent decree, we're also taking out a mortgage, a long-term mortgage that I don't think we could afford. I don't think we could afford it then. I still don't think so. So I'm personally not that interested in hearing it again.
Well, you got some feedback, that's for sure.
So, is
All right.
it a no, don't bring it back?
Well, you've heard from two of us that have been crystal clear about our positions. I'm not going to sit here and speak for my colleagues. They can speak for themselves. So Supervisor Tolley, I don't know if you have any interest in hearing this again?
Well, again, you've shed a little light on why you're going to bring it back, but again, I don't know that things have changed all that much. Yes, they've reduced some projected costs. We've, as I said a year ago in November, and I repeated it a number of times, is that, we've chased this project for a long time. I mean, there's been a whole lot of money that's been expended, and, with the promise that somewhere at the end of it, we were going to have, $80 to $110 million, with the ability to, well, actually it was $80 million. It was $80 million total. That was it was $80 million.
$80 million was the grant, yes.
Yeah, and but all the strings attached, and there's some improvements out to the facility because it currently houses folks and will for many years to come, our CCC. But I think some of the conversation that we had a year ago and prior to that, and are having this very moment, go to other strategies and, the plans. Again, we don't control all of it. We certainly control some of it as it relates to the number of folks who are in custody and their length of stay and where the investment goes on the capital side as well as the staffing side, because that's the other thing we as the county pay for the medical care, for the in custody folks, whether it be sheriff's officers or others, and all that goes with that. And that's a responsibility we take seriously. But we've had this ongoing conversation, and it's going to continue because I think just the environment we're in. I think people's concerns about the facility itself and what sort of investment should be made and where we should invest our dollars. And so I guess I would just say that, as much as I, listen to folks who say, well, we can reduce the cost, we can get it down to, little or very little, and the annualized cost can be such. I've been hearing that for 7 years on this project. And, way back before we had, some of the, input we've had here more recently was still questioning how, we were going to do this major upgrade. It wasn't to, to necessarily make more capacity, but it was to make for a facility that is varies vintage out there at RCCC. But I've seen us spend a lot of money, a lot of time, certainly, both the exec's office, but general services, and I don't know how much sheriff's office time has been, chewed up in all this. And again, but I've not been persuaded from where I was last year to this moment anyway, that, this project, merits, this member's support and at this juncture. And so, again, if there's new information that needs to be shared, I guess you can spill it right now, because before we make this response.
Yeah, Supervisor Natoli, I think what they've provided, they have met with a couple of board members. I know Sheriff's Office, County Counsel's Office have met, and State have met. That information is coming over to us. We're going to look at it. But again, if there's not interest at this point, I don't want to schedule something that there's no interest for it. We can pursue other routes at that point. Because I would like to have a decision on what to do with this thing. Because you're right. I mean, we've been in the same boat that we've tried all kind of routes to get numbers, and stuff has changed. This project keeps changing on us. If there's no interest, tell us so, and then we'll go somewhere else.
And I would just note, lastly, that I accept the fact that we're going to have to make some investments, and if this money would have covered some of that, then we'll have to, assuming we have to make those improvements, whatever those are, physical plant side of this, then I accept it. That's a good decision, and I've said this before, that we'll have to find it in our budget, and that's not going to be an easy decision. But I think that this came with a lot of strings, and as we learn more about it, and then chased costs and downsized, and things that we're going to actually, I think, improve. Although there were still some facilities in here that would have improved, for the folks that were, pre-released and so forth. But it got downsized significantly. So I for one, if that's the chair's question, I'm not, unless there's something distinctly new about how it might apply to the May's consent decree, I'm not interested in revisiting this, very frankly.
There's your answer.
All right, so we won't bring them back.
Thank you.
And we will change the report back to the grand jury saying that we're not pursuing this. We disagree with their finding.
Okay.
So your next item is your nominations, item 33. So you are continuing to September 22nd, the Assessment Appeals Board. You're continuing to October 20th, the County Service Area 4B, Slough House, Wilton, and Casumnes, County Service Area 4C, Delta, Developmental Disabilities Planning and Advisory Council, Equal Employment Opportunity Advisory Committee, the Southeast Area Community Planning Advisory Council, and the Vineyard Area Community Planning Advisory Council. And for your matters today, you're considering nominations for the Cordova Community Planning Advisory Council,
Continue to October 6th, please.
the Delta Citizens Municipal Advisory Council,
Continue to October 6th, please.
the First 5 Sacramento Commission,
Chiefs are recommending a nomination of Ayanna Evans.
and we have the Galt Arno Cemetery District.
Also continue to October 6th, please.
Okay. Human Services Coordinating Council.
Chiefs are recommending the nomination of Jessica Sankus.
Okay. We have the Lock Management Association.
Chiefs are recommending the nomination of Lisa Kirk as the Board of Supervisor appointee, and Joseph Prasa for the member-at-large seat. And please continue the remainder to October 6th.
Okay. And then we have the Maternal, Child, and Adolescent Health Advisory Board.
Chiefs recommend continuing the item until October 6th.
And then we have Sacramento Environmental Commission.
Chiefs recommend continuing the item until October 6th.
South Sacramento Area Community Planning Advisory Council.
Continue
Kennedy?
to September 22nd.
Okay. And that concludes your nominations.
Great, thank you. Okay.
Now we have your county executive comments.
No comments.
Any comments from my colleagues? No comments? I'm not in receipt of any adjournments. So if there's no further business, We will adjourn to closed session.